Hello friends, this is a meta fanfic. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video included a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So we will see what if Harry Potter was abandoned but found a family that changed everything. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if you possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story.
Here is short summary. A lonely boy left behind by everyone writes a silent plea to the world, please adopt me. What follows is a journey of heartbreak, hope, and the search for the family he never had. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. When he went to sleep after the battle, death had appeared to him. Because as it turned out, Death was female, told him that since he proved himself worthy of gathering her hallows, he was now her avatar and would get all the powers and benefits the position entitled, once he completed the changes to his body. At the time, Harry had been too tired and elated at the idea of possibly being able to resurrect the dead to realize the way she'd said it. As if mocking him when she mentioned benefits. He soon found out, however, when he woke up the next day completely changed. His black hair was now so dark that it seemed to absorb the light and was now chin-length no matter how many times he cut it, which actually helped make it less messy. His eyes, while still emerald green, turned crimson when he got angry and had a mesmerizing quality to them. He was taller, around 6 feet 0, and broader of shoulder, looking to be in his early 20s instead of being 17 going on 18. However, the most damning evidence of how he had changed were the pair of fangs he could grow at will. At that, it didn't take a genius to realize what Death had meant by changes when she said his body was going to change. He had been turned into a vampire. That morning he had flown into a rage, cursing Death for her actions even as he could hear her laughter in his mind due to the connection between them. His friends had appeared and been horrified and scared at his strength as he literally picked up a 4-poster bed and threw it out the window as if it was nothing. Despite seeing their fear, Harry couldn't stop himself. It seemed the change into vampirism had heightened all his emotions to an insane degree. Anger turned into rage, fear turned into terror, and attachment into obsession, and the conflicting emotions were driving him insane. Eventually, his rage had passed and he had fallen to his knees sobbing as he explained to Hermione and Ron what had happened. Luckily, both had been supportive and promised to help him figure out how to reverse what happened to him. It had been hard to hide what happened from the press, but they managed it by saying he had been wounded by the battle more than he thought and needed to recover. They had gone to Grimmauld Place where Hermione had raided the library trying to find out how to reverse what happened to him while Ron tried to give Harry emotional support, well, in his own way anyway. During this, they also conducted tests to see the extent of Harry's abilities and saw that he was markedly similar yet different from other vampires. Harry was much stronger than even the oldest recorded vampires, being capable of lifting in excess of 50 tons. He was also faster, being a blur to even other vampires and invisible to humans completely when he went at full speed. His healing was so fast that Hermione said it was more like regeneration than actual healing, and his senses were so heightened that he could hear a pin drop from a mile away if he concentrated. The usual vampiric powers were also heightened to an absurd degree, and he had abilities never before recorded in vampires. He could transform into bats and control them, but he could also turn into a wolf, if an abnormally large one, and even manipulate his looks enough so that he looked completely human. It was this last discovery that let Harry go out of the house for the first time since the transformation to diffuse the many theories that he'd died. He could also cast a blanket of fog large enough to cover most of southern England at full power if he wished, and he could sense every living thing within his fog. However, they'd also found out that he had the normal vampiric bloodlust, and it took a while for Harry to not only be able to accept that he had to feed on humans but also control it. The first time he'd fed on Hermione at her insistence he had almost killed her, and it was only blood replenishing potions and other things that Hermione had prepared beforehand that saved her. After that, they had spent a year helping him get control of it so he could only a small amount from his victims in a way they wouldn't notice. This was helped by his other powers. They found out that Harry could compel others to obey his orders, bypassing even most occlumency shields unless they were exceedingly strong ones. This power was a form of mind control that he could use to even make others forget certain events and force them to make false memories of what happened. The similarity to the Imperious scared him, but over time he learned how useful it could be when it came to erasing the memories of those he fed on. He could also fly, something Harry did, and even cast illusions with practice. They'd found, to their shock, that he could even walk in daylight when Ron had mistakenly opened a window during the day and it had no effect on him. This led them to seeing if he had immunity to other vampire weaknesses and found he was immune to holy symbols and garlic. He could also cross water without problem, though they dared not find out if he could survive being staked in the heart, though they thought he would considering his healing ability. However, after 2 years of research and discovery, Harry decided it was time for him to leave. It had become increasingly obvious that there was no way to undo what happened to him. The Hallows had disappeared with his transformation as if they had never been, making studying them impossible. Death, when she appeared to him in his dreams, categorically refused to undo it and had actually become angry at his treatment of her gift. Furthermore, another passive ability he had was that he seemed supernaturally beautiful to everyone of the opposite sex. This was causing problems in Ron and Hermione's relationship when the latter would conduct physical tests on him and sometimes went too far. Harry would never forget the first time they conducted a physical test alone, which ended up with Harry blowing his load down Hermione's throat. Which coincidentally helped them find out he could still impregnate women, though he had a low sperm count, so it would be difficult. Harry also found it hard to hold on to some morals, specifically the ones around sex and murder. As a vampire, he obviously fed on people, and sometimes he purposefully killed those he fed on if they were murderers or rapists. He also found his lust greatly increased, and after Hermione's blowjob he sometimes went out to simply have a one-night stand with some attractive Muggle woman. Given his supernaturally good looks and charm, it was never difficult to find a willing bed partner. Things came to a head when Ron left for the weekend for a Quidditch game. He had fulfilled his dream of joining the Chudley Cannons, leaving Harry and Hermione alone. It didn't take long after he left before Harry wasing Hermione against the wall of the living room. That weekend had consisted of little beyond theming each other's brains out, letting out all the pent-up lust from not only their Hogwarts years but the past 2 years of her studying HISD form combined with Harry's now looser morals. While Ron never found out, both friends had been horrified by what they'd done, having betrayed Ron like that. Harry realized he could no longer stay around them and decided to leave the country and travel. His decision was helped by Death saying she had more to teach him but would only do so once he started traveling. It had been 10 years since that day, and while he kept in contact with his friends in Britain, he hadn't physically seen them since he left. In that time, he'd learned much more about his new status as Death's avatar and his abilities. His position came with no responsibilities beyond being on call in case something appeared that caused an imbalance between life and death and to correct it. Since that was rare, it left him with almost nothing to do, a wealth of money from his Potter fortune, and a literal eternity to do it. Harry had taken to traveling to every historical monument in the world where Death amused him with interesting anecdotes of things that happened there. Harry doubted many people knew that Stonehenge had originally been used by Merlin to sacrifice 1,000 people in return for a favor from Death herself. It really helped Harry with his new status after seeing that many of the so-called paragons of light weren't as light as they were made out to be. Currently, Harry was in a small town in Japan seeing the sights. Death had hinted that there would be something interesting there that would pique his interest, and he had reluctantly agreed to come. So far the only interesting thing he'd seen were a few pretty girls and the architecture. The former was far more interesting to the gone 2 weeks without any vampire than the latter, however, and he was now searching for someone to rectify the problem. "You're far too picky, Harry," came the teasing voice of Death as she appeared in astral form beside him, invisible to any but him. "I remember a boy that felt special if any girl gave him the time of day." "My, how spoiled you've become." "It's your fault," retorted Harry in a low tone so others couldn't hear him. "How can I pick any attractive girl after being around such high standards like you?" It was true, after all. Death's favored form was absolutely gorgeous, a terrible beauty that both froze and boiled his blood despite a decade of having been around her. A long, shimmering black dress held up by thin straps over her shoulders swept down to her ankles, hugging and displaying every curve with a sinfully low neckline that was just this side of indecent, slits up both sides to just past mid-thigh, exposed miles of leg with every step. She had flawlessly pure alabaster skin, long, wavy black hair framing her face that hung halfway down her back, and full, blood-red lips with eyes that were as shimmering black as her dress, no whites or irises to be shown. She currently had her hands clasped behind her back, making her already impressive bust stand out even more than it normally did. She was the epitome of perfection, and in his decade of traveling the world he had yet to meet her equal. It was partially her teasing that caused him to sleep around as much as he did. Being a part of him, she could trick his mind into feeling her touch on his skin, and she often got him riled up enough that he either went out and fed like a pig or various attractive women at once. The last time he had bedded 4 supermodels at once, before leaving them unconscious in the bedroom and feeding on 12 different people to sat his lust. Death's eyes glimmered and she pressed herself against him, causing him to stop and shiver in arousal at the feel of her against him. Don't you like it when I tease you?" whispered Death, a hint of teasing in her tone. The relationship between Harry and Death was complicated to say the least. While the legend said he would be Death's master, it was a misnomer. In reality, he was more like Death's partner than her master. Neither could order nor control the other, so despite him being much weaker than her, partners is the closest definition to what they were. At the same time, it had become obvious to Harry that she enjoyed his company for the same reason Harry had latched so quickly onto Ron when they first met. She was lonely. She could never interact with the world before him, and despite her saying otherwise, he knew she was happy with his company. That happiness had turned into attachment, and she was fond of saying that he was hers. Always and forever. Harry didn't mind. To tell the truth, he would be lonely without Death as well. Even other vampires were too different from him to bond with, and while he had made some friends and had many bed partners over the years, he hadn't made any real bond since he left Britain. Death often teased him by saying that if she ever became physical she would test just how much stamina he had, adding a sexual undertone to their relationship. The seriousness in her tone showed that she actually would do as she said, and he had no doubt that if she ever did take physical form, she would pursue a physical relationship with him, something he did not mind at all. However, even Death's company wasn't enough, and he found himself craving companionship of a more permanent sort. He just didn't know where to find it. Vampires were so selfish that he barely stomached their presence, and humans would eventually die. He had thought about turning another into what he was, but that would require first getting to know the girl as a human first and then turning her once they had a solid relationship. He wouldn't dream of forcing the change on someone like it had been forced on him. That, and he had no idea what any person he turned would become. He wasn't turned into a vampire by normal means, and he wasn't a normal vampire anyway. Heck, even Death didn't know what they'd be, though she assured him they wouldn't be as resilient as he was. While not immortal, Harry was extremely hard to kill, to the point that even if he was disintegrated to ash, Death would just create a new body for him to inhabit. It would take shackling Death herself to destroy him permanently. "You know I do, love," said Harry with a teasing undertone. "But unfortunately, I can never manage an orgasm under your ministrations." Death winked. "I don't do little deaths, only big ones. So when you're man enough for a big one, look me up." With that, Death disappeared, leaving Harry alone in the middle of the street. Rolling his eyes at Death always getting in the last word, Harry continued down the street. The sun was just setting when he spotted his prey for the night. Sitting at a table in an open-air cafe was a pretty young girl around 18 years old. She had long crimson hair that he guessed reached mid-thigh, with a single hair strand sticking out from the top, and blue-green eyes that were currently furrowed in concentration. Her hair also has loose bangs covering her forehead and side bangs framing her face. She had a buxom figure, and a light skin tone similar to his own. She was wearing a school uniform, pointing at her still attending high school, probably third year from her age. The uniform consisted of a white long-sleeved, button-down shirt with a black ribbon on her shirt collar worn under a black shoulder cape and a matching button-down corset, a magenta skirt with white accents, and brown dress shoes over white crew-length socks. The idea that she went to school was enforced by the fact she seemed to be doing some homework. All in all, the girl was definitely a beauty, and Harry saw that many men had noticed the same. However, despite this, none had dared approach her beyond the water to get her order, leaving her to sit alone. They were probably intimidated by her beauty and unapproachable air and didn't dare try anything. However, the Sorting Hat hadn't put Harry in Gryffindor for nothing, and with a smirk on his face, Harry approached his prey. Rias Grimori absently answered another question on her homework, although her mind was really 1,000 miles away. The date for her marriage to Riser Finex was fast approaching, and she had yet to find a way out of the arranged marriage. Despite searching for 3 years, she'd yet to find one, and she was becoming desperate. She didn't want to marry that complete waste of space. He looked down on her and treated her like a trophy more than a person. He even had the gall to fondle his own female peerage members in front of her, as if saying she wouldn't be his only woman once they married. That wasn't who she wanted to marry. Despite being a devil, she wanted to marry for just like her brother did. She wanted to fall in with some handsome knight who would sweep her off her feet and treat her like a princess. Someone who she was their entire world, and she could manipulate them as she wished. Don't judge her. She was a devil. If her chosen mate was too weak to stand for himself, then she'd manipulate him as she wished. But the only way she'd found to maybe escape her fate was to lose her virginity. While she was a devil, virginity was highly prized amongst the devil community, mostly because of its rarity. Most devils demanded their wives be virgins in order to ensure they weren't taken, used goods, as it were, and to boast of being the only ones to have tasted their fruit. So losing her virginity would be a sure way to break the contract. Despite how easy losing her virginity would be considering her looks, she hesitated. She may be a devil, but she did put a lot of stock in her virginity. She may have no problem showing her body to her peerage, but the idea of sleeping with a near stranger was going a little too far. However, it wasn't as if she had much choice in the matter. Kiba would never sleep with her when he didn't her, and she had no other males in her peerage. She also wasn't friendly enough with any others. Rias was brought out of her contemplations when someone sat in the chair across from hers. "This seat wasn't taken, I hope," came the amused voice of the person who interrupted her. Rias held back a sigh of frustration. It wasn't the first time some cocky older college boy came up to her thinking he was the best there was. In fact, her first year in the human world had been full of them. However, it had stopped after she blew them all off, and the more persistent ones had accidents. By now her reputation around town was cemented enough that no one ever dared approach her, though there was the rare confession here and there. Forcing a smile on her face, Rias looked up to politely send the man away, using her charm, magical or otherwise, only for a small blush to come to her face. The man was very handsome. No, handsome was understating it. The man was gorgeous. Dark, midnight black hair that framed a handsome face with deep emerald eyes that took her breath away. He was taller than her at 6 feet, with broad shoulders and a body that even in his loose dress shirt showed he worked out but was not overly muscular. He was wearing a red shirt with a leather jacket over it and black pants finished off with combat boots. Combined with his smirk, it made him seem like that boy all girls sleep with but never introduced to their parents. Rias was brought out of her ogling when the man sat across her and waved his hand in front of her face. "Yoo-hoo, are you okay in there?" Rias blinked and blushed harder at the fact that she, a devil and an attractive one at that, had actually ogled someone else. She had been around handsome men all her life, but this man was something else. She found herself flustered just by his presence at first, but quickly regained her composure. "Sorry, I'm fine," she gave him her usual smile. "No, you can sit there. It's no problem. Thank you. To be truthful, I'm very hungry, and out of all the tables, I would prefer to dine with you than anyone else here. They are acting very peculiar." Rias blinked and looked around to see that indeed, all the other tables were taken and they were all staring at them. There were even a few Kuo Academy students whispering to each other and glaring at her companion. She couldn't help but sweat drop when she realized that the vast majority were men staring at her. Laughing shakily, Rias tried to brush it off. Yes, I guess they've never seen a high school student here. The man looked amused and pointedly stared at the other Kuo Academy students. Indeed. Anyway, my name is Harry Potter. A pleasure to meet you. The name rang a bell but Rias couldn't place it at the moment. Deciding to look him up later, Rias turned her attention back to her companion. My name is Rias Grimori. Pleasure to meet you. The two made small talk as they waited for Harry's order. Mostly the usual polite banter as they got to know each other. So what are you doing in Japan? Asked Rias when he was from Britain. Visiting relatives or a friend? Harry chuckled and shook his head. No, just traveling. My relatives never really took me anywhere during my childhood and I went to a private school in Scotland. The school I went to was cool because it was an ancient castle and even had a small village nearby to visit on the weekends. However, that's all I've ever seen, so I never really saw anything outside of those places. Once I had the ability to, I decided to travel the world. My parents left me a lot of money, so it's not as if I need it, and I've invested in a lot of good companies over the years. I'll never be in need financially, so there's nothing stopping me. Rias looked interested at his words and leaned forward. So, you've been to a lot of places then? Harry smiled at the eagerness on her face and nodded. Yep. Rome, Paris, New York, Miami, Hong Kong, to name a few. Rias' eyes glittered in awe at the idea of seeing those places. While she had been allowed to the human world, she was basically confined to Kuo since it wasn't safe for her to go anywhere else. She'd always secretly resented the fact that not only was her future being decided for her but also what she could do in the meantime. It was like she couldn't even live her own life, and sometimes she just wanted to rebel in the worst way just to get back at them. Rias pouted and looked up at Harry enviously. That sounds incredible. I've always wanted to see Paris or even go to Florida and go to Disney World, but my family, they never allowed me. They said it isn't safe or something. Harry felt a sense of déjà vu at her words. He remembered being told very similar words when he was at Hogwarts, being forced to return to his abusive relatives summer after summer because it was safe. He remembered feeling like a prisoner who was only let out when his warden, Dumbledore, needed him for something. Like a mushroom, kept in the dark and fed bullshit. Even now, years later and free to do what he wants, the memories still angered him, and the idea of someone else being put through the same made him want to lash out. Harry looked Rias in the eye and gave her the advice he wished someone had given him years ago. Sometimes, you have to take what you want regardless of what those who say they care about. You think, because what's the point of making other people happy if you're miserable? Rias smiled coquettishly at his words and leaned forward, a move which emphasized her breasts. Is that what you do now, Harry? Do you take what you want? A slow smile crossed Harry's face at her words and he looked Rias over slowly, causing a slight flush to reach Rias' cheeks. Always. And if they resist? Asked Rias as she felt her heart race at the look in Harry's eyes. By the underworld, those eyes should be registered as lethal weapons. Harry smirked and looked Rias straight in the eye. They never resist. They always secretly want to be taken. Again and again, Harry leaned forward till his mouth was near Rias' ear. And again, Rias felt herself shudder in desire at the feel of Harry's breath at her ear. While she was used to men looking at her in desire, there was something primal about the way he looked at her that she couldn't help but respond to. For a moment she wondered whether she could kill two birds with one stone and escape her engagement while also giving in to her blossoming desire for this man. As Rias recovered from Harry's actions and words, the food arrived. The rest of the meal was spent on lighter topics such as the things Harry had seen and experienced. Rias felt herself become enraptured as Harry described the sights of New York or even Tokyo at night, of the nightlife and culture of New Orleans and of the beauty of the Grecian Sea when the sun rose. More and more, Rias felt herself drawn to this man who seemed to represent the one thing she wanted most. Freedom. The two finished their meal and left the cafe, walking towards the hotel Harry was staying at. Along the way, the two continued to talk about themselves while making sure to stay away from certain topics such as Harry being what he was and Rias being a devil. Eventually, they reached Harry's hotel and stopped outside of it. Well, this is my stop, said Harry with a charming smile. I feel very much like the girl being led to the door after a date. Rias smiled at his words. Does that make me the boy? Harry looked Rias up and down with desire clear in his eyes. Oh no, you are definitely all woman. One of the most beautiful women I've ever seen as well. Rias blushed prettily at his words and couldn't help but feel her ego boost. She had gotten the idea that Harry was very experienced when it came to women, so for him to call her beautiful was different from being called beautiful by the hormonal boys at school who had never seen a real woman before. The fact they said the same about any girl with marginally larger than average breasts was also a point against them. But Harry had experience and must have seen plenty of beautiful women before. So for him to call her beautiful was very ego-boosting. Thank you, said Rias while blushing prettily. Harry smirked and leaned forward, causing Rias' breath to catch. The two leaned closer together until their lips met. The quickly turned passionate as the pent-up lust from the night acted up. Harry pressed Rias against him and she'd at the feel of his rock-hard abs against her breasts. For Harry's part, the feel of soft breasts against him quickly got him aroused even further, and he quickly dominated her mouth with his tongue, which excited Rias even further. The two eventually broke to catch their breaths. Harry looked into Rias' eyes with desire and lust clear in them. In the spirit of being the girl of the date right now, do you want to come up to my room? Rias looked into Harry's eyes and made the decision that would change her life forever. Yes. Harry smiled and took Rias's hand, pulling her towards the elevator. Pressing the up button, they waited until the door opened, then he pulled Rias inside. After making a quick glance around to ensure there was no camera hidden or otherwise, he waited for the elevator door to close and then pushed Rias up against the metal wall. Rias let out a grunt of surprise but wasn't able to act before he captured her lips in a possessive. He surprised her further when he reached down and lifted her off the floor by her bum, giving the two round globs of flesh intimate squeezes that made his red-haired goddess wantonly into his open mouth. He smirked against her lips and didn't waste the opportunity to thread his tongue into her open mouth, claiming that cavern for himself. For Rias it was like every single one of her senses had been replaced with constant throbbing pleasure. His smell of woodsy vanilla was invading her nose every time she breathed in, and the taste of him as he dominated her mouth was indescribable. She barely had the mind to wrap her legs around his waist, locking her ankles together while her hands came up to thread themselves in his lush ebony hair. It was like silk in her fingers. And on top of all that, the sensation of his rock-hard cock straining against his pants was pressing into her aching cunt through her skirt and lace thong. She was so lost in the constant smacking of their lips that she didn't notice the elevator opening up and her soon-to-be walking them out and down the hall. She felt when his right hand came off her butt only because he had to stop squeezing and palming her to open the hotel door with his card. She had to pull off his sinful lips as air finally became a problem just as he kicked the door closed behind him. The world suddenly came crashing back as he suddenly tossed her and she landed on the king-sized bed behind her. She pulled in deep rasping breaths through her swollen lips and looked up in the dark room at this man who had somehow sweet-talked her into this situation. She thought she should be feeling fear or uncertainty, but all she could feel was an overwhelming sense of lust that burned in her blood. I'm going to ruin you, Rias, Harry said slowly as he began to undress. Rias couldn't look away, and piece by piece he lost his clothing until he was complete lied before her, and she quietly wondered in her head if this was some unknown god standing before her. 6 feet tall and covered in sculpted lithe muscles that were the perfect balance between power and speed, he had a spattering of black hair on his chest that traveled down to his navel and then his crotch. Once her eyes locked onto the appendage, she couldn't look away. Fully erect, it had to be 10 inches long and over 3 thick, that curved upwards in a way she instinctively knew would reach all the way inside her. She was looking for so long she didn't realize she had frozen in her ogling until Harry chuckled under his breath. I'm glad you're enjoying the view, Rias, but if you want this to go any farther you have to undress as well, unless you rather I just push your skirt up, put your aside and go from there. She blushed crimson to match her hair and couldn't meet his eyes as she sat on the edge of the bed and slowly began to remove her school uniform. Soon she was standing silently in front of him in nothing but her lacy black and purple lingerie. She looked up under her bangs and felt a thrill of desire shoot through her at the lust she saw in his eyes. She was sure he was very experienced with women based on his lifestyle, but it was a huge ego boost to see him looking at her with such lust. Slowly, without breaking eye contact, she reached up and unclasped her, letting the garment fall to the floor. His eyes automatically zeroed in on her large breasts and he unconsciously licked his lips in hunger. Then finally she dropped her black thong to the floor and kicked it away with one foot, so she was ASD as he was. The only noise in the room was her deep breathing. "Truly, Rias, you are one of the most beautiful creatures I have ever seen," he breathed, looking her in the eye. "Thank you, Harry," she said softly, stepping forward and placing her hands on his chest before slowly wrapping them around his neck and pressed her body fully against his. "That means so much to me, please make to me." Then she eyed him again, his arms in response wrapped around her waist in response, and he lifted her up and laid her down on the bed. Hers filled the room as he started ing down her neck, leaving marks on her neck. Hers turned gasps as his hands came up and began massaging her breasts and pinching her nipples. Harry's lust was boiling just under breaking as Rias's body writhed under him. Under normal circumstances he would had already started ravaging her body, but for some reason he held back his vampiric lust. He could smell her arousal in the air and he knew that she was ready. He pulled back so that he was positioned above her. Her chest was heaving and a thin sheet of sweat covered her pale skin, making it glisten, and she looked up at him through half-lidded eyes. He moved so that he was positioned between her legs, which she spread willingly, bringing her knees up beside his hips. Reaching down, he stroked her lips, causing her to gasp and arch her back in surprise and blush, which made him smirk. Grabbing his cock, he positioned himself at her wet entrance and started to push forward. Rias flinched at the sudden intrusion. She had only ever had her fingers in there, and the large cock currently spearing her was much larger. He hit her hymen and she expected him to stop, but he didn't even pause and swiftly pushed through her maidenhood, which was the cause of so many of her problems. The pain was sharp but then dulled almost a second later, and then his hips settled flush against hers. "Oh my, it's so big," she groaned as she reflexively clenched his around her invader. "Thank you," Harry said with a satisfied smirk as her eyes rolled in her head from the pleasure she was feeling. Feeling that she had enough time to adjust, and with his lust at the breaking point, Harry decided enough was enough. Pulling his hips back, he pulled his cock out of Rias's tight snatch till he was almost free of her body before thrusting harshly back into her. The head of his cock bashing against her cervix and making her cry out in surprise and pleasure. He rapidly built up a rhythm until he was pounding against the buxom beauty, and the room was filled with the heavy slap of flesh on flesh and Rias's cries of pleasure. "Ooh, me," Rias chanted as her arm pounded her into the mattress. The headboard pounded a rhythmic bang 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 against the wall. Her hands were vices against his upper arms and her mouth was open from her gasping. Her breasts heaved and jiggled from the force of the battering ram of a cock that was currently reshaping her to its personal shape. She felt a tightening knot forming in her belly as her burned with liquid heat. A loud squelching sound had joined the erotic music in their bed. Sweat had plastered her crimson hair to her skin and her eyes locked on the emerald orbs burning into her. "That's it, Rias, come for me and be free," he murmured to her before eyeing her fiercely once more, and she did. With a keening wail that steadily grew louder over several seconds, her clenched rhythmically around Harry's cock and her world exploded in pleasure she had never felt before. Her arms and legs locked in a death grip around Harry's body and she felt him twitch in pleasure. She felt a hot torrent of his seed flood her most sacred place in great spurts as his cock exploded inside her again and again. The pleasure lasted for what felt like hours before it began to fade, leaving a satisfied glow in its place. Harry's body had gone boneless above her, pressing fully against her. She did the feeling and never wanted to lose it. Despite that, however, she felt that his cock was still rock hard inside her and she was surprised. Wasn't he supposed to go soft after coming inside her like that? "Ready for round 2, baby," Harry murmured, and he pulled himself up to look down at her. "That was amazing," Rias breathed, reaching up to stroke her face. "Can you really go again, baby?" he said in a husky voice as he pulled out, and then in an impressive move she couldn't quite follow twisted her around so that she found herself on her hands and knees up in the air. Without warning he thrust himself all the way back inside her, making her cry out in surprise, "I can go all night long." Next morning, Harry's hotel room. 6:35 a.m. Harry's eyelids flickered before with a slight groan, they opened revealing sleepy emerald green eyes. The owner of said eyes looked around for a moment at the almost destroyed room before the memories of the night before returned. Harry smiled and looked down to see the cute sleeping and form of one Rias Grimoire sleeping on his chest. Despite their sexual Olympics last night, in which Harry had been pleasantly surprised was her first time, Harry couldn't but feel aroused as he looked on Rias' form. Truly, this young devil had a body that supermodels would envy, and he'd thoroughly debauched it last night in every way. He made sure that any other man in her life would pale in comparison to him, and her first time would truly be memorable. Yes, he found out she was a devil last night. It was kind of hard to miss the black bat wings that shot out of her back during her third orgasm. Harry had been told about devils by Death before but had never actually met one in person. Mostly because Death had him avoid them until he mastered his powers, saying they might try and force him in one of their peerages. Since Death considered him hers, then it would anger her greatly, and well, let's just say she'd kill the devil attempting it most painfully. Though he had to say, if all female devils looked like Rias, he might try and get to know a few more and see if he could get a regular R. While it was fun picking up new girls, it got old pretty quickly. His supernatural beauty and charm was such that he easily attracted them without even trying, even when he purposefully blocked them like he did last night. Harry turned as he saw Death's astral form appear sitting in a nearby chair with an amused look on her face. "You look pleased," teased Death. "Shouldn't I?" asked Harry in amusement. "For a virgin, she really put me through my paces once the initial pain was over." "It's more than that," said Death with an inscrutable look on her face. "You were much more gentle and accommodating to the little devil than you usually were. While your sexual partners are always left pleased, you were much more affectionate last night than normal. Don't tell me you're growing attached to the little crimson-haired devil." Harry looked down at Rias and his eyes softened as he took in her cute, innocent face. "So what if I am? You know I have a soft spot for redheads. Plus, she reminds me of me before my change. I guess I just want to help her so she doesn't end up like I would have if you hadn't changed me, settling for whatever happiness comes along instead of fighting for what I really want. Like the way you did Hermione but let her go for Ron because you wanted him to be happy?" asked Death bluntly. Harry's face said it all and Death's eyes softened. Perhaps. But that will have to be later. Right now I have a task for you and it cannot wait. Harry cocked an eyebrow at Death's words. "You rarely give me any tasks. What's so important about this one? I will tell you later. For now, just trust me. It is extremely important," said Death simply before disappearing from view. Harry blinked as a location appeared in his mind. He sighed as he realized the location was far from civilization and well defended if the 30 powerful devils and yokai defending it meant anything. While not much of a problem to his skills, it would still be a bother. Sighing to himself once more, Harry gently got out of Rias' hold and put a pillow in its place so as to waken the beautiful crimson-haired girl. Once he was sure she hadn't awakened, Harry looked around at the messy room and waved his hand. Instantly, all the things in the room moved back into place as if nothing had happened while Harry and Rias' clothes were left cleaned and neatly folded at the foot of the bed. Harry grabbed his clothes and quietly got dressed, discreetly using his powers to deepen Rias' sleep so she wouldn't wake up for a few hours. She'd be late for school but he thought she'd probably prefer to take the day off considering how sore she probably was. Plus, the room was rented for the day already so she could take advantage of the king's suite for herself as a sort of apology for Harry having to leave. Once he was done dressing, Harry walked over to Rias and gently brushed a stray hair aside. Rias' smile widened slightly and she cuddled into the pillow more. Harry smiled at the sight before conjuring a piece of paper and pen. Harry quietly wrote a note for Rias explaining why he had to leave and telling her he'd be back in town soon. He left his number telling her to call him tomorrow if she wanted to spend more time with him when he got back. That done, Harry put it on the night table where she'd see it and put the clock on top of it so it wouldn't fly off. Harry then leaned over and placed a gentle on her forehead before leaving the room with a sleeping Rias Grimoire behind him. Rias yawned as she awoke. Sleepily opening her eyes, Rias looked around, her brain not yet working at full capacity at the moment. Rias realized she wasn't in her room and for a moment panicked wondering where she was before the memories of last night returned. Rias blushed at the memories of the things she and Harry did together. To be truthful, she had been partially fearful that someone in her family would appear and ruin it, but no one ever did. And she thanked the underworld no one did. What she and Harry did last night was better than even the most romantic or raunchiest novels she'd ever read. It had the affection of a romance novel while still doing things she'd only read in smut books. It had been wonderful, and it was better than she'd ever imagined her first time to be. Rias blushed a bit in embarrassment when she realized she'd done all this with a man she'd barely known for 4 hours. She had no idea why she had done it, but there had just been something about Harry that called to her like a moth to flame. The way he talked and the confidence in his voice, as well as the things he described, a part of her wanted that, wanted him. So when he'd offered to come upstairs, she'd accepted. As if hoping part of his courage to challenge authority for his freedom would pass into her. Well, something of his did pass into her if the stickiness between her legs said anything, but it definitely wasn't courage. Rias blinked as she looked around and saw that her R was nowhere to be seen. A feeling of hurt filled Rias when she realized this. Did she mean nothing to him beyond a good time and he left once he was done with her? She'd thought they'd connected, but was he faking it the whole time? Tears started to gather around her eyes before she noticed a letter on the night table. Blinking at the sight, she reached over and grabbed it before starting to read. Dear Rias, I'm sorry for not being there when you awaken. I assure you it's not on purpose. My boss has called me away on urgent business and she insisted that it was of utmost importance. She rarely says stuff like that, so when she did I decided it must be serious and left with haste. However, I will probably be gone for only 2 days at most before returning. If you wish to see me again, then call me tomorrow and we'll go out on a proper date when I return. If not, then I'll understand. I just wish to assure you that last night will definitely be in my top 10 best nights of my life, and if nothing comes of this then I hope we meet again as friends at least. Your R of the night. Harry Potter. P.S. The hotel room is rented through the day, so you're welcome to use it as you see fit. Consider it my apology for leaving before you awoke. A giddy smile crossed Ria's face when she realized she hadn't been cast aside and that Harry had had a good reason for leaving. She would definitely be calling him again. Rias blushed as thoughts about doing what they did last night again crossed her mind. It was like a whole new world had opened up to her, and the idea of not having sex ever again already filled her with frustration. Of course, she had standards and for now would only sleep with Harry. Hopefully something would come of this night and maybe they'll become something more. Rias' thoughts halted as her mind took her to an unwelcome region. She was a devil, and as far as she knew Harry was not. She definitely hadn't sensed anything from him last night, though to be truthful she was a little distracted so she could be wrong. But if he was human then she'd have to make a choice. If she chose to pursue a relationship with him then she'd have to turn him into a devil. The idea of watching him grow old and die after building a relationship with him broke her heart. But if she did turn him into a devil then she'd be taking away his freedom. As a member of his peerage he'd have to stay by her side, and since she was kept on a short leash by her family, he'd be essentially grounded. She would essentially be clipping his wings and binding him to her forever. Could she do that? Could she take away his freedom like hers was taken from her? Because if she couldn't then she couldn't date him either. It wouldn't be fair to either of them. Rias bit her lip and shook such thoughts from her mind. There would be time to think on that later. For now, she got up and smiled when she saw her clothes cleaned and folded at the foot of her bed along with her book bag lying on nearby chair. The fact that he went out of her way to not only clean and fold her bed but also the room, since she definitely remembered knocking over a few things during their lustful passion last night, touched her and put a point in his favor. Whether the point was in favor or against turning him into a devil was still open for debate. Rias took her time bathing in the large tub in the bathroom, letting out a sigh at being in such a nice bath after so long simply showering in her clubroom. While she chose to come to the human world for a bit of freedom, she did miss the large baths of her family home. It had been a while since she indulged herself like this, so she was taking advantage of it now. Once she was done, she wrapped herself in a towel and walked into the room before changing into her school uniform. Once done, Rias caught sight of the clock and her eyes widened when she saw it was almost 3 o'clock and school would be out soon. She had better show up at the clubroom soon or they'd send out a search party for her or worse, Akino would contact her family if she hadn't already. She did not want them to find out she wasn't a virgin anymore yet. She would keep that to herself until she had no choice but to reveal it to get out of the contract with Riser. Rias looked at the note from Harry with his number and after a moment of indecision, she put it in her pocket. She didn't know what she'd decide yet but better to have his number just in case. With a glow of red light as the Grimoire symbol appeared beneath her, Rias disappeared back to her clubroom, leaving the room that changed the future. In the corner, the astral form of Death smirked from where she sat on a nearby boulder, looking like Sin incarnate in a black dress and black fishnet stockings. Given who I am, what else did you expect? Plus, these are no ordinary weapons. Especially 2 specific items in this cache. The place where Death had told him to go had turned out be a tomb of some great vampire hunter named Belmont or whatever. Harry didn't know or care what made him so famous. What he did care about was that the tomb had been full of yokai and devils trying to find something hidden in it. Whatever it was obviously what Death wanted him to retrieve, so he had little choice but to kill them to prevent competition. Death had rarely, if ever, given him tasks or commands, so when she insisted all of them had to be killed just in case they'd grabbed something, he had been curious but obedient. Whatever it was had her nervous, and whatever made Death nervous terrified Harry. He might be confident but he wasn't crazy. He wanted no part in facing anything that made Death itself nervous. Harry looked around the empty tomb with a cocked eyebrow. No offense, but where's this large treasure cache you're talking about? 'Cause I dunno about you, but I don't consider rocks to be treasures. Death rolled her eyes and pointed to the white coffin in the middle of the room. Look underneath the coffin, genius. Harry furrowed his eyebrows and walked over to the coffin. He grabbed the sides and huffed as he used his monstrous strength to push the coffin aside as if it weighed no more than a few pounds. Harry looked down incredulously at the staircase revealed beneath the coffin. Seriously, no one thought to look under the coffin. That's like the first place any decent role-playing game player would look. Death just rolled her eyes at her avatar's words. I guess devils and yokai just don't play video games and focus more on doing something actually productive. Harry ignored Death's by now constant complaints about his seeming lack of productivity and walked down the revealed staircase. Back in the coffin chamber, Death sent the back of Harry's head a penetrating look before dispersing into black smoke. Harry walked down the hidden staircase, wondering what it was about his life that made so he was always entering hidden rooms and finding secrets that were better left dead. Was he the universe's spittoon or something? Because if he was, he wanted to see the universe's manager to complain. When Harry reached the bottom of the staircase, his night vision helped him see several unused torches along the wall. Taking one and lighting it with a simple incendio, Harry walked down the hall toward where he hoped was whatever Death wanted him to have. The hall wasn't very long and eventually ended in a stone door with several engravings on it. It depicted some man killing what looked to be vampires in several slightly horrific ways. It was obvious from the engravings that whoever drew them hated vampires or at least was extremely prejudiced against them, since it depicted them as horrifying and hideous monsters that barely resembled humans. Very little like what they really looked like, and Harry could only shake his head at how prejudice existed even in the supernatural world. Not that vampires could talk. He had met a few, and most of the so-called nobles reminded him of wizarding purebloods with their disdain for humans turned vampires and half-vampires. The fact that he was technically the former made him looked down on by those same nobles, at least until he beat half of them nearly to death. That caused most of them to become wary of him, and now he was more or less unwelcome even amongst his own kind, and even had a bounty by the Tepes faction due to a certain incident. Yes, said Death as she astralised beside him. Not one of your finest moments, to be sure. You truly need to learn the meaning of diplomacy and tact, Harry. Harry scoffed as he sneered disdainfully. I hate politics. Why the hell should I bend the knee to some stuck-up weaklings whose only claim to power is who they were born to? Worse than the purebloods in the wizarding world. At least they just look down on you and don't try to order around those they consider inferior as if it's their right. A wicked smile crossed his face, showing his fangs a bit. They weren't very smug when they found out I'd banged their wives and daughters though. That was another thing that had changed about Harry since his turning into a vampire. At their core, vampires were predators which were much different from humans. While one could say that humans also ate meat, they were omnivores more than genuine predators. That plus the fact that humans haven't genuinely hunted for food in generations have made them more like extremely smart and skilled prey than genuine predators. Vampires, however, were different. The predatory instinct was powerful and they were very similar to large predators in many ways. Despite most vampires' seemingly cultured appearance and attitude, vampires were constantly trying to one-up each other to establish dominance over the other. The only difference was that, modern, vampires used words, bloodline and politics to do it instead of brute strength and power. Vampire society was a constant hive of backstabbing and temporary alliances whose laws against it only meant they couldn't be caught. Not even the so-called leaders were above it, and in fact, it could be said they were the worst. After all, a leader could easily become a figurehead if the other political vampires joined against him. Still, the fact was that vampires were predators and that instinct had changed Harry in many ways. The most obvious was the way he hunted and seduced beautiful women, rarely staying with one for longer than one night before moving on. Oh, it wasn't that he didn't care for any of them, he was still him and grew attached to even one-night stands. However, his predatory instinct made it hard for him to think of staying loyal to only a single woman. However, this wasn't the only change to his personality. He was also quicker to anger in certain respects as well as slightly arrogant. The latter was due to his incredible power and the knowledge that he couldn't be killed even if his body was destroyed. Death would just reconstitute his body if that happened, so he had little fear of actually dying despite death telling him that there were ways to kill him even she couldn't stop. Another thing was his acceptance of violence and killing. Before his transformation he would have been horrified by the thought of killing only one person, much less causing the massacre he caused upstairs. Indeed, the first time he killed he had gone into shock for a while. Yet eventually he had been forced to accept the fact that as a vampire, he couldn't shy away from killing. Not only did he kill his victims when he was first learning how to feed until he gained control of it enough to not take too much blood, but he had seen enough of the underworld to realize that Voldemort was not one of a kind. In the last decade he had seen hundreds of people, wizarding and supernatural creature alike, like him, and he discovered the only difference between Voldemort and these people was that the former had the power to actually make his vision a reality. The others didn't, but contented themselves to preying on the innocents around them, and many a time, Harry had to kill a particularly monstrous vampire or wizard who was simply too dangerous to leave alive. All of this caused Harry's personality to become markedly different from before. The change was so drastic that few would believe they were same person, although he kept many of the traits he had before his change. He was still recklessly brave and gave no thought to his own safety and was extremely loyal to those he considered friends. He was still extremely dismissive of authority figures he didn't personally respect, which were part of the reason he wasn't welcome amongst his own kind, and was extremely honorable. The major difference was that he now had a clearer view of the world, was more confident in himself, and was more inclined to use violence to solve problems. Harry shook off his stray thoughts before studying the door for any traces of a trap. Seeing none, he pushed it open and stepped into the room on the other side. For a moment, Harry thought he'd entered the treasure room from the movie Aladdin. As far as the eye could see were large mounds of gold and jewels, one or two almost as tall as him. He could see large jewels and diamonds as big as his fist alongside medieval swords and weapons that looked both beautiful to look at yet still usable. Inside this large room was enough gold to maintain a person in an extremely lavish lifestyle for several generations, if not longer. How the hell does a vampire hunter accumulate all this gold? Mused Harry aloud in wonder. I mean, do they get paid in gold per vampire killed or something? Nothing like that, said Death from where she materialized on a gilded throne nearby. Belmont received this treasure from a specific vampire he killed. I believe you know of him. He was called Dracula. Harry looked at Death incredulously as her words processed through his skull. Dracula? You mean he was real? Death smirked at his words and nodded. Indeed. Dracula was real, though history is far, far stranger than fiction. His real history is extremely complicated, but suffice it to say that he was an extremely powerful vampire, and during his heyday he ruled over all the vampire clans. It was his death that led to its current division when he died without a specified heir, and the vampires were divided between following his sole remaining wife or his second in command. Even they are long dead, but the division continues. Harry looked around and whistled. So all this was just laying down here since Belmont died. Why didn't he give it to the church or something once he died? Or even left it to his surviving family? Death smirked before lazily looking around. Oh, it is not quite that simple. You see, many of the treasures in here belong to various pantheons, and the gods of those pantheons were eager to reclaim it. Dracula was an especially greedy man indeed to collect valuables. Belmont knew that if he reported having found Dracula's treasure, a war would erupt between the factions to reclaim their lost treasures. The fact that Belmont was an independent vampire hunter without associations to the church meant he had no previous allegiance and was neutral. He knew that a war between gods would only end badly for humanity, so he hid the treasure here. He worked for years transferring it all. Here in secret. Back then, Japan was considered the end of the world, so he thought it was the perfect place to hide it. And when he was about to die, he entombed himself above, while still alive mind you, blocking the only entrance to the treasure with his tomb. Harry frowned in thought. But if no one knew about the treasure, why were there people upstairs looking for it? Death shrugged lazily. I said he believed no one knew about it. Not that no one did. Rumors persisted that the reason he retired after killing Dracula was because he'd found his fabled treasure and was living handsomely. No one ever knew for certain, but rumors still persisted even a century after his death. They eventually guessed that if it did exist, it would be located in his tomb. However, no one knew where it was, until now. Harry nodded before frowning grimly. That means there will probably be a larger force coming soon to take it all, isn't there? Death smirked and nodded mischievously. Indeed. In fact, they should be here within 2 hours. So you better get a move on and grab everything before they arrive. You're the one who wanted to keep a low profile, after all. And fighting and killing a large force of devils would be counter to that, wouldn't it? Grimacing but nodding in agreement, Harry waved his hand over the piles, causing them to shrink before pausing and turning to Death. So you sent me here just to get some treasure. No offense, but I'm not exactly poor thanks to the Potter and Black accounts as well as my own investments. Death's smile dropped and a serious look came to her face as she stood up. No, I sent you here to collect 3 very important artifacts. Harry frowned and looked around before his eyes fell on something on the far wall. Sighing, Harry rubbed his forehead. I imagine it would be those things hanging on the wall, then. Hanging on the far wall without any discernible support were 3 weapons. One was a blue-bladed sword with runes inscribed onto its length that gave off a chill that Harry felt even from this distance. The other was a pair of red metal gauntlets that extended up to the elbow and gave off red wisps of something off. The final weapon was what looked to be a simple dagger, but given the fact that it was given a place of honor beside the other 2, Harry guessed it was more than what it looked. Indeed, said Death in amusement as her astral form walked to stand beside the weapons. These are why I sent you, and they are all very powerful as well as important to have in your possession. Why's that? Asked Harry absently as he walked up to the weapons and studied them. Because in the wrong hands, someone could use all 3 to kill you, said Death simply, causing Harry to start in shock. Or at least make it as though you were dead. What do you mean? Asked Harry warily as he looked at the now much more insidious-looking weapons. Death sighed before speaking in a lecturing tone. The legend of the Deathly Hallows isn't just known to wizards, you know. The entire supernatural world knows about them and knew that once a wizard united them, that wizard would become my avatar on Earth. As you can imagine, continued Death conversationally, there were those that feared the day that happened, my opposite and nemesis more than the others. Due to this, they forged these weapons to take down my avatar in case that happened. They knew they couldn't kill him since, obviously, being my avatar made that next to impossible. So they did the next best thing. Death pointed at the sword. The sword is known as the Void Sword, and like the name suggests, it draws its power from the void, which is the time before creation began. Due to this, it exists in a realm outside the concept of death. And the wounds it inflicts can never be healed as long as the wielder wills it. It also gives the wielder the ability to absorb life and heal their wounds for every wound they inflict, as well as control over ice and wind. The gauntlets, continued Death easily, are known as the Chaos Gauntlets, and like the sword, draw their power from a realm outside of creation, specifically from after time's end, where everything will fall into chaos. Unlike the sword, however, what it does is give the wielder the physical boost necessary to match even your natural abilities, as well as incredible physical strength surpassing your own. And for the creme de resistance, finished Death mockingly. The dagger. That's it, it has no other fancy name, just the dagger. It's probably the most dangerous to you in terms of effect. If it's your heart, it sends you into a coma-like state as long as it stays in your heart. I say coma-like, because you will still be perfectly aware of everything happening around you but be unable to do anything about it. You will be trapped within your mind as your body desiccates but never fades, upon which the wielder could trap you within a coffin and throw you to the deepest depths of the ocean if they wished. You would then be trapped within your mind, unable to change or affect the world around you, with nothing but your own thoughts to keep you company. A fate worse than death. Harry shuddered as he agreed with the assessment. He couldn't imagine being trapped in such a way for days, much less the no doubt centuries his enemies probably wanted him to be trapped, if not forever. Harry couldn't help but wonder why they feared him so much when Death told him that Great Red is and would always be much more powerful than him. If he had this many enemies, he felt sorry for Great Red. He probably had billions of people who would to see him dead. So, said Harry slowly, you want me to take them so others can't? Exactly, said Death simply. They may be dangerous to you, but they are also powerful weapons that would help you in protecting yourself. While you may feel content in just wandering around without a goal like a vagabond, the other factions will not be as kind. It won't be long before one of the pantheons or factions discovers your existence and tries to either bind you to them or destroy you. These weapons will help you in protecting yourself from the inevitable conflict occurs, since you will no doubt refuse to side with any faction. Harry sighed at Death's words. I know you don't like it, Death, but I simply can't join any of the three. The Church, for obvious reasons. Not only do they hate vampires, but the fact that I can't be killed the normal way would make me more of an abomination in their eyes. Knowing about me would only make them want to kill me that much more. As for the devils, said Harry with a frown, I'm not comfortable being more than perhaps associated with them. For all their talk of peace, they've certainly been gearing up as if for war. They also have a tendency of acting like purebloods at times, with their justice always favoring devils first. Their hunting down Necomata for the actions of one speaks for itself. The fallen angels are a no-go as well. The Grigori don't really have a goal, so to speak. Azazel spends all his days researching while the others do nothing but eat all day. That sums up your last decade of life pretty well, pointed out Death dryly. Harry smirked and shrugged. Maybe, but I don't want to do that for the rest of eternity. Eventually, I want to settle down in a home of my own. Somewhere quiet and peaceful. Kuo is nice and peaceful, pointed out Death idly. It's far from major cities and is relatively undisturbed when it comes to supernatural activity. The only supernatural entity we met while there was that devil girl, after all. Usually, we meet at least a large group of either yokai, fallen angels, or vampires in every city we visit. True, mused Harry idly before giving Death a penetrating stare. But I'm guessing you have an alternative reason for picking that place. Indeed, said Death without a trace of shame at being caught. Remember how I told you that you would be needed sometime in the future when the balance between life and death was in danger? Harry frowned at Death's words. Yeah, you're saying it will happen in Kuo. Perhaps, said Death unsurely. I'm not a seer by any means, I can simply sense this since it involves me in some way. I'm not sure what it is, just that Kuo is a center point for what is coming. Harry frowned and sighed. Well, I guess my days of fun are over then. Kuo it is then. Let me just pack everything and we'll be on our way. Don't act so sad, Harry, said Death in amusement. You have to admit that the past decade has been boring. For all your talk of wanting a peaceful life, you certainly go out of your way to find trouble. Need I remind you of Transylvania? Harry was instantly defensive. It wasn't my fault. I didn't mind them insulting me, but I draw the line at abusing a little girl simply because she's half human. I couldn't just stand aside and let it happen. Perhaps, agreed Death with a smile. But you also didn't have to take the girl with you and drop her with someone who would take care of her under a Fidelius charm. Especially when you knew how important she was to the Teps faction and all. Now they have a price on your head and you have to dodge Teps-affiliated vampires wherever we go. Harry shrugged. Maybe, but it was worth it. If Valerie kept overusing her sacred gear, she would have been ruined. She deserved some happiness in her life. Plus, the way they were using her reminded me way too much of how Dumbledore used me. Even if he said it was in my best interests. Death sighed and gave Harry a fond smile. You never change, do you, Harry? Anyway, what I'm sensing may take years in coming, so what are you going to do in the meantime? Valerie keeps hinting at wanting to move in with you since she feels lonely even with Andromeda taking care of her. You can settle down at Kuo, in the meantime. Get that house with the white picket fence you always wanted. Harry smirked. Maybe I will. But first, to gather our spoils. With a laugh, Death disappeared, leaving Harry to gather the treasure and make plans for his permanent residence in Kuo. Of course, it would be difficult since although he looked to be in his early 20s, he didn't have any paperwork that proves his existence in the Muggle world. He could use the wizarding side of things to do it, but that would open the knowledge of his existence to the wider magical world, something he wished to avoid. He could Fidelius his location, but then owls from his friends couldn't find him and it would just be a whole mess. In the end it would just be best to do it in the Muggle world to avoid problems. He'd just have to find a way around the lack of paperwork. Musing on this, Harry shrunk his ill-gotten gains and put them inside a tiny box in his right pocket. Once that was done, he left the tomb only to be brought short by the person standing in front of the exit. Harry smirked. Azazel, what brings you to this neck of the woods? Azazel was a handsome man with black hair and golden bangs. He was lean but held an undertone of muscle to show he took care of himself. He was also the Governor-General of the Grigori and one of the few fallen angels Harry got along with. Harry, said Azazel with a chuckle. How did I know you were the one behind this? He gestured at the corpses strewn everywhere. Harry gave him an innocent look. Maybe you smelled my manly musk. I always wondered how you always managed to track me down. I'm sorry to tell you, Azazel, but I'm not into men. Azazel gave him the two-finger salute, causing Harry to laugh. I'm actually glad I ran into you. I have a bit of a problem I need your help with. Harry cocked an eyebrow at the man. Oh, what could the Governor-General want with me? I recently got information of 4 fallen angels who have gone rogue in Kuo town, said Azazel seriously. Personally, I wouldn't care much except for the fact that Kuo town is devil territory and their actions could potentially cause war to break out if they're serious enough. And you want me to bring them in? Asked Harry knowingly before crossing his arms in thought. Do you need them alive? I don't care either way, said Azazel bluntly. They stopped being my subordinates when they disobeyed me, so do with them what you will. Just please make sure they don't start a war. I'll be sure to owe you a favor. Harry nodded before pausing as a smile came to his face, showing his fangs. Actually, I have a way for you pay me back. Abandoned church. Kuo town. The sun was setting when Harry found the fallen angels' base of operations. At first, he'd thought they would place with a little more safety or even worth more. Instead, his senses led him to this place. Harry looked over the abandoned church with a disdainful look. You know, said Harry aloud. For a species that constantly insists that it's the superior one, fallen angels do pick the shittiest places to stay. Death smirked. Like you said before, fallen angels have no drive, no goal, no true home. They're a lot like you in that way. And that soured Harry's mood instantly. Thank you, Death, for that wonderful compliment. It is true, Bed, no matter how much you despise it, said Death simply. For the past decade you have lacked a goal, a purpose, a home. I have often told you to just swallow the flaws of any of the factions, but you refuse to, acting as if they should be perfect. In that way, you are much like the fallen. They too act as if things should be a certain way and lash out at others for their own actions, much like you did against me in the beginning. They also lack a true home, not because nowhere would accept them as they say, but because they are unwilling to let go of the past and so return to places like this. Death gestured to the abandoned church. But no matter how much they try to go back, it will always be nothing but a hollow shell of what was and what might have been. Harry fell silent, not giving any clue as to how much her words had affected him. For the first time, Harry felt something akin to pity for the fallen. He could empathize with them to a certain point. Despite how he acted, these past 10 years had not been all fun and games. Going from place to place just showed him that there was no real place for him. He had no place among the wizards, among the various magical creatures, heck, even his own race, the vampires didn't welcome him. True, not all of the fallen were like him. He'd seen many who just enjoyed causing pain for pain's sake. However, Death's words meant he could no longer look at them without seeing what he could become if he continued as he was. Shaking it off for the moment, Harry concentrated on the task on hand. He hadn't been sensed yet, but he could sense his prey inside. There were 3 around the back, probably because they thought, with good reason, that any enemy who wanted to attack would come around the back. There was another, stronger one, relatively speaking, inside, along with what he recognized as a lot of exorcists. Probably rogues if they were working with fallen. Harry hummed to himself before deciding to take care of his targets around the back. The exorcists were just fodder to him. The fallen angels were his targets. He dissipated into shadows, traveling through the shadows toward where he felt the fallen were located. It didn't take him long to find them. The 3 consisted of 2 females and 1 male. The male was a middle-aged looking gentleman with short black hair and dark blue eyes. His attire consisted of a pale violet trenchcoat over a white dress shirt with a matching ascot, black pants and shoes, and a black fedora. The 2 females were almost on the completely opposite ends of the spectrum. The younger one was a girl looking around elementary school age with hair styled in twin short-side ponytails and blue eyes. She wore Gothic Lolita attire, which consisted of a black Lolita dress with white frills, a large black bow on the front, and a green jewel embedded on the collar, white thigh-high socks, and black shoes. She also wore a large black bow on top of her hair. The other female was a tall and buxom woman with long, navy blue hair that obscured her right eye and brown eyes. Her attire consisted of a violet, trenchcoat-like top with a wide collar, a matching miniskirt, and black-heeled shoes. The trenchcoat top was open at her chest, giving view to her large breasts and cleavage. She also wore a gold necklace around her neck. Harry studied the last female with a keen eye and slightly dirty thoughts. He did need a secretary to help him plan his affairs, and she did look the part. Plus, he always wanted to test just how far his hypnotizing ability went. With a dark smile, Harry approached his prey. Raynor was feeling pretty good about herself. She'd had some problems with her ex-Issei, who was now a devil somehow, but the ritual was going to start soon and then she'd have the nun's sacred gear. With twilight healing, she'd show Azazel and the other fallen that she wasn't some flunky. That she wasn't dispensable and useless. She'd finally be worth something to them and maybe even impress Azazel. However, she knew something had gone wrong when she heard gunshots from above. Everyone paused as the church shook and there was a sound as if something roared. There was a sound as if a window smashed before all fell silent once more. The many exorcists with her and Asia paused as if unsure if it was over when they heard the path leading down here open. The sound of footsteps seemed to echo through the ritual room, each step somehow making them feel as if their deaths were approaching. Eventually, the owner of the steps reached the bottom, revealing himself to be none other than Harry in his usual clothing of red shirt with a leather jacket over it and black pants finished off with combat boots. Combined with the fact that when he smiled, his fangs popped over his lower lip, telling everyone just what they were dealing with. "Well, well, well," said Harry in a mocking tone. "Look what we have here. A bunch of unwanted has-beens led by a crow that's gotten too full of herself. Looks like I'm going to have to play janitor." Raynor shook herself from the shock and dread that this vampire seemed to exude and sneered at him. "Oh looky, a soon-to-be-dead vampire. What are you doing here interrupting my ritual?" "Well, you see," said Harry while walking forward. The shadows seemed to dance around him, condensing and deepening to his will. I've just talked to a friend of mine named Azazel. Harry smirked when Rainer reacted to the name. Yes, that Azazel. He wanted me to take down some stray crows that have left the nest he worked so hard to build for them. He was truly hurt by your betrayal and so asked me to re-educate you as to the consequences of disobedience. Harry released some of his power, causing most of the exorcists to fall to their knees or just pass out from the pressure. Rainer turned white in terror as she realized that the man standing before her was much stronger than her. Luckily, Asia passed out from the pressure combined with the stress of the day getting to her. It saved her from seeing what was coming. KKK, kill him! Yelled Rainer in terror, animal instinct controlling her actions. In reaction to her words, every single exorcist charged with their light swords at the smirking Harry. With a yell, they all d him on their light swords, Harry having not moved an inch. For a moment, Rainer thought that it was over and that the vampire wasn't as strong as she thought. However, she was proven wrong when Harry started to laugh, looking completely unbothered by the dozens of light swords d in him. Wow, said Harry with a smirk. That tickled. With that, Harry moved. He was so fast that not even a blur was left behind, nothing but fountains of blood from the various wounds he inflicted on the exorcists marking his passing. Rainer could only watch in terror as the exorcists were cut down like rabid animals, not even having a ghost of a chance against him. Eventually, the massacre ended, Harry standing in the center of a large pool of blood without a drop on him. Smirking, he walked toward Rainer who vainly tried to defend herself only for him to smack aside her light spear like it was nothing. Harry looked her up and down before smirking. I think my new pet could use a friend. And Azazel did say I could do whatever I want with you. Harry looked up into the confused Rainer's eyes as his own began to glow a deadly crimson which started to reflect in Rainer's own eyes. It's your lucky day, Crow. I guess you live a little while longer. 3 hours later, Issei and company would arrive at the church to find nothing but a gently sleeping Asia waiting for them, no sign of anything else having happened. Harry inhaled deeply as he woke up on his bed in his new residence in Kuo Town. The light of the dawning sun was barely peeking over the horizon, yet he felt refreshed as if he'd slept for 12 hours instead of the 3 he'd actually slept. Harry closed his eyes with a smile as he felt a weight shift onto his legs as a skilled tongue started to work on his length. As he lied on his back receiving his usual morning wake-up call, Harry thought back on the past month since his decision to settle down somewhat. After acquiring his 2 new pets, Harry had moved them all to one of his residences in Kyoto. It wasn't much, little more than a Japanese-style home with a single floor. More of a bachelor pad than a residence, really. The only reason Harry had it was because a previous Lord Potter had a for Japan and built as a sort of getaway from time to time. Despite not having been used in almost a century, it had been kept well furnished and up to date by the house elves stationed there, so he had little to improve when he moved in. The most he had to do was make his own additions to the ward schemes, making it near impenetrable. Harry was very glad that he'd kept his magic when he transformed into a vampire. Most wizards turned vampires lose their magic due to the venom of the transformation destroying their magical core. However, since Harry's transformation was done by death itself rather than any biological component, she could control what was destroyed and what wasn't. Apparently, the thought of her avatar being able to use magic was too tempting to pass up and she'd made sure to keep his magical core intact. Harry was glad for it, since it allowed him to continue to use magic. Even learning new and esoteric magic during his travels. During his learning of new magics, Harry realized it wasn't strange that Voldemort fell to darkness. Even if he hadn't been a homicidal maniac before his travels began, learning the magics of ancient times would have done him no favors. Before the rise of wands, most wizards either relied on learning magic from devils who extracted cruel payments for leaning their teachings or by using blood rituals to enact it. Needless to say, learning powerful rituals that made the body stronger but needed the blood of innocents to work would have corrupted anyone. Either way, this meant Harry learned much about ancient magics during his travels, helped along by Death who knew every secret hiding place in the world. Harry could honestly say that the wards surrounding in his Kyoto residence were so powerful that if every single Satan were to use all their power to try and breach them, half the world might disappear but the house and surrounding land would be untouched. This privacy allowed Harry time to both get his affairs in order while he waited for his new home in Kuo to be ready and to train in his new pets. It had finally been finished a week ago and they'd promptly moved in, after Harry installed every single ward he knew for protection obviously, his pets eager to move in their soon-to-be permanent home with their bedmaster. Speaking of his pets, Harry let out a low before he looked down at the one giving him his morning wake-up call. Rainer was lying on his legs, ing and slurping on his cock with a reverent expression on her face, as if nothing made her happier than to be nursing on his cock, pleasing him. A muffled groan escaped him as she quickly worked him down her tight throat, a small slurping sound breaking the silence. Her eyes were closed in bliss, her cheeks hollowing around his meat as it disappeared between those soft red lips. He could feel her nimble tongue lathering it with saliva. Wanting to extend the feeling, he used all his willpower to hold back for as long as possible. He felt her lips against the root of his cock, the head now firmly lodged in the tightly constricting passage of her throat. Knowing from previous times that he enjoyed it, Rainer started swallowing around him, the undulating muscles doing everything to milk his seed from him. Truly, his pet was talented in the art of cocking. Any further thoughts were scrambled as Rainer pulled her head back, her small tongue lavishing the crown before ing it back into the hilt, humming in joy as he was encased in a tight, wet, burning heat. God, but she was exceptionally talented at this. He had expected it, of course, having been a fallen angel that lived for millennia and no doubt had bedded dozens of men before, but it was another thing entirely to experience it. Harry smiled at her obvious bliss as she continued to on his cock and rubbed her head affectionately. Good girl. Rainer almost glowed under the praise and continued to law on him skillfully, eager to please. Harry sighed in pleasure at the feeling before looking up at the ceiling with a happy sigh. It was funny, but a month ago this very fallen angel despised him and would have done anything to kill him and escape. Of course, after their re-education, that was no longer an issue. Harry's eyes once more drifted down to the fallen angel pleasing him, specifically heard back. Inscribed there, invisible to third eye, was an incredibly complex runic tattoo. One so complex that anyone who saw it would know Harry was nothing less than a runemaster. Harry had grown up from the foolish, trusting boy he had been when he was young. When his new pets had woken up, he had explained to them that the choices were service under him or death. While they seemed begrudgingly accepting of the circumstances, he knew better than to trust they wouldn't betray him in some way. Therefore, his first of action before they even woke up was to inscribe an old modified runic collar on their backs. He had discovered the technique from an old Egyptian crypt of a particular cruel magical high priest. The runic collar caused unimaginable pain to the bearer when he or she disobeyed the one who inscribed it on them. It also had runes that punished them if they thought negatively about their master or planned rebellion. It was a particularly inventive, if cruel, way to modify someone's behavior. No one liked pain after all, and slowly the one wearing the runic collar would subconsciously avoid anything that would cause pain. In other words, they would start to actively do their best to obey any and all commands to avoid the pain. However, Harry considered the runic array crude at best. Harry's was different, and it was really subjective whether it was worse or not. Harry was of the opinion that pain alone never guaranteed loyalty. After all, Voldemort regularly crucioed his followers with even a hint of being disloyal, and that didn't stop Snape from turning spy, did it? A horse only ever offered a stick without a carrot would eventually rebel regardless of how much pain it might cause. Therefore, Harry had modified his runic collar to be different in several ways. For one, unlike the original, which only had one setting of excruciating pain, and nothing, Harry's had several. Negative thoughts about him would only get a bad feeling through their body, as if continuing that line of thought would end badly for them, which increased the pain the more they thought about it. Plans to escape or rebel, however, caused low-level pain throughout their body, which increased the more they thought about it. Instead of causing pain if they attempted to harm him, the runic collar simply prevented it by locking every muscle in their body when they tried. For example, if they tried to attack him, all their muscle would instantly lock into place, preventing them from moving as well as alerting Harry as to the attempt, in which case he would punish them himself. It also still caused them pain when they actively disobeyed an order, getting worse as time passed, therefore keeping them in line. However, the truly different thing about it was that it caused them pleasure whenever they obeyed one of his commands or pleased him in some way. The pleasure they received was usually sexual in nature, which is why Harry would only ever apply it on women. The thought about the effects this would have on a man gave him the shivers. This addition made it so, ever so slowly, their thoughts toward him would not only stop them from disobeying him but slowly make them actively want to please him. No one wanted to feel pain, after all, especially if the alternative is pleasure. This caused them to ever so slowly think of him as their master in a positive way until now they were almost reverently devoted to him, eager to obey his every command. Despite how monstrous this may sound, Harry was not a bad person. He only applied this to them since they were technically prisoners of war and therefore, not trustworthy in the least. He also wasn't cruel to them, giving impossible orders just to see them squirm in pain when they failed. He had altered the runic collar so if they failed their orders for reasons beyond their control then they wouldn't feel pain. No need to punish them for something that wasn't their fault. Harry remembered vividly how that felt while living with the Dursleys. He also treated them kindly, even training them to become stronger, something he knew had surprised them greatly. They had thought they were basically meant to be sex toys, and while he certainly wanted that from them, he wasn't going to force them. He wasn't a rapist and they would come willingly eventually. The runic collar made it impossible for them to orgasm under anyone's hands but his, even their own, and eventually, the constant pleasurable stimulation from obeying his orders would become too much. He was also very protective of them. No matter what the circumstances, they were now his and he was very protective of what was his. He still remembered with a growl when that arrogant fallen angel Kokabeel appeared in order to kill them for failing their mission. Well, the arrogant prick certainly learned his lesson when Harry ripped off 5 of his wings, beat him within an inch of his life before letting him crawl away like a worm. Harry had purposefully let the bastard escape as a message to all who would seek to harm his pets in any way. This event was probably the final tipping point which caused his new pets to become sincerely, and in Raynor's case, reverently devoted to him. In a way, Harry could see that he had probably taken the place of God of the Bible in their eyes, serving him with the same vigor and blind devotion they had their former father. He would be lying if he said the slight worship didn't bother him, but there was little he could do. Out of his pets, Raynor was the only one who really acted like he was someone to be worshipped, Calawarner being more sedate in their devotion. Harry knew it was because of Raynor's inferiority complex mixed with her very well-hidden submissive streak. Raynor had fallen out of for Azazel only to be rejected by him at every turn, causing her to have deeply hidden fears of rejection. So when Harry not only took her in but defended her, she quickly became attached, terrified of losing him. The demonstration of his true power probably made them even more devoted, as it were. Like all fallen, they were attracted to power, and the fact that he was far more powerful than the God of the Bible was even in his prime probably made him even more of a candidate as a replacement God in their eyes. It didn't matter either way though. All that mattered was that they were now completely and sincerely devoted and loyal to him. If they continued to do well and prove their loyalty, he might even take the runic collars off and rise them to the position of mistress, or R. He was alreadying both Raynor and Calawarner, but as a mistress, or R, they'd have more authority in the household than they did now as pets. Well, Calawarner might become a mistress, or R. Raynor actually seemed to revel in being his pet, her submissive streak meaning she got off on it. She probably would take the taking off of her collar as his abandoning her, so it was probably best to keep it on. It wasn't as though it did any harm now that she'd been broken in, and it actually amplified her pleasure by enhancing it with his own. Harry felt the pressure in his balls building but saw no need to warn her, she knew the signs by now. As expected, Raynor's pace increased, drawing her head back to lie on the tip before forcing it down her tight throat again and again, the slick narrow entrance in the back of her mouth feeling divine. When the tension finally snapped, he was sheathed deep again, His thick load was shooting down her throat as she swallowed around him, the rippling muscles doing their best to draw every last drop from his balls. The orgasm was incredible and he was certain he was painting her insides white, wad after wad being hungrily gulped down, though the girl showing no signs of slowing down. Looking down he could see her lips curve into a reverent smile around his shaft, her cheeks still hollowed out as the suction increased. The tight wet passage gave him no mercy and he could only twitch on the bed as the last of his seed was swallowed. After what felt like an eternity the suction finally eased, letting him take his first deep breath since the start of the orgasm. As always, Rainer was reluctant to release him, doing it ever so slowly, making sure every inch was cleaned by her eager tongue as she slowly raised her head. His fallen angel pet had become quite a cock whore in the last month and was almost as eager to his dick as he was happy to have it ed. He shuddered at the feeling, but could not fault the girl for her eagerness. With a last strong love the tip she released him, letting out a small wet pop before swallowing what was left in her mouth with a look of rapture on her face. Harry let out a sigh of relief as his orgasm passed. Now that's the perfect way to wake up. Rainer glowed at the praise before once more trying to coax his cock back to hardness, no doubt this time to introduce him into her wet cunt. While he certainly wasn't averse to a gooding to start the day, he reminded Rainer of a certain responsibility of hers. "While I'd to continue this, pet," said Harry huskily as he reluctantly stopped her attempts to bring him back to hardness. "You have a lot to do today, remember. You wanted the responsibility of being my personal butler, bodyguard, which puts you in charge of the household until we can find someone to fill the position of head maid. You have to go tell them what to make for breakfast as well as divide their responsibilities. So go do that, and while you're at it, tell Calawarner to come attend me." Rainer had a jealous pout on her face at being denied her master's cock and the fact her fellow fallen would probably get it instead. "There's no need to call in Calawarner, master. I can please you and then go do my job afterwards." Harry raised an eyebrow at her while looking at her sternly. "Are you questioning my orders?" Rainer paled and shook her head quickly. "No, master." She pouted and looked at him with pleading eyes. You haven't touched me in 3 days, master." "Have I displeased you?" Harry just smiled and pulled her up to cuddle her body into his side, where she eagerly pressed her curvaceous body against his. "Of course not, pet. I've just been busy. I didn't mean to neglect you. Tell you what, if you manage to gain your 3rd pair of wings while training today before my noon meeting, then I'll spend all day tomorrow with you." Rainer looked ecstatic and blushed shyly at the idea of spending all day with her bedmaster. Nodding happily in agreement, Rainer picked up her outfit, custom-made according to Harry's specifications, from where she'd discarded it on the floor, and went to take a quick shower before getting started on her duties. After breakfast, she would start her training until a little before noon, where she would accompany her master to his meeting. Harry chuckled at his pet's actions before turning when Death astralized on the desk chair, wearing her usual mouth-watering outfit that emphasized her curves. "You've certainly broken that one in completely," mused Death in amusement. "Though why did you agree to spending a day with her? She's just a pet." "Perhaps," agreed Harry noncommittally, absently wondering what he should do today. "But I have to reward them somehow, and she is very close to getting her 3rd pair of wings soon. All she needs is some extra motivation. Plus, spending an entire day with her is not that much of a sacrifice. Especially since I doubt you two will leave this bedroom," said Death knowingly. "That girl is so submissive to you that she'll want to do whatever you want to do and be ecstatic. You could do nothing but use her as a cum dumpster all day and she'd be just as devoted to you as ever. Probably more so, actually." Harry shrugged it off. "That may a side effect of the runic array. It does make them extremely eager to please me since my pleasure becomes their pleasure." "I see," said Death in amusement. "And you're just a poor, innocent bystander who has no choice but to make the sacrifice to keep them happy." Harry put on a false look of resignation, even as his eyes danced in amusement. "It's hard, but happy pets mean a happy home. If that means I have to have sex with them day in and day out, then that's just a sacrifice I'm going to have to make." Death laughed loudly at that, amused at her avatar's shamelessness. "You never fail to amuse me, Bed. Though I have to say your means of ensuring their loyalty is both creative and beneficial to you." No woman is so devoted as to the man she is, and those two worship the ground you walk on. Though why are you training them? I'm supposed to be your avatar whose only equal is Ophis, and am only surpassed by Great Red, said Harry seriously. Yet while I may be strong, I will be seen mostly by those that follow me. If my pets are weak, then I will be seen as weak. Therefore, the stronger they are, the better they'll reflect upon me. I plan to train them until they can each handle a god alone. Probably not a chieftain god like Odin or Zeus, but even having a single fallen angel that can kill a god, much less two, will boost my reputation in the eyes of the world tremendously. If I'm going to rejoin the supernatural world, then I'm going to do it as a ruler, not as someone easily manipulated like that fool Ophis. Death snorted in amusement. True enough. I had thought my rival would be worth something, but to find out she's being used as little more than a resource by the very group she founded is demeaning. Not to mention insulting, since she's supposed to be our opposite and equal. That's the problem with Ophis and the concept of infinity. It is death, or at least the possibility of it, that pushes people forward. That drives their ambition and makes them dream of a better and brighter future. For someone like Ophis who cannot be killed, she has little drive to do anything at all. Harry snorted in agreement. I guess. I just hope I never become like that. Anyway, did you investigate that strange feeling we've been getting for the past 3 weeks? At that, Death frowned. I tried, but I'm unsure as what it could be. All I know is that it seems to emanate from this town, more specifically from that academy we visited yesterday. Kuo Academy, said Harry in a whisper, his mind drifting back to a certain crimson-haired devil girl he slept with over a month ago. I wonder if she goes to that academy. No doubt she does, said Death with a shrug. The uniform she was wearing the time you met matches with the female Kuo Academy uniform. It stands to reason that she attends the school in any case. Death gave him a strange look. You've certainly thought a lot about this girl. More than any previous one-night stand. Perhaps this one is different. Maybe, said Harry unsurely. I just can't help but get the feeling that she's important for some reason. Perhaps, mused Death, not telling Harry her suspicions about the possible cause of what they were sensing. But anyway, if you are going to build a group, you need more than just 2 fallen angels. You don't need a lot, but certainly more than 2. And you'll need something other than that runic array to ensure their loyalty. You can't use it on every woman you meet, after all. It would be easier if I could just turn them, said Harry in exasperation before turning grim. But we've both seen the effect of that. Originally, he had captured not only Calawarner and Raynor but their other female companion, Mittelt, as well. Wanting to test whether he could actually turn a fallen angel into a vampire, he had used Mittelt as a guinea pig, so to speak. The result had been disturbing. It seemed like the inherent darkness of vampire venom, similar yet fundamentally different from devil darkness since it originated from death instead wherever devils got theirs, had clashed horrifically with the light inside the fallen angel's blood. He'd thought it wouldn't since Death had confirmed that there existed fallen angel-devil hybrids. But apparently either the method that devils used was more refined, or the differences in the darkness between vampires and devils made it so the light inside the fallen angels rejected the former easier than the latter. Or maybe it was just him being the avatar of death and another, normal vampire could turn a fallen angel easily. Either way, the result was the same. Mittelt started to literally rip at the seams as the two opposing forces fought for dominance inside her, screaming in agony the whole time. Feeling pity for the poor girl, he had quickly put her out of her misery once he saw the attempt had failed. Death and he had theorized that the light inside fallen angels, even corrupted, recognized the taint of death in his venom and blood that was so very different from other vampires. Death told him that the God of the Bible always hated her, considering evil due to her nature, and it was for this reason that biblical religious symbols did vampires harm, the latter being the progeny of death. Sensing death in his blood when he attempted to turn her, it had lashed out, trying to destroy the intruder, and the struggle between them was what was killing Mittelt. They tentatively decided that until they could get more data, they had to conclude that turning fallen angels into vampires was out of their reach. It was this failure that actually led Harry to using the runic array. He had wanted to use the sire bond to control them since it was less risky, but with that impossible to implement, he'd had to use the array. Harry was brought out of his musings when his bedroom door opened, revealing his second pet and personal secretary, Calawarner. She was wearing nothing but a large towel that barely covered her massive bust and barely reached to mid-thigh, looking at him with absolute sin in her eyes. "You called, master," purred Calawarner with lust in her eyes. "Did you need me to attend to you?" Harry smirked at her. "Yes. I'm going to take a shower and I'll need someone to wash my back, and other parts for me. Are you willing to do so?" Calawarner made a pose that enhanced her magnificent form with a smile. "I live to serve you, my lord." "Yes," said Harry with a smirk as he ripped off her towel and lifted her up, making her wrap her legs around his waist and start to his neck lustfully. "Yes, you do." And with that, Harry carried his pet to the bath, where they spent the next hour, cleaning up. Start. Calawarner ed up and down her master's neck as he carried them into his private bathroom. The bathroom was extremely large, having a shower big enough for 7 people to use simultaneously and have plenty of elbow room. It had showerheads hanging from the ceiling so they could stand anywhere inside and still get showered easily enough. Harry had used it several times with both his pets since they'd moved in and they'd enjoyed it immensely, especially the inevitable activities done in there. There were also closed-off usual toilets and several sinks for when his pets wanted to pamper themselves after a wash. In one corner there was also a hot tub for more private washings, and he'd used it with each of his pets one-on-one at least once. But that was for when he had more time. He didn't have it right now, so he carried his blue-haired pet to the shower. Harry used his powers to open the glass door into the large shower area and stepped inside, the automatic showerheads overhead turning on once they entered to the perfect temperature. There were knobs along the far wall to adjust the temperature of the water manually, but they were hardly needed most of the time. Once inside, Harry and Calawarner met in a scorching, the former easily winning the tongue duel and plundering Calawarner's mouth, much to her vocal joy. However, Harry quickly ended the and put Calawarner on her feet, much to her private protest. "Attend to me, pet," said Harry huskily as he stood before her with his arms outstretched. Calawarner smiled lustfully and siyoshed to where the bottle of soap was located, making sure to swing her hips and bring attention to her curvaceous rear. Even with the wet floor, she never missed a step and wouldn't have looked out of place on a runway. Grabbing the bottle of liquid soap, she placed a bit into a bath sponge before walking back to him with a lustful smile. Harry smiled as Calawarner started to lather him up, making sure to tease him by doing it gently all across his body, especially in his erogenous zones. She pressed her chest up against his back as she lathered up his front and did the same against his front when lathering his back, all the while laying against every bit of skin she cleaned once the water washed the suds away. Harry smirked as he felt her wetness and arousal when she pressed her front against his own. It was obvious by the way she was rubbing her core against his rock hard that she wanted nothing more but to herself on him and was barely holding herself back. He felt her appreciative and aroused looks as she lathered his muscled body, every bit of it defined and firm from hard exercise to keep in shape that only aroused her further. Harry looked at the magnificent sight of the beauty standing before him as she lovingly worked on cleaning him, her incredible body wet from the shower, enhancing its beauty even further. Harry knew he shouldn't favor either one of his pets over the other. It would breed competition and jealousy between them, and that would detract from teamwork if it ever became necessary. However, if he was truly honest with himself, Calawarner was his favorite by far. Having traveled the world for the past decade and having bedded many women, Harry was more or less resistant to the usual women's beauty and charms. It took a woman that was truly exotic or special to grab his attention nowadays. An example was the Rias girl he had slept with over a month ago. With her long hair that was such a dark red that it could only be called crimson, blue-green eyes and a figure that put most playmates and supermodels to shame, she had been damn near irresistible to him. In contrast, his bed pet, Rainer, was only slightly exotic with her violet eyes. Her black hair was comparatively normal and her figure, while quite curvaceous and worthy, wasn't truly out there in terms of attractiveness compared to other women he'd seen. It was Rainer's total and complete devotion as well as submissiveness that got his motor running and made her irreplaceable in his eyes. In comparison, Calawarner was eroticism and exotic to the extreme. With her natural matching blue hair and eyes, along with a figure that surpassed any previous ones he'd seen, she was the very picture of eroticism. When he'd first laid eyes on her, he'd known he'd have to have her. The idea of her in a secretary outfit had almost made him hard as a rock then and there, and that was a reaction he hadn't had in years. Not even a dozen villa using their allure at full blast had such an effect on him. Due to that, he privately admitted that Rayner's complaints of not attending to her as much lately had weight. He'd been spending more and more of bedroom time with Calawarner, in her almost everywhere at all times of the day. The fact his blue-haired pet was always eager and willing only made it all the better, especially while she was still wearing her secretary outfit, having only bunched up her skirt and moved her thong aside to give him access. Harry smirked when he met Calawarner's eyes, seeing the smug knowledge of his favoritism towards her compared to her fellow Fallen as she continued to lather him up. It was something else that made her all the more attractive in his eyes, her slight smugness at the sure knowledge that she was his favorite. When they'd first become his pets, it hadn't taken Calawarner long to enter his bed. At the time, it had been because she'd known there was no escape and, knowing that she would get preferential treatment for being his R. Of course she was now truly and sincerely devoted and submissive, maybe even a little bit in with him, so the fact that she originally bedded him in hopes of manipulating him mattered little. It actually made him value her all the more since it meant she was actually smart enough to know how to make the best of even an impossible-to-win situation. A trait he valued. At the same time, it was best he stripped her of that arrogance of believing she was in a position similar to being his wife rather than a pet. She may be his favorite pet, but in the end, she was still just a pet and would never rise to the position of wife. Best nip this in the bud now. And he knew just how to do it. Eventually, Calawarner kneeled down to lather up his legs before going up and reaching his crotch. She looked at it huskily but obediently looked up at her master for further direction. Harry smirked down at her huskily. "You know what to do, pet. Clean it." Calawarner returned his smirk with a husky smile of her own. "Yes, master." Rather than just thrust his length down her throat like Rayner would do, Harry watched with lust in his eyes as Calawarner slowly teased him by laying up and down his length at first, somehow managing to make it feel like whispers of cold wind going up and down his heated cock. She took first one then the other ball into her mouth and edged gently before releasing them, going back to licking up and down his length. Eventually, just when Harry was about to break and force the slut to take his length, Calawarner took him into her mouth, drawing aloud from him. Harry was glad he'd had the foresight to stand near the shower wall so he could lean against it as Calawarner worked her magic. Calawarner's skilled mouth bobbed up and down his, one hand on the part of his cock her mouth wasn't covering and the other massaging his ball sack. While Rayner's blowjob had been fast and passionate, his black-haired pet wanting nothing more but to swallow his load down her throat, Calawarner's was slow and sensual, as if she wanted it to never end, loving the taste of his cock in her mouth. It probably helped that the runic array made it so his pleasure transferred to them and so they each ed his dick according to how they liked it. Rayner preferred to bead, plain and simple. She wanted to be bent over a table and taken hard and fast, lust fueling the act and having several orgasms per encounter. For this reason, her blowjob reflected this, being passionate and lustful just the way she herself liked it while making sure he was equally pleased. The only exceptions were her morning blowjobs when she knew better than to wake him up that way or else lose the privilege. Calawarner, on the other hand, seemed to prefer the slow build-up when it came to sex. While she liked it hard, she preferred to go slow, savoring every thrust and movement to its fullest extent and building up the pleasure to less, but much more powerful, orgasms. In short, Rayner was passionate while Calawarner was sensual. And Harry got the best of both worlds whenever he wanted. Harry felt his balls start to contract as Calawarner's sensual worship of his cock became too much for him to resist. "Coming, pet," gasped out Harry as his orgasm hit. Calawarner obediently took him into her mouth and swallowed his load, as it hit her taste buds which, thanks to the seal, tasted better than a 5-course meal to his pet. It was made even better when she orgasmed violently the moment his cum hit her tongue, the runic array doing its work. Sighing happily, Harry smirked down at his pet who was looking up at him languidly, the powerful orgasm having taken away some of her stamina but not a lot of it. She could still go a few more rounds. My, what a dirty pet. I guess I'll have to clean you up. Harry brought Calawarner back to her feet before grabbing the dropped bath sponge and began to clean her up, bringing a shudder of desire from his pet. Like this, Harry could truly admire his pet's magnificent form, her long, soft dark blue hair, her aristocratic and beautiful face with her deep blue eyes, her large, full breasts topped with dark pink nipples, her trim form thanks to the hard training he'd been putting his pets through, her curvaceous rear on top of mouth-watering mile-long legs. Truly, his pet was a work of art worthy of being worshipped. And she was all his. Harry smirked as his pet tried not to and squirm under his skilled fingers as he made sure to pay attention to all her erogenous zones. Years of experience showed as he played her like a violin, arousing her greatly but never quite letting her go over. Eventually, Harry finished cleaning her and Calawarner looked like she was seconds away from orgasming there and then. "Master," breathed Calawarner throatily. Please what, pet?" asked Harry mockingly as he guided her to bend over while grasping the railing along the wall which he had installed for just this purpose. He took a moment to admire the magnificent sight before he reached over and began playing with her clit. "Be specific, pet." Moaning at the feeling but knowing from experience that her master could play with her clit all day and she would never get an orgasm unless he willed it, she continued. "Please, me, master." "And what are you, pet?" growled Harry as he thrust one finger into her wet hole. "Tell me what you are." Calawarnered wantonly before saying what she knew he wanted to hear. "I'm a slut. A whore who wants to bead by her master day in and day out." "Please, master, your slutty secretary." "And who does this slutty secretary belong to?" growled Harry as he pressed the tip of his hard cock to Calawarner's lips. He wouldn't give her what she wanted until she submitted completely beneath him. Until he stripped that illusion of her being his equal or being something similar to a wife completely. Calawarner shuddered at his words before passionately responding. "Yours, master. I'm your whore, your pet." Harry smiled as he saw the complete submission in her frame, pleased by it. "Yes, you are. Mine and only mine." And with that, he thrust into her wet core. Calawarnered as Harry started a fast and hard pace, ing her like a common street whore. She preferred the slower kind, making it feel more like making than just planing, but this was almost as good. Plus, she knew why he was doing this. She had been reaching beyond her place, acting more like his wife and equal than his pet. While she may be his favorite, that didn't mean she had a right to act like his wife, much less his equal. He was her master, her new god, first and her our second. He wasn't like he was to show her his displeasure at her presumption while still giving and taking pleasure from her to show he wasn't going to toss her aside despite her mistake. The earlier show of him forcing her to submit to her had been to show her her place and break her out of her arrogant belief of being more than she was. He may never toss them aside, but that didn't mean he wouldn't punish them if they did something wrong. It was a lesson she was going to take to heart, although she had to admit it hurt slightly. She had fallen in with her bed master, helped along by his obvious favoring and protectiveness of her. She had privately hoped that maybe she would someday rise to being his wife or at least mistress, but it looked like it was not to be. Despite that, she would happily continue to be his pet, happy in the knowledge that she was his favorite. Both RSED as Harry thrust in and out of Calawarner's tight snatch. Despite the latter preferring it slower, that didn't mean this wasn't pleasurable. On the contrary, Calawarner was already spiraling to her first orgasm of what promised to be several more. Harry hissed as Calawarner showed off her sexual skill by massaging his length with her inner muscles even as he continued to thrust in and out of her. Harry wasn't ashamed to say that if it wasn't for his extensive sexual experience he would probably be putty in her extremely skilled hands. Even with that, it took most of his concentration not to simply blow his load. He returned fire by twisting her left nipple and strumming her clit lightly, which caused his pet to seize up and let out a yell as she came around his cock for the second time since they'd started. Still hard as a rock, Harry decided he wanted to further enforce his domination over her and aimed his cock for her tight rectum after sending a cleaning charm toward the hole. Still bent over on all fours, gripping the railing tightly, Calawarner threw her head back, throwing long locks of dark blue hair in every direction as Harry's cock unrelentingly burrowed inch after inch up her tight asshole. Her long fingers gripped the railing so tight that if they weren't magically reinforced they would have broken from the strain, a desperate fierceness that mirrored the tension of every other muscle spreading throughout her body. But despite her instinctive attempts to clamp down on him and prevent any further penetration of her most private hole, she was helpless beneath Harry's ceaseless forward pressure. "See how big my cock feels up your ass?" Harry growled almost menacingly. Only when his pelvic bone finally hit her buttcheeks did he finally let go of the fallen angel's hips. Even then, he only let go with his right hand so that he could give the poor fallen two healthy spanks while his left hand snaked around her waist to resume fingering her protruding clit. Calla didn't answer, just breathing shallowly as she simultaneously tried to recover from the intensity of the last climax he'd given her and the somewhat unexpected violation of her nether hole. Her grip on the railing relaxed as she got used to the feeling, but then she tightened her hands once again when Harry started pumping. The entire time, water kept falling from the overhanging shower heads, making everything slick and wet, which thankfully helped in Harry's penetration. "Oh, God. Oh, God." Calla whimpered, dropping her head back down to hang between her shoulder blades as Harry began rocking her body back and forth with his rhythmic thrusts in and out of her ass. Harry leaned forward over her back, using his right hand to hook a finger in Calla mouth and turning her face towards his. Harry watched her blue eyes fluttering as she tried to absorb the sensations he was causing in her, only adding to them as he raised his left hand to cup and fondle her swaying breast. "Which god are you pleading to?" Harry asked, whispering huskily in her ear. "Your previous god abandoned you and right now, I'm the only god in your life. So tell me, are you praying to me?" She didn't reply except her eyes continuing to flutter as Harry traced the center of her ribcage between her breasts with his left middle finger before cupping his hand and squeezing her entire. Harry grinned, not really expecting a response. One of Calla sensitive spots was hair and she was currently too far gone into the orgasmic state, a plane of almost zombie-like semi-consciousness where nothing existed but the physical pleasure, to answer. For the next half hour, harried Calla like he owned it, bringing her to orgasm at least a dozen times. He himself came in her once already and was currently on his way to his second as he thrust into her with force. Harry grit his teeth, trying to make sure his pet came with him and was relieved when he felt her anal hole tightening in orgasm. With a loud grunt, he sheathed himself balls deep before coming straight into her bowels, prolonging Calla orgasm due to the feel of his cum inside her. Once the orgasm passed, both were left panting, trying to regain their strength. His lust not having run its course just yet, Harry gently helped Calla to her feet. Seeing that she was almost out of steam, Harry lifted her up by her ass, Calla instinctively wrapping her legs around his waist. Harry smirked at Calla widened eyes when she felt him quickly regaining his hardness. "Don't worry, pet," said Harry gently when he saw Calla tired look. "I'll be gentle." Harry gently entered Calla folds, the fallen angeling at the feeling and wrapping her arms around him in response. Instead of the fast and brutal pace of before, Harry set a slower, yet no less forceful pace. This was one that Calla obviously preferred, as hers attested to. Harry used all his skill and memory of Calla various erogenous points to bring her to edge again and again, stopping just as she was about to go over, letting her come back down and starting again. The end result was Calla being a drooling mess begging him to let her come. "Please, master," gasped Calla wantonly as she felt her orgasm approaching for the 5th time since they started this pace. "Please, let me come. Please let your pet come." Harry grunted as he continued his methodical pace, making sure he hit her G-spot with every thrust. "Who's your master? Who's your god?" Calla loudly before answering. You are my one and only master. You are my one and only god." "Good girl," muttered Harry before he flicked Calla clit at the same time that he thrust deep, hitting her G-spot and twisted her right nipple just right. Calla howled as the most powerful orgasm she'd felt to date hit her, the sum of all her denied orgasms plus Harry's own masterful manipulation of her body. Harry grunted as his orgasm also hit, coming directly into his pet's fertile womb, absently glad he'd had the foresight to add a contraceptive rune to their runic array. He already had a low fertility rate, but he didn't want any accidents and mistakenly get his pets pregnant. At least not yet. Perhaps sometime in the future, but for now impregnating his pets wasn't on his agenda. Though from the way Calawarner and Rainer smiled every time he filled them with his cum, he could tell both wanted to carry his babies in the future. Calawarner collapsed in his arms, her legs still wrapped around his waist while her back was pressed against the glass wall. Harry had his face on her breasts, catching his breath before he slowly set her on her feet, helping her when she almost lost her balance. "Have you learned your lesson, pet?" asked Harry firmly. "You were my pet. You will never be my wife. Understand?" Calawarner nodded sadly, looking down at the floor. Harry gently grabbed her chin and lifted her face to look at his warm smile. "But that doesn't mean you aren't special to me, pet," continued Harry with a smile that turned into a smirk. "After all, you are my favorite pet and no one can replace you." Calawarner flushed at his words, and if she hadn't been in with him before, she certainly was now. Smiling seductively at him, Calawarner pressed herself against his chest before smirking when she felt him becoming hard again. "Then let your favorite pet attend to you, master." Smirking, Harry let himself be led to lie on the floor of the shower, Calawarner sitting on his chest before reaching down and getting him fully hard once more. Moaning as Calawarner d herself on his length, Harry smirked as he put his arms behind his head, letting his pet do all the work. His eyes roamed his pet's magnificent and perfect form as she bounced on top of him, the water enhancing her already exotic looks. "Oh yes," thought Harry smugly. "My life is perfect and it can't get any better than this." If only he knew. End. Occult Research Club Building, Kuo Town, Japan. Same time. Rias Grimoire was close to having a full-blown panic attack. Normally, Rias was a calm and rational person who would think things through in a logical manner. Not to the level of her best friend, Sona Citri, but much more than normal teenagers. However, this situation was anything but ideal or normal. Rias had never forgotten that night with her one-time Harry Potter. Even now, over a month later, she still got wet and excited at the memory of the night. She remembered confiding in Akino what happened 2 days after it happened, soon after the entire debacle with the fallen angels and Asia, who was now a bishop in her peerage. Akino had been shocked at Rias' boldness at sleeping with a man she just met, but had eagerly listened to Rias' description of how sex felt. Being a virgin, Akino obviously wouldn't know, and like any teenage girl, was eager for a first-hand account. At the time, Rias had thought the night as nothing more than a wonderful way to lose her virginity and get out of her arranged marriage, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. She had even contemplating contacting Harry so they can maybe form a relationship before deciding against it. As far as she knew, Harry was just a normal human man, and she thought it was unfair to bind him to her when he obviously enjoyed his freedom. But now it seemed she would bind him in a much more permanent manner. It started when she started feeling nauseous about 2 weeks ago. At first, she'd passed it off as a bug that would pass and ignored it. The vomiting and slight mood swings started to make her nervous, but she convinced herself it was just the stress of confronting Riser and revealing what she'd done. It would damage things between the Grimoire and Phoenix clan, but if that was what it took to be free, then so be it. That was until she missed her period 4 days ago. Rias was irregular. Her period was like clockwork, never going a day over or before it was scheduled to. So the moment she missed her period, she knew what happened. She had taken a test to make sure, but it only confirmed what she suspected. She was pregnant. Pregnant at 18. Needless to say, Rias had a full-blown panic attack when she confirmed it, and it was only her queen's calming teas and presents that stopped her from completely breaking down. She wasn't ready. She was only 18 for Mao's sake. She wanted to see the world and travel and enjoy her life. Maybe go to college and do normal college stuff. A mother at 18. Rias wanted to cry. She wanted to scream. She wanted to yell about how unfair it was. Yet she did none of that. Rias resigned herself to the consequences of her actions and planned on how to raise her coming child. Luckily, magic could help her hide the evidence, at least until she graduated in 5 months. She would at least have a high school diploma, and with the devil's normal long lifespan, she could always return to take college later. But first, she faced the music and told her parents the news. Her parents were obviously not very happy, and Rias wasn't ashamed to say that their looks of disappointment hurt. Worse yet was her brother's look of disappointment, as well as Grafia blaming herself for not keeping a better eye on her. Yet despite that, Rias thought that at least she would be free of the contract and could live her life without it hanging over her. Yet it was not to be. To Rias' horror, the Phoenix clan were willing to waive the fact that she wasn't a virgin and even that she was pregnant and enforce the contract. Worse yet, Riser demanded she abort the child, saying that it was a violation of the contract and that he wouldn't raise her, bastard, as he called it. She'd obviously refused, saying she would not marry him and she would never abort her child. No matter the circumstances around her conception, it was her child and she would fight heaven and the underworld to protect it. But her position became more untenable when her parents agreed with Riser in aborting the child. They told her that she was too young and there would be other babies, and that a union between the two houses was too good to pass up over a simple mistake. It had horrified Rias. She was already angry at them for making the contract at all, taking away her choice in who she was going to marry without even asking for her consent. But the fact that they were so greedy for yet another pure-blood grandchild as well as monetary gains they'd make by marrying her into the Phoenix family had been the straw that broke the camel's back. It had hurt. It had hurt deeply. Only Grafia, her brother's queen, seemed to be on her side, but she was bound to obey the lord of the house. Even her bed Oni-chan, for all his proclaimed for her, refused to interfere, saying that as a Satan, he had to stand above such things or risk rebellion. At that seemingly callous statement, Rias had overreacted, just a bit. She'd lashed out with her power of destruction at her father before running out of the castle that had been her home for years. Luckily, Akino had come with her for support and helped make enough of a distraction as they ran for Rias and her to escape through a transportation circle. That was 2 days ago, and Rias had locked herself in the Occult Research Club building ever since. She'd put up a barrier to prevent transportation circles use throughout the campus, something that had gotten Sona's attention. Luckily, Sona had understood and let it pass, but warned that if the Satans gave her the order, she would have to take it down. Since then, Rias had tirelessly been thinking of a way out of this, researching both contract loopholes and anything else that could help. She'd even been researching ways to permanently kill a Phoenix. If she couldn't get out of the contract through politics, then she'd simply kill her intended. It could no doubt start a war between her house and the Phoenix household if her parents didn't banish from the family, that is, but her desperation to protect her child was making her paranoid. She would do anything to protect her child, even if it meant making an enemy of her own family. It had been yesterday that Akino had pointed out another possible avenue, her baby's father, Harry Potter. At the time she met him, Rias had thought she recognized the name but eventually passed it off as coincidence. However, it had been Akino who pointing out who he was. Harry Potter was the famous wizard who defeated Voldemort twice, becoming known as the hero who conquered in the wizarding world. While Voldemort never really affected devils in any way, his power was still well known. While power-wise he had been only as strong as a mid-class devil, his skill made him a viable threat to anything below ultimate-class devils, and his use of the Killing Curse, a spell that could kill anything short of immortal gods, made him even more so. Rias had been shocked at the identity of her baby's father. Shocked and a bit pleased. Like all devils, she respected power, and Harry Potter was no doubt extremely powerful. To defeat someone like Voldemort at only 17 was quite a feat, and no doubt he had grown even more powerful in the past decade and a half. But the important thing was that Harry Potter had influence. Influence and money. Hopefully, he would have enough that he could challenge Riser for her hand, with their child's life on the line being the incentive. It was cruel and manipulative to use him just to be free of her problems, but she had little choice. Plus, as the baby's father, he had a right to know what was happening. It was as much his child as hers. Rias had panicked when she'd realized she'd lost his number, but Akino had helped by pointing out that wizards could contact each other by sending messages through owls. It confused Rias greatly, but she didn't question it and simply listened to her queen and sent a message through a wizarding owl she'd somehow procured. Akino had truly been invaluable in the past few days, and she could never thank her enough. Akino even went so far as to keep watch while she slept so as to give Rias some good night's sleep. If it wasn't for Akano, she'd probably have lost the baby anyway from stress and paranoia, and she mentally promised to name her the baby's godmother. Even if the idea of Akano training her possible daughter to be just like her scared the hell out of her. Ria sighed as she wrapped herself in her sheets, feeling safe with her loyal queen awake and keeping watch. Hopefully, her baby's father would receive the message soon and come to help. She wondered how he was and what he was doing right now. Harry's residence. Kuo Town, Japan. Harry had a small smile on his face as he walked towards the dining room, wearing an expensive suit instead of his usual outfit since he had meetings to go to today. Trailing behind him and to his right was Calla, who had a very satisfied look on her face. Calla hadn't changed much from when he'd acquired her a month ago. She still had the exotic dark blue hair and eyes, along with a figure that Harry could easily believe seduced thousands of mortals throughout the centuries that attracted him in the first place. She walked with confidence and surety in her place in the house, complete and devotion for her new master smoldering in her eyes. With Harry's little lesson still in mind, she no longer walked beside him to show it was not her place, but his assurance of never tossing her aside meant she was still confident of her place. The biggest change since he'd acquired her was her outfit. While he had heartily approved of her previous outfit, one which emphasized all her curves and assets, it didn't go well with her new secretary position. While he wanted her to look every bit as delectable as she'd been when he found her, he also wanted her to look the part of his secretary. In light of that, her new outfit consisted of an expensive yet tasteful black suit jacket with a white dress shirt underneath. She also wore a miniskirt that barely reached mid-thigh yet wouldn't rip if she stepped too far like her previous outfit skirt would have. She also wore sheer black stockings that reached only an inch or two below her skirt, making her legs look even more delectable, which was enhanced by her black stilettos heels. Of course, due to the massive size of her bust, the top 3 buttons of her white dress shirt and jacket were undone, showing a hint of her black lace and her massive cleavage. Despite actually covering more than her previous outfit did due to lacking in her previous outfit, it was actually sexier for some reason, the black lace only enhancing the image. Combined with those sexy stockings, it transformed her from simply sexy to sinful. Each piece of clothing probably cost more than most people made in a month, but it was money well spent in his eyes. They were his pets and therefore, they represented him. They couldn't exactly be wearing clothing they bought in the Gap, now could they? The end result made her just as attractive as her previous outfit but more refined, making looked more sexy than slutty. A slight distinction, but one that was necessary. While he did want it obvious that his pets were beautiful, they also represented him and so couldn't look like hired prostitutes when they went out. As they walked toward the dining room, Calla was giving him his itinerary for the day. "You have a meeting with the goblins at noon to discuss your businesses on the wizarding side of things," said Calla as she read off his schedule from her iPad. "You also told me to remind you that you need to think of some form of income on the Muggle side of things as well as the supernatural side of the world. Ms. Andromeda says people are getting suspicious of your lack of appearance in over 10 years, and it probably won't be long before they figure out you're a vampire, at which time they'll attempt to seize your assets." Harry hummed at the information. "How long does she think until they figure it out?" "A year," reported Calla dutifully. "Maybe a bit more. We've already transferred most of your monetary assets and all of your physical property into Muggle banks and hideouts around the world, as well as placing Fidelius on most of your properties. However, the goblins still hold about 10% of your total liquid assets, which they'll turn over to the ministry in a second as long as they get their fair share," said Harry with a sneer. "They never forgave my getting one over them with the sword of Gryffindor." He looked thoughtful before shrugging it off. "Whatever. If worse comes to worse, then I'll curse the gold held in Gringotts so anyone who touches it, well, let's just say death is for the unimaginative. More important for now is investing in the Muggle world for income. Suggestions. Gaming is more or less a stable but unimaginative investment," said Calla as she looked over the list in her iPad. "The problem would be deciding which up-and-coming gaming company to invest in." Harry hummed in thought before speaking. "How about my idea a few days back? I'm sorry to say that publishing your life story in the Muggle world would break the statute of secrecy, said Calawarner reluctantly. Apparently, other Muggleborns had similar ideas but didn't hide true locations and things well enough and almost exposed the magical world. After that incident, publishing books about real-life magical locations and events was banned to prevent the possibility of exposure. Harry sighed and rubbed his forehead. There goes that idea. Well, we'll think of something. For now, let's eat breakfast. Harry and Calawarner stepped into the dining room to find the only other resident of the house other than him, his pets and the house elves, just sitting down, getting ready for breakfast. Good morning, Oni-chan, chirped Valerie happily before her eyes flickered to Calawarner and she gave him a knowing look. Did you sleep well? Valerie Tepps was a beautiful example of how to combine the beauty of vampires and humans. She had long pale blonde, almost silver, hair that reached her waist and soft crimson eyes that reminded Harry of that Rias girl from a month ago. She was wearing her usual outfit of a burgundy blouse with a brooch, a white skirt, thigh-high white boots, and black tights. She looked to be in her early 20s at the most and had a beauty that looked more aristocratic compared to his pet's more in-your-face beauty. She looked like a beautiful noble even in her casual clothing which cost a fortune a piece alone. Harry smirked down at his pseudo-little sister and gave her on the forehead before sitting to her left, Calawarner taking her customary position behind him and to his right. She would eat afterwards. Slept like a baby. How about you? Valerie smiled happily. Great. It's so much better than Ms. Andromeda's place. Don't get me wrong, Ms. Andromeda was great and everything, but I sort of always wanted to see Japan. She blushed slightly and looked at him through her bangs with a small smile. Plus, I get to live with you, Oni-chan. It's almost like we're married. Harry smiled warmly at her while behind him, Calawarner scowled slightly in jealousy at the girl before forcing it away. Harry knew about Valerie's crush on him but paid it little mind. It was only natural since he had saved her and was close to her own age, at least in appearance. He was sure it would pass eventually, and if it didn't, well, she wasn't unattractive by any means. The two turned when the door to the kitchens opened, revealing Rainer leading a group of house elves with the breakfast on trays. Rainer's own outfit had been difficult to decide to say the least. Butlers were usually male and bodyguards usually dressed similar to butlers and were usually male as well. This made finding an outfit that fit her position and still emphasized her femininity. In the end, they had settled on the usual butler outfit but modified for her feminine figure. The usual butler outfit consisted of a white linen shirt with black or dark gray trousers, a black waistcoat that buttons high, and a swallowtail coat. Rainer was similar with a few alterations. Since her large bust made it difficult if not impossible to close a normal white linen shirt all the way up comfortably, she had a special custom-made version that didn't have the top 3 buttons but rather had an opening where they usually had a top button at the neck. This gave a great view of her cleavage, and since her waistcoat served as a sort of push-up in a way, they looked even larger. The swallowtail coat was left open and her black trousers were the feminine version, which was tighter than men's, showing off her trim waist and round hips along with a well-padded ass. She even insisted on wearing a black tie, though it was probably because the tie brought one's eye to her cleavage in its inevitable journey downward. All in all, she looked every bit a professional butler while still keeping an air of femininity and beauty. Respectable since she didn't flaunt anything but also made sure to remind everyone she was a woman. Perfect. Rainer led the grumbling house elves to the table where she insisted on serving Harry and Valerie herself. The house elves grumbled about they could simply teleport them to the table but shut up when Rainer gave them a glare. Rainer was very protective of him, some might say overprotective, and she took her job as his guard seriously. She didn't believe in the house elves teleporting the food to the table since it meant there would be a time where the food wasn't under her watchful eye. Being the paranoid girl that she was, this caused her to fear that this time was one where someone could intercept the food and poison it. Therefore, she insisted on bringing it to them by hand to prevent such an occurrence. It didn't help that she didn't trust the elves as far as she could punt them. Apparently, Harry's stories about Dobby and his attempts to save him had not amused her in the slightest or endeared her to the elves at all. Rainer first served Valerie before serving Harry. She noticeably made sure to serve him to a higher standard than she did Valerie, but he let it slide. He found his pet's jealousy of Valerie to be amusing as long as it never escalated to physical violence. After he was served, Calawarner served herself a plate at his insistence and sat to his left. Digging into the eggs, Harry gave of appreciation. "Give my compliments to the kitchen elves, Muffy. These scrambled eggs are better than usual." "Actually," said Rainer with a blush, "I made the eggs today, Master." Harry blinked in surprise before giving the fallen angel a smile. "Then I have to say that these are very good. You outdid yourself." Smirking to himself, Harry wrapped an arm around Rainer's waist and dragged her to his lap, getting a yelp of surprise from his pet. "Here, have a taste." Both Valerie and Calawarner looked on with jealousy as Rainer blushed as she sat sideways in Harry's lap before dutifully opening her mouth to eat a furkful of eggs. She blushed shyly at the look in her master's eyes as he watched her eat the eggs before swallowing. "It's very good, Master." Harry smirked and gave her another furkful of eggs before giving a mock thoughtful look. "But if I feed you, that means less eggs for me." He smirked mischievously. "Then we'll just have to share, won't we?" Before Rainer could swallow her current mouthful, Harry gave her a scorching with a plenty of tongue, which the fallen into, eagerly returning The two shared a bit of the eggs between them as they ate for a bit before parting, the chronologically older girl looking flushed and aroused while Harry just smirked. "They taste even better with the addition of the taste of your lips, pet." Rainer blushed at her master's words and chuckled but dutifully opened her mouth for another furkful of eggs. "So what are you going to do today, Valerie?" asked Harry lightly as he continued to feed his blushing pet. "I'm going to visit the goblins at noon, but I'm free until then. Do you want to train with me a bit? You may have mastered your sacred gear, but it's not a combat one, so it won't help you in a fight. And I won't always be there to protect you." Valerie grimaced but nodded. "I guess we should. On the way here I was almost caught by someone in the Tepps family. If you hadn't arrived, they would have gotten me." "Then we'll start training after breakfast," said Harry firmly. "I'm doing my own training as well. There's always room for improvement, after all, and I expect both you girls to train as well." At this, he turned to his pets, specifically Rainer. "Remember my promise this morning, pet?" "Well, I'm extending it to you too, Calawarner. The first one to get her third pair of wings before my noon meeting gets to spend 2 whole days with me, while the other gets only 1 day if they manage to get their third pair of wings. Understand?" Both girls' eyes widened before they narrowed at each other, a competitive glint. Entering them, Harry just chuckled and continued to eat breakfast. Once breakfast was done, they started to get up when Rainer spoke. "Master, I forgot to tell you, but a letter arrived for you this morning. The strange thing is that it arrived by post owl, Master." Harry frowned and turned to her fully. "Did it say who it was from?" "Yes," said Rainer as she pulled said letter from her trouser pocket. "It's from a Rias Grimoire." Rainer frowned as she handed it over to her master, having already made sure it had no traps, magical or otherwise, earlier. The Grimoire were an infamous family of devils in the underworld. Could this, Rias, be from said family? Harry read the letter silently, a frown coming to his face. "It says that she's been trying to contact me but lost your number, and that this was the only means she had left to contact me. She apparently needs to talk to me urgently and wishes to speak with me as soon as possible at her school club in Kuo Academy. It even has directions to the school and clubhouse attached as well." Calawarner looked at the thoughtful look on his face with a frown. "What do you plan to do, Master?" The Grimoire are an infamous family of devils, known for having birthed the current, Lucifer. "It could be a trap." "I doubt it," said Harry absently. "I actually met and bedded young Rias about a month ago, before I met you two. This sounds more like a smitten girl trying to reach out to her crush. But just in case, I'll take you two with me to meet her. Send a return letter for a meeting at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. We should be long done with Gringotts by then, hopefully." Both Fallen obediently nodded, making a mental note to be on their guard in case it was a trap. They had no doubt their bedmaster could easily crush anyone and get out of any situation, but he didn't need to dirty his hands with filthy devils. If they tried something, his faithful pets would absolutely crush these devils with a hint of mercy. Such was their absolute and loyalty to their master, Harry James Potter, Avatar of Death. Orc Clubhouse, Kuo Academy. Kuo Town, Japan. 5 o'clock in the afternoon of the same day. Rias nervously eyed the door as she waited for her child's father to appear. She had found the response to her letter waiting for her during lunch and quickly informed her peerage of the meeting. Issei had been predictably surprised when she informed them of both her pregnancy and her current situation with her family, though he did promise to defend her. The rest of her peerage was quick to echo the sentiment, something which warmed her heart. Hopefully, her upcoming reunion with Harry would be positive and they could work together to get out of her current predicament and raise their child together. Rias blushed slightly at the mental image of her and her midnight are married and with kids, not willing to admit that she was still hung up on him even a month since seeing him. She knew it was stupid and childish. From his skill in the bedroom, he obviously had plenty of previous experience. No doubt he'd bedded quite a few girls since the last met. For all she knew, he'd forgotten all about her and she'd have to reintroduce herself and jog his memory. Rias paused as a dreadful thought entered her mind. What if her midnight hour had lied about his name? What if he simply knew about Harry Potter and used his name as an alias and here she called the real Harry Potter for no reason? Rias was brought out of her thoughts when there was a knock on the clubroom door. Gathering her courage, she nodded at Kiba who opened the door. "Good afternoon," came the familiar voice of Rias R, banishing her previous thoughts. "My name is Harry Potter. I sent a message to meet with Rias at this time." "Yes, my name is Kiba Yuto," said Kiba politely before he hesitated for a second before continuing. "I'm Lady Rias Knight. Please come in." Kiba stepped aside and let Harry pass, which he did followed by two attractive women. One was a blue-haired, blue-eyed bombshell with a body that surpassed even Akino's, probably to the former being more mature, dressed in what Rias recognized as secretary attire. She was walking behind Harry and to his right, looking around attentively and warily, before her eyes fell on where Rias Peerage were standing behind Rias who was sitting at her desk. The second who was standing to Harry's left, however, was much more familiar even before their senses confirmed her as a fallen angel. "You Rainer," yelled Issei before his boosted gear appeared on his left arm and he stood in front of a scared Asia. Said fallen was dressed in a modified, butler, outfit and simply blinked at Issei before recognition seemed to enter her eyes. "Ah, if it isn't Issei and Asia. How goes the devil life?" Rias and her peerage had all tensed at her entrance but Harry looked completely unconcerned, simply raising an eyebrow at Rainer. "You know these two, pet." Rias and her peerage were taken back by his calling one of their previous enemies, pet, but Rainer seemed completely unaffected. "Yes, master," said Rainer easily. "The boy is the wielder of a strong sacred gear and before you collected me, I had posed as a schoolgirl, seduced and killed him to prevent him from becoming a threat someday." At this, Rainer grimaced. "Unfortunately, I forgot to destroy his body afterwards and he was resurrected as a devil. As for the nun, well, you should recognize her. You did rescue her, after all." At this, Asia gasped. "It's you." She stepped out from behind Issei, still looking at Rainer and the blue-haired fallen warily, before turning to Harry with sparkling eyes. "I remember you. You saved me at the church a month ago." Harry blinked before a genuine smile crossed his face. "Ah, yes. The nun that they were planning on killing. I remember. I'm glad to see that your friends came for you like I believed they would. I would have taken you with me but Rainer told me you had friends in the area and that they would probably take you in. Therefore, I thought it would be best to leave you there." His smile widened. "I'm glad to see that I was correct." The contradiction of Harry, who saved Asia, walking in with the very women who tried to kill her threw everyone off and Rias quickly took advantage to try and settle this peacefully. "So how did they come into your service?" She was also curious, and slightly afraid, that he had joined the fallen angels and needed to know before telling him anything about her pregnancy. Harry smiled knowingly but explained. "I was contacted by Azazel a little before that night who asked me to stop some rogue fallen at the church in town. I agreed in exchange for him facilitating me a house in this town since I didn't want to take months going around both you devils and the humans to secure it on my own. I like my privacy and if you devils had known I was in town, no doubt you would have bothered me for one reason or another. I would have hated to go through all that paperwork when I inevitably lost my patience and returned whoever bothered me in several pieces. Rias and her peerage seemed taken back by his blunt admission to violence, while some of the more innocent members, i.e. Issei and Asia, seemed to turn slightly green at the mental image. Akino giggled at his word and sent him a challenging look. "So you think a little human wizard like you could beat a devil?" asked Akino disbelievingly as she served him a cup of tea. Harry smirked as he took the cup of tea and teacup before they all suddenly felt power on the level of a Satan-class devil pour out of him, pushing them all to their knees while Harry grew very familiar vampiric fangs. "Oh," said Harry absently as he took a sip of tea, completely unbothered. "I believe I can hold my own. And what makes you think I'm human?" The pressure of his power quickly disappeared and his fang retracted. If they hadn't seen it for themselves, then they wouldn't have believed to be anything but human. Even concentrating their senses, they could barely sense him as anything but human. That sent a shiver down their spines. Not even the four great Satans had such control over their power, and he had demonstrated power on their level easily. That made him all the more dangerous in their minds, and the peerage was slightly more wary of him, though it did explain how he could easily subdue two fallen angels and make them his servants. "So why did you contact me anyway?" asked Harry curiously. "I thought the reason for you contacting me was more personal in nature." "Like what?" asked Rias in curiosity. Could he suspect that she was pregnant? "I thought you wanted a repeat," said Harry with an easy shrug. He smirked. "I have to admit that I actually look forward to it if that's the case. For a virgin, you were quite talented in the bedroom." Rias turned beet red and absently thought that maybe this would have gone easier and been less embarrassing if they were alone. "Why would you think that?" Harry quirked an eyebrow and smirked. "So you don't want a repeat?" Rias blushed even harder and refused to meet the eyes of her peerage, while also ignoring Akino's giggles. After calming herself down, she realized they would never reach the point as long as her peerage and his servants were in the room. She really wanted to get to the point before she lost her nerve. "Akino," asked Rias, "can you take the group outside and leave me and Harry alone for a minute?" Akino hesitated as her eyes fell on the two fallen angels in the room. Harry sensed where her eyes were and looked toward Rainer. "Rainer-chan, can you and Kalawarner-chan step outside for a moment?" Seeing her about to protest, he continued in a sterner tone. "I promise I'll be fine. Guard the door if you want, but I must insist." Rainer looked conflicted but nodded before narrowing her eyes at Rias' peerage. "After you," commanded Rainer in a terse, suspicious voice. Rias' peerage stiffened and it looked like they were about to angrily retort before Rias raised her hand to stop them. "Please, no fighting, just go." Rias' peerage looked rebellious but hesitantly complied, Kalawarner and Rainer following them out. Once the door closed behind them, Harry turned to her with a much more serious look on his face as he set his tea down in the teacup in his lap. "Well, we're alone, so that means this is actually serious," said Harry with a frown. "Is something wrong?" Rias thought about how to reveal it, how to slowly lead him into it. But eventually, she showed that in the end she was just a teenage girl. "I'm pregnant," blurted out Rias nervously. A cup of tea fell and shattered on the floor. Venelana Grimori sighed as she entered the study to find her husband in his customary place for the past few days, sitting in an armchair staring at the mantelpiece where the photos were located. He had been in the same place since Rias' revelation of her pregnancy, her defiance of their decision, and subsequent escape. While her attack on her father hadn't left any permanent physical mark, the surprise of the attack had left its scar on them mentally. Venelana herself had been shocked at how far their daughter's defiance extended, to the point where she'd attacked her own father. The shock and subsequent attempt to make sure no permanent damage was left on her husband had slowed them all enough that Rias had been able to escape. They'd tried to contact her since, but the barrier she'd placed around the school prevented that. Rather than break down the barrier as they could have, they decided to give her time to cool off before confronting her once more. In hindsight, perhaps telling her to abort the child before they convinced her it was for the best was unwise. At the time, they simply wanted what was best for her. She was still extremely young even by human standards, much too young to become a mother. The fact she got pregnant so young showed she was one of the few very fertile, by devil standards anyway, female devils and could therefore have more children later. It even improved her desirability amongst the upper class since it was proof she could bear children. Yet at the same time, the shame of her having a child with a human and ruining their pure bloodline would drop their reputation greatly. If the father had at least been a powerful reincarnated devil, then it wouldn't be as much of a problem. However, as far as she knew, it had been a normal human, a one-night stand no less. The shame of that was almost too much to bear. Despite that, they would have been willing to happily raise the child like any other grandchild. The child was a Grimoire after all, and if there was one thing the Grimoire prided themselves on was on their tremendous, which extended to include even their servants. Unfortunately, the Phoenix family intervened. Part of the conditions of the contract involved if either Riser or Rias had a child. The condition stated that if either had a child, the other would have complete control on what to do with the contract from then on. They had put that condition in case Riser, a well-known playboy, impregnated one of his servants, to give Rias an out. Unfortunately, this had backfired on them when Rias herself became pregnant. It gave Riser complete control of the contract, and he decided to demote her to a simple concubine while including the females in her peerage as part of his winnings as well. He had also demanded she abort the child at once, with their marriage occurring soon afterwards. Bound by the very condition they included, they'd had no choice but to agree, and so told Rias to abort the child. That had blown up in their faces marvelously, and soon they would run out of excuses to tell the Phoenix family without losing face. They would have confront Rias soon and tell her how things are. She may have thought losing her virginity would get her out of her contract, but it only painted her into a corner. Now she had no choice but to marry Riser, and this time as a concubine without the rights of a wife. Venelana walked to stand beside her husband, who was looking at the photos of their children with a sigh. "I wonder where we went wrong," said Lord Grimoire lowly. "Did we spoil her too much that she thought she could do what she wanted without consequence? I always knew she was independent, and I encouraged it since she would someday be Lady Grimoire and would need to stand alone. However, I never expected it to extend so far as to defy and attack us due to a difference in opinion." Lord Grimoire couldn't help but smirk bitterly. "I wonder if this is karma for our defiance of our parents during the Civil War. To show us how they felt when we stood against them. I must say, it is not a pleasant feeling." Venelana laid a hand on her husband's arm. "We did the best we could, and Ria's choices are her own. Now she has to pay the consequences for them." "Yes," agreed Lord Grimoire lowly before sighing. "The Riser boy is becoming impatient. We can't hold them off any longer. I've contacted Lord Seatree, who has contacted his daughter. She will take down Rias' barrier as soon as possible, letting Grafia get in and retrieve her. We'll settle this as soon as Rias returns." Venelana felt sadness fill her heart at how things had devolved to this point. Not only was Rias going to be forced to marry a man she hated and lose her child, but she would be nothing more than a concubine, which was a pretty word for whore. Not only had that, but her actions of defiance and attack on her father shattered any relationship between them. Her husband was actually contemplating giving the position of heir to Milica's due to Rias' actions. While independence was good, defiance was not, and Rias' actions showed she was too independent to listen to anyone. If she didn't listen to her parents, how could they expect her to listen to the Satans, even if one is her own brother? However, whatever the choice, Venelana would support her husband as she always had. She just wished it hadn't come to this. Orc Clubroom, Kuo Town, Japan. Harry didn't even notice the teacup drop from his hand and stain the carpeted floor. His mind was 1,000 miles away, stuck on two seemingly innocent, yet life-changing words. "I'm pregnant." Two simple words, yet they carried as much weight as 1,000 world-changing wars and events. To Harry, those two words had more impact than even the creation of the Bill of Rights had on the world. His first reaction after getting over the sheer shock was denial. How could she be pregnant? They only had sex once, okay, several times in one night, but still. Harry himself never used protection due to how astronomically low the chances of pregnancy were for him. Hermione had done a study and told him that he had 1 in a trillion chance in getting a normal fertile human woman pregnant. And that was if she used drugs to enhance her fertility. Rias was a devil. While her race didn't have as low a fertility rate as he did, it was still around 1 in 1,000 if not a million. So the chances of both of them creating a child together were exponentially lower. Especially for a single one-night stand. The only reason he had put anti-pregnancy runes on his pets was because he would be having sex with them many times in the coming years and he didn't want to get them pregnant until they were strong enough to defend themselves against all comers and Harry's own life was stable. So how the hell did this slip of a girl, if a very attractive girl who had starred in more of his daydreams the past month than he'd care to admit, manage to get pregnant after one night together? It was absurd, it was insane. This realization led to anger. No, the child couldn't be his. It had to be someone else's. Someone not as rich or powerful as him, and she was simply saying it was his to force him to take care of her. There was no way. "It is yours," came Death's whisper in his ear, halting his thought processes and freezing his growing misplaced anger. "I didn't realize until now, but she is the source of the feeling we've been having for the past few weeks. More specifically, we are sensing the child in her womb and its connection to you and through you, me. Even now, I can sense it." Harry's face froze at Death's words, his coming denials to the child being his dying before they could leave his lips. He knew Death wouldn't lie to him. They had gotten close over the years and she knew how much he still wished for a family even now. She wouldn't lie about this. The next feeling was panic. Pregnant. What the hell was he going to do? He might have a lot of money, but he didn't have any stable home until recently, and even that wasn't very stable. For the creator, he had 2 pets, and acted more like a playboy than a responsible father. He wasn't ready, and even if he did have a stable home, what kind of father would he be? He never had a real father figure in his life. Sirius didn't count, being more of an uncle, so how would he know how to be a father? His childhood had been terrible, with being left in the cupboard most of his childhood and forced to be an indentured during the entire time he lived with the Dursleys. While he would never treat his child like that, what if he went the other extreme and spoiled them like the Dursleys did Dudley? Harry would have continued to panic if he wasn't stopped by a single, yet life-changing sound. Bah bump. Harry froze at the sound. It wasn't that he didn't recognize it. On the contrary, he recognized it very well. It was the sound of a heartbeat. What was strange was the source. It wasn't his or Rias. Therefore, the heartbeat had to be. Bah bump. Harry's face slowly lowered from Rias' nervous face to her stomach, more specifically, her womb. Bah bump. Ever so slowly, Harry got off the chair. He didn't notice Rias look at him in confusion and nervousness as he walked around the desk. He didn't react at Rias calling his name, his mind completely focused on one thing and one thing only. Harry stopped in front of a visibly nervous Rias before kneeling in front of her, getting a blush from the hormonal and pregnant teenage girl as she thought he was going to do something she'd both hoped for and dreaded. After all, while she certainly had a crush on this man, she didn't want them to marry due to her pregnancy alone. For that reason, she told herself she would have to gently turn down his proposal. However, she was further confused when, instead of asking to marry her, he pressed his ear against her stomach and closed his eyes. "I can hear him," said Harry lowly, a hint of wonder in his voice. "I can hear his heartbeat." Rias froze at that, a look of wonder coming to her face as well, but it went unnoticed by the expecting father in her lap. Harry was completely concentrating on the wonderful sound of his child's heartbeat, like a drum fighting against all odds to show the world that he lived. Harry had never heard a more beautiful sound in his life. When he first lost his virginity, he thought there was nothing more beautiful than the sound of a woman screaming in orgasm. He'd thought there was no sight more glorious than a beautiful woman in the midst of a powerful orgasm that he induced. He'd thought there was no feeling more fulfilling than orgasming inside an attractive and alluring woman, much like his pets. He'd been wrong. Oh, he'd been so wrong. There was nothing more beautiful than the sound of his child's heartbeat, proof of its existence in this world. He smiled in utter bliss as he heard his child's heartbeat beat almost in time with his mother's, the reason he hadn't heard it until now. There was no feeling more glorious than this. The feeling of knowing he was going to be a father. That he had created this life and was partially responsible for bringing it into this world. And there was nothing more beautiful than the face of this woman who was bearing his child in her womb. She had a look of wonder on her face as well, as if she could hear their child's heartbeat as well. He had considered a beauty with little compare before, but now she looked akin to a goddess in his eyes for the simple reason that she was carrying his child. In that moment, the old goal-less Harry was gone and he had a new goal in life, to protect his child and his mother. To make sure their heartbeats lasted for all of time, or at least that they lasted for as long as he could make possible. Rias was also basking in this feeling, a small blush on her face. For some reason, having Harry pressing his ear to her stomach as they both basked in the feeling of her pregnancy was much more intimate than when they had sex. In that moment, she felt more connected to him than she'd felt to anyone, bonded in the joy of the knowledge that they'd created life together. Up until now, all Rias could think about was the nervous terror of being a mother so young, as well as the possibility that her own family would kill her child. But now she knew that her wasn't going to abandon her and from his power, might be able to protect them, she felt all her anxiety fade away and let the full weight of her pregnancy hit her. She was going to be a mother. She, Rias Grimoire, was going to have a baby. Until that moment, she never gave much thought into children beyond that she'd have them sometime in the future. In fact, she'd actually felt a bit of dread at the prospect, since until then she'd thought they'd be risers. But now that the moment had come, she felt a giddy happiness fill her. She was going to be a mom. Her mind instantly tried to picture how her child would look like. Hopefully, it would be a daughter, since it would be easier for Rias to raise than a boy would. She'd have her hair, most likely, and there was a high chance she'd have green eyes, since Rias herself had blue-green eyes and her father had green as well. Oh, she'd be so beautiful, with beautiful crimson hair and green eyes. She'd have a light skin color, since both her parents were light-skinned, which would only make her more exotic. Rias giggled as she imagined raising her beautiful daughter through all those adorable moments. Her first word, her first step, her first anime movie. Hey, she had to teach her daughter about the important things in life. Oh, she'd be perfection incarnate. Her parents will spoil. And just like that, Rias was brought back to Earth. Her parents. They had actually supported the idea of aborting the child. Apparently, the shame of having a half-devil child and lowering the family's reputation preceded even their fame for each other. This meant Rias was in even more danger than she was before, and Harry had to know. Harry, whispered Rias urgently, bringing Harry out of his self-induced daze. There's something else you need to know. Harry sat back, noticing the nervous tone in her voice, and frowned. What is it? Rias took a deep breath, gathering her courage once more. My family. They want to. Both froze, however, when they felt the wards protecting the clubroom shatter. For Rias, it was especially jarring because she felt her childhood friend's magical signature behind the ward breaking. Suddenly, a powerful and familiar for Rias signature came from the transportation circle in the corner of the clubroom. Rias had a look of terror as she realized what this meant. No, yelled Rias in fear, quickly running to the corner as far from the transportation circle as possible, all the joy and happiness from before having evaporated and replaced with terror. Harry looked from Rias to the glowing transportation circle, not even noticing when Rias' peerage and his own pets came bursting in. What is it? What's wrong? Harry didn't get an answer as Rias seemed too afraid to speak. He turned back to the transportation circle in time to see a beautiful silver-haired woman arrive. In normal circumstances, Harry would have instantly tried to get into her. She was truly a beauty with her matching silver hair and eyes, and her French-made outfit that seemed to somehow not to detract from her luscious curves only made her that much more desirable. After all, what straight man never daydreamed about being their beautiful, sexy maid? However, none of that garnered so much as a passing thought from Harry right now. All he could think of was that for some reason, the mother of his child was afraid of this woman, which meant she was a threat of some kind to her and by extension, his child as well. All he needed to know was what kind threat she posed. Lady Rias, said the unknown maid sternly. It is time for you to come home. No, came Rias' defiant shout as she gathered some strange black and crimson power in her hands and pointed it to the maid. I'm not going back, Graphia. Graphia eyed the power but didn't seem too worried. Lord Grimoire and Lord Lucifer have put up with your defiance for long enough, Lady Rias. It is time for you to fulfill your responsibilities. What? Spat Rias angrily. Mary Riser, a sexist pig, who I hate and bear, pure blood, children with him just to continue the purity of the family line. I hate him. I will not marry him. Harry narrowed his eyes as he started to get an idea of what was happening. Apparently, Rias was indeed the Grimoire heiress his pets told him about, and she was in some kind of arranged marriage to some guy she hated. Her talk about blood purity reminded Harry of the pure bloods and Voldemort, and not in a good way, either. That may be, said Graphia with a hint of sympathy. You dug your own grave with your actions. Did you think that losing your purity and getting pregnant would free you of your responsibilities? You will come back home and marry Riser. As for the baby, it will be taken care of. Something in the way she said it made alarms blare in Harry's mind, and he instantly stepped between Rias and this strangely strong, for a devil anyway, maid. Take care of my child how? Graphia blinked at his words, seemingly realizing he wasn't just a new member of Rias' peerage and was, in fact, the father of the child. She seemed about to speak before Rias cut her off. It's my family, yelled Rias in panic and terror. They want to kill my baby. And that was all Harry needed to know. Sona was sitting in the student council room, guilt filling her. Despite it being a direct order from one of the Satans, the Lucifer himself, in fact, Sona couldn't help but feel that she'd betrayed her friend. Rias had explained what happened and begged for her help, but Sona had been forced to stay neutral due to her family's position. As the sister of a Satan and the Cetri heiress, she had to think of the family first and how her actions would reflect on them. If she supported Rias, then it would be the same as if she agreed with her decisions, which she didn't, and supported them. While it may seem as simple as supporting a friend, it really wasn't. Despite how distasteful it may sound and be, part of being an heiress was following certain customs and traditions. While she planned on changing some of them in the future, until then she had to follow them in order to not shame her family. Because if she did lower her family's standing with her actions, then she wouldn't be able to change those self-same traditions in the future, so that her children wouldn't go through what she and Rias did. Yet at the same time, she couldn't just abandon her best friend. The best she could do was stay neutral, which was her parents' advice anyway. It hurt to have to basically abandon her friend when she needed her, but she had little choice in the matter. And in order to maintain that same neutrality, she had to obey her Satan's orders when they arrived, lest be thought to be supporting Rias' actions. It wasn't as if she was asked to move against Rias herself, but rather to remove the protection that Rias had to prevent the coming confrontation. It still felt like a betrayal though, and for that reason, Sona was trying to take her mind off it by working on some papers in the student council room. Beside her, Tsubaki looked at her king with sympathetic eyes. There was nothing you could have done, Kaichu. They would have found another way to break the barrier, and then you would have been punished along with her. You helped her as much as you could by staying neutral. Yes, I know, said Sona before speaking lowly. It doesn't make me feel any better though. Both tensed when they felt Graphia's signature arrive, knowing what it meant. Well, there is nothing you can do about it now, Kaichu, said Tsubaki lightly. Graphia-sama is here, and that means Rias will return to the underworld whether she wants to or not. Sona nodded, knowing that even if Rias tried to resist, Graphia was far too powerful to beat even if Sona and Rias combined their peerages. I guess. I just wish. Whatever Sona was going to say was cut off by the feeling of an overwhelming power slamming down on them, followed by the sound of a tremendous explosion. Both girls instantly turned to look out the window to see the explosion came from one of the ORC clubroom walls, exploding as something went flying out of the building. Graphia liked to consider herself strong. While not an official Satan, she was almost as strong as the current Leviathan and was therefore firmly a Satan-class devil. Moreover, her queen piece only enhanced her attributes, boosting her magic reserves thanks to the bishop attribute and boosting her defense through the rook attribute. Her rook strength and knight attribute weren't as developed though. She just never saw the need. With the civil war over and the three factions at relative peace, there was little need for real combat. Being the queen of the Lucifer's peerage, she didn't even fight in raiding games due to the thought that it would be unfair to the other peerages. After all, how can they hope to win against the Lucifer even if they manage to defeat his peerage? Because of this, Graphia had seen little combat since the end of the Civil War, the most being hunting down dangerous stray devils who were a risk at starting another great war. Even then, she went with the rest of the peerage, working alongside them so as to defeat the stray easily. She never worked on her knight attribute due to lack of need. After all, if someone was faster than her, then she could simply turn the ground to ice. What use was speed on a floor where one couldn't keep their balance? It was the same with her rook strength. She was never a close combat combatant, being more of a wizard-type devil than anything. If the enemy got close, then she'd either use her ice floor technique to make them lose their balance or simply make distance. No need to dirty her hands by hitting them physically. After all, she had an image to maintain. Yet even if Graphia had been in top form, even if she'd trained every single attribute to the max, even if she'd been aware of just how powerful the man standing in front of her was, it wouldn't have done a damn bit of good. Graphia didn't see the first punch, but she certainly felt it. One moment, Rias was telling her which Graphia had absently acknowledged was handsome enough to lose one's virginity and heart over, that her family wished to kill their child, something Graphia didn't agree with but had no choice but to go along with, and the next she was crashing through the ceiling. She didn't even feel the pain of crashing through the cement and wooden ceiling, all her mind focused on the sheer agony of her fractured jaw from the man's punch. Even with her high rook defense, it felt like being hit by a cement truck going at 80 miles per hour. Before Graphia could even understand what was happening, her unplanned flight was stopped by someone grabbing her leg. Graphia didn't need to wonder who it was who grabbed her leg, because the same man who she thought was nothing but a normal human appeared over her, his vampiric fangs bared in a snarl, giant black draconian wings on his back, and his eyes slitted in a deep blood red in rage. They had stopped around 100 yards in the air, the almost center of Kuo town below them. More importantly, however, was the fact that he had his leg pulled back in a position to kick down on her. Oh if his punch had felt like a cement truck going at 80 miles per hour, then his kick felt like being hit by a Boeing 747 going at full speed. The pain was such that her mind simply couldn't grasp it and refused to tell her just how destroyed her body was. Graphia actually couldn't understand how she was still alive considering that kick, not to mention the following slamming into the cold, unforgiving ground, creating a large crater that destroyed 75% of Kuo town, should have killed her. If she hadn't managed to get a layer of ice between her body and the kick, she probably would have died. The ice barely did anything but slow it down slightly, but it was enough that she received less damage than she would have. At least, that was the only explanation her pain-ridden mind had to her current state of living. Little did she know that she was only alive because death was refusing to let her die so she could feel the full agony of her injuries. After all, death was a mercy, and she agreed with her avatar full-heartedly in his desire to deny her and anyone else threatening Harry's child that mercy. Graphia was sure that that kick must have ruptured a few internal organs to add to her shattered jaw. Despite that, her natural devil healing factor meant while was heavily injured, she was not in danger of dying if she got medical attention soon. Yet it seemed the beating wasn't over. Through the haze of utter pain filling her body, Graphia heard the sound of footsteps approaching her broken body. Adrenaline pushed her to fight through the pain, and she stood up, staggering twice, before Graphia opened her eyes to see a sight that would haunt her nightmares for years to come. Harry was standing before her, his expensive suit seemingly untouched from the extremely one-sided beating, his eyes completely red and glowing, filling the entire socket, sclera and all the shadow of his wings cast over her broken form. For a moment, Graphia could swear she saw a cloaked figure holding a massive scythe hovering over him, looking down at her with utter hatred and contempt. Graphia was ashamed to say that it scared her. Not only his power, which was currently around equal to her husband in his true form, but the sheer aura of dominance he gave off. It was like she was a weak lower-class devil facing Ophis herself. He stood with an aura of knowing that he was the absolute strongest and no one could dare challenge him. As for Harry, he glared at the bleeding, broken woman before him with utter hatred. In normal circumstances he would have felt bad for essentially beating on a woman, especially considering he was so much more powerful than her. This was not normal circumstances. This woman was part of the group of bastards who were threatening his child and his child's mother. They dared to try and silence his child's wonderful heartbeat simply because his blood wasn't pure enough in their eyes. He wouldn't kill this woman. No, no, he wouldn't kill her, but he would break her. He would break every single bone in Herring's body until she begged for death, and still he would deny her that mercy. Then he would send her back to her master with the message that he was going to kill each and every one of them as well as anyone who stood in his way. In this woman he saw Voldemort, Bellatrix, Dumbledore, and every other person responsible for taking away any semblance of a family Harry had. He would not allow that to happen again. Harry focused on his bond with his pets and received a signal of confirmation telling him that they had evacuated Rias and her peerage from the area, so there was no danger of them being caught in the shockwaves of this one-sided fight. Harry knew he couldn't let this woman catch her breath and recover. He felt her power equaling a Satan-class devil, and while he was much more powerful even now when he was using less than 5% of his full power, the shockwaves of using more would probably destroy Japan as a whole. No, he had to press the advantage and beat this before she had a chance to recover her bearings. A full-on fight between them would put his mother's child, and through her his unborn child, at risk. Time to end this quickly and decisively. Graphia's eyes widened as she saw red and black gauntlets appear on his arms. They seemed slightly familiar, as if she had seen them somewhere before, but that wasn't what she was concentrating on. It was the fact that he had pulled back his right, gauntlet-encased arm back into a fist that she focused on. Graphia quickly channeled everything she had into her rook defense, as well as creating as thick a layer of ice around her as possible for the upcoming beating. Considering what she'd seen of his ability, she knew she was neither fast enough nor healthy enough to evade or do anything but take it. Heck, even if she'd been in full health, she wouldn't have been able to evade, and she doubted her usual ice floor trick would help in this fight. The speed in which he moved showed he moved faster than she could even speak an incantation. Graphia was proven right when, with a roar, Harry seemed to teleport before her and punched straight into Graphia's stomach, shattering the ice armor she'd hastily formed and getting her to spit out a mix of saliva and blood. Her body would have flown away if he hadn't gripped her hair and harshly thrown her to the floor so hard that she formed another, smaller crater. However, he didn't stop there and continued to punch and batter Graphia's defenseless body into the ground so quickly that his arms were invisible to Third Eye. All across Japan, earthquakes were shaking the entire island nation, threatening to break it apart as even a nuclear bomb decades ago hadn't. If one could see the Earth's crust, they would see spider web cracks forming outward from Kuo Town, damaging the Earth's crust as well as the magical ley lines. In Kyoto, Yusaka was panicking as she felt the ley lines going through Kuo Town being destroyed and therefore damaging the overall ley lines of Japan. She wondered what could possibly do so much damage as to damage the magical ley lines that were untouched from even the humans' nuclear bombs. All she could sense was that the source came from Kuo Town, and if they managed to get through this catastrophe then she would have to investigate. Back in Kuo Town, Rias' peerage were floating above and a little to the side of the center of the crater, their black devil wings out. Even Issei was floating, the urgency of the situation seemingly giving him the ability to manifest them enough to float at least, though Kiba had a hand on him just in case. Their eyes widened in a mix of awe and terror as they saw a large geyser of dirt burst out of the center of the crater from the force of Harry's punches. Sona's peerage floated to be near Rias' own, though they kept their distance at the glares coming from Harry's pets, having quickly teleported out when they felt the effects of Harry's beating on Graphia destroying the town. Even now, the entire town had sunk into the giant crater formed from the one-sided slaughter, and they heard hundreds of people screaming and dying from the countrywide earthquakes Harry's punches were causing. Sona had just arrived. When the geyser burst out, the screams of pain from Graphia telling her all she needed to know about who was beating on whom. Everything Sona knew told her what she was seeing was impossible, but her eyes and senses weren't deceiving her. Someone was beating on Graphia, the unofficial fifth Satan, as if she was the simple maid she portrayed herself as. From what she'd seen, Graphia hadn't even had a chance to fight back in the entire fight, simply taking every one of her attacker's powerful hits, unable to defend herself. Rias was also in shock at Harar's strength. She knew he was strong from his display of power that equaled a Satan-class devil, but she never imagined he was this strong. His power was easily stronger than anything she had ever felt before, about equal to her brother's true form if the rumors were true. At the same time, she felt that she was still holding back a lot of his power. If that was true, then maybe she didn't have anything to fear from her family after all. It was obvious from both earlier and his current rage-filled beating on Graphia that he was protective of their child and by extension her. With his power, she doubted anything her family said would matter. Though, of course, that depended on whether or not her brother would try and kill him for his beating on Graphia. Her brother was very overprotective and regardless of any excuses, he'll be extremely angry at Graphia's current state. Eventually, the sound of Graphia screaming in pain and the geyser of dirt stopped, signaling the end of the very short, yet still brutal beating. The devils were nervous as they waited to see what happened while the two fallen seemed completely calm, already knowing the outcome of this fight, aka one-sided slaughter. Rias breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Harry flew out of the crater, giant draconic black wings on his back, though she gasped when she saw the state of her sister-in-law as he carried her by the hair across into the air. It was a miracle Graphia was still alive, much less conscious. She was spitting out blood and her body looked like one giant bruise, easily seen since her entire maid outfit was in tatters, not even giving her the decency of covering her privates. Despite being completely exposed, not even Issei was ogling her, all of them wincing at the obvious pain the woman was in. Her entire chest area was one giant bruise, thankfully seeming to have avoided her breasts. Asia wanted so badly to go forward and heal the woman despite apparently being an enemy and wanting to kill Bushu's baby, but one glare from the scary man in front of her stopped her. It was obvious he wasn't done with Graphia, and even if he was, he didn't want Asia to heal her. Asia bit her lip as she fought against her instinctive need to heal an injured person in front of her. Harry eventually reached where they were floating in the air and his narrowed eyes landed on Sona, who was standing in front of her shocked peerage as they took in the sight of such a powerful woman being so easily beaten. It was understandable considering Graphia had always been seen as unbeatable by many young devils, so the sight of her so easily beaten must have been world-changing. As for Harry, he identified her as a devil and the leader of her group and so floated over to her, still carrying Graphia's now unconscious body by the hair. Here, he tossed Graphia's broken body at Sona, who barely managed to avoid falling from the weight. I want you to go back to whoever sent her and tell them that this is what happens to anyone who threatens my child. Harry unleashed about 20% of his power, which was easily 4 times stronger than even the strongest god, causing everyone to almost pass out due to the pressure of his power. Tell them that I am the dragon, Dracul, growled Harry as his glowing red eyes pierced into Sona's own terrified violet ones. I am Death's avatar and her hand in this world. I am Ophis, opposite and equal. I am and forever will be. And if any cockroach who calls himself a devil attempts to harm a hair on my child or my child's mother's head, they will know why even the Lucifer himself feared the darkness. Harry growled as he peered into Sona's terrified eyes. Have I made myself clear? Sona shakily nodded, getting a scoff from the man who slowly calmed down, his eyes returning to their usual emerald green. Harry looked around at the crater where Kuo Town used to be, almost nothing remaining of what used to be a prosperous town. He was amused to see that his home was still intact though. The wards having done their job, and while the land around the property had fallen into the extremely large crater, the house and the grounds around it were still untouched, literally floating in the air with nary a sign anything had happened. That gave him an idea of what to do next, actually. Though he noticed that while the area where the Orc building was gone, there was a single room that seemed to have been protected by some sort of seal and was lying sideways in the crater. Raynor, Calawarner, said Harry sternly. Instantly, both fallen were floating beside him with their heads bowed. Yes, my lord, both fallen chorused. Go home and make room for both Rias and her peerage to stay for a prolonged time, ordered Harry quickly. I don't trust her family. Harry spat out family as if it was a curse, not to attempt to attack her here again now that they did it once. She'll be safer at our place. Make sure to adjust the wards to wartime setting as well. I'll have to take them the long way so that the wards will accept them and not incinerate them the moment they step foot inside. Now go. Both Fallen instantly disappeared in their own personal teleport, which involved disappearing in a flock of black feathers. Fallen angels rarely used it since it usually took as long as Devil Transportation Circle took to use. However, his pets had trained it to the point that it could even be used in combat with a little bit more training. If things continued to deteriorate at their current rate, then it would probably be needed. What did you do? Harry turned to see the brown-haired boy glaring at him with tears in his eyes. Our town, my parents, they're all dead because of you. Harry quirked an eyebrow at the boy before looking around with a sigh. Yes, I hate it that even when I try to hold back, innocent people are still hurt from the backlash of one of my fights. It's why I prefer to either not fight or fight somewhere far from civilization. But it's easy enough to fix. Harry put his right hand in a snapping motion and snapped his fingers, the sound seemingly echoing through the area. Before the shocked eyes of the devils, it seemed as if everything went backwards in slow motion. The huge crater formed by Harry quickly undid itself, dirt and cement floating backwards into the buildings, roads and parks they were before. Heck, even the grass returned in perfect condition. But more shocking was the fact that once everything physical was restored, the people started to appear as well, completely restored and fine as if nothing had happened, though they seemed to remember it as they looked around in panic and fear. With another echoing snap, Harry intoned, "Obliviate." And the people seemed to go into a daze before shaking their heads and going on their day as if nothing had occurred. "There," said Harry lightly. "Now everything is back to the way it should be. I hate it when innocents pay for the actions of those stronger." Harry noticed. They only gaped at him, seemingly uncomprehending how he did what he just did. Harry understood. After all, Harry himself could only do it thanks to his position as Death's avatar. One of the hardest things for Harry to understand was how to apply his powers and theories of concepts. Basically, how to use his power over death to achieve any effect he wanted. Resurrecting people were easy enough thanks to his position. However, undoing the damage was actually the harder ability. What he did was basically kill, or negate, the damages outside of the invisible bubble surrounding the group caused by Harry's beating on Graphia. Basically, Harry negated all negative effects caused by the fight between Harry and Graphia outside of so-and-so area of space, the latter of which corresponded to the area surrounding the current group. In even simpler terms, he killed the event which caused the damages in the timeline. By killing the event, everything caused by said event was undone as well, including the people killed. The only ones unaffected were the ones he protected with his power. After all, he didn't want to undo the damage he did on Graphia. How would she learn her lesson then? Also unaffected were the memories of the people killed. Harry didn't trust his finesse with his death abilities extending to messing with people's minds. He might accidentally kill their minds completely. In that case, he used a mass obliviate to erase their memories. Easier and less margin for error. That done, Harry sighed before turning to Rias, who seemed to still be in some kind of shock. It was understandable. After all, less than 3 minutes ago she thought that she was going to both lose her child and be forced to marry someone she hated, and now someone who she considered family and extremely powerful was beaten on the ground, followed by Harry undoing all the damage like some omnipotent god. It was definitely a cause for going into shock, to say the least. Harry turned to an emotionally confused Rias with a slight grimace. "I'm sorry for not asking, but I don't think you should stay here. Even if you put wards around your building up again, if they took them down once, they can do it again, and I might not be here that time. It would be better if you moved in with me until I can settle this. My home is big enough for all of you, and the wards are strong enough to take a hit from several gods and still survive." He looked toward his home with amusement, as they proved by being the only home untouched from my indiscretion earlier. Rias looked from him to the beaten and now unconscious Graphia before biting her lip in thought. He had so many questions about everything that just happened, but the most important thing right now was to get somewhere safe for her and her baby. Her R was obviously powerful enough, and from his earlier display he obviously cared very much about their baby. Going with him where he said was completely safe sounded like the best plan. She might actually be able to sleep soundly if that was the case. Eventually, she nodded slowly and straightened up as much as she could. Very well. We will move in with you for the moment. However, I must tell you that I have another peerage member sealed away in the basement of the clubroom. He was sealed away because his sacred gear is too strong for me to control, but I won't leave him behind. Harry nodded in understanding. Very well. We'll release him as well then. I'm a master at seals, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem to break the one holding him. But we better move quickly though. She might have just been the scouting party, sort to speak. Wait, said Rias quickly before her eyes landed on Graphia. Asia, please heal Graphia while we get Gasper. Seeing Harry's frown, she gave him a pleading look. Despite everything, she's my sister-in-law, Harry. She helped raise me. I can't just leave her like that. Harry's eyes softened and he gave a small sigh. You're so much like me before all this happened that it frightens me. He gave Rias an understanding nod. Very well. But Asia, heal her only halfway. While I could easily beat her again, the second time might destroy more of the surroundings than this time did. I can't guarantee that Japan as a whole would survive that, and I'm unsure if I could undo it all if that happened, not to mention the long-term effects if an entire nation was destroyed and then seemingly returned. I can't erase the memories of everyone in the entire world, after all. So heal her worst injuries, but not enough so she regains her strength and consciousness. Asia looked at Rias for confirmation, who nodded in agreement. Asia quickly floated over to Graphia's broken body in Sona's hands and began healing her. Harry's eyes fell on the brown-haired boy from before that smelled of dragon and got his attention. You, stay with Asia. He narrowed his eyes at Sona and her peerage. I don't trust those devils over there, and they might take Asia hostage while we're not here. Said peerage apparently took offense at that, and the sole male stepped forward angrily. Hey, you can't speak to Kaichu like that. Shish. Anything else he might have said was cut off by the simple fact that Harry suddenly in front of him and casually backhanded him so hard he literally flew into the ground below and crashed into the Kuo school grounds. Two girls in the peerage yelled out the boy's name in worry while Harry absently murmured a "notice me not" charm around the school grounds that would last until midnight. Good thing school was already let out. The rest of Sona's peerage looked about to attack him when Harry's glare froze them in place. Shut up and be quiet. Secondary characters' only place is to obey the commands of the main characters. So stay there, be quiet, and once Asia is done, take the maid slut back to wherever she came from with my message. Harry's eyes fell on Sona, who once again shivered as she understood just who and what Harry was. Understood. Sona gulped and nodded. She had correctly guessed just who, but most importantly what, Harry was, and knew just how much trouble the underworld was in. They had basically threatened his child with death, and he obviously did not take that well at all. They would be lucky if he didn't decide to wipe their species out completely. But really, how could they guess that Rias had sex and was impregnated by the dragon avatar of death himself? Harry turned back to Rias, who quickly led him back down to the orc room so as to prevent more outbreaks of violence, though Rias could understand why. Rias felt much the same when she was told to abort her child. The only difference was that she lacked the power to do anything about it, something her R seemed to have in spades. Back with Sona's peerage, Momo and Ruruko had floated down to where Saji had landed, trying to help the unconscious boy while the rest of the peerage were still frozen in fear from the feeling of the man's power. Tsubaki leaned over to her king and whispered in her ear. This is going to be a problem, isn't it, Kaichu? Sona looked down at the slowly being healed body of Graphia and grimaced. Yes, Tsubaki. Yes, it is. Harry looked over the seal holding back Rias' peerage member with a frown before concluding one thing. This is the sloppiest sealsmanship I have ever seen, said Harry with a sneer as he passed a hand over it. Who in Merlin's name would put an odd-numbered seal over an even-numbered seal? It may look good, but it's lucky the entire thing didn't collapse. As it is, it's faulty. Rias frowned. What do you mean, Harry? She'd thought the seal was fairly advanced. After all, it was done by her brother himself. Harry sighed as he explained. Seals are divided into even and odd numbers depending on several factors such as the sum of the numbers each rune represents, which type of rune it is, and the family from which it comes from. For example, Harry pointed at the seal on the bottom, that one is an Egyptian-style seal. Those always add up to even numbers due to the Egyptians believing in balance for everything. They're the most stable and therefore, the hardest to break down. However, they're also the least versatile, meaning they can only really do one thing. This one basically separates the outside from the inside. Basically, nothing inside can affect the outside and nothing outside can affect the inside. The one on top though, continued Harry, getting into it as he saw Ria's interest, is a Greek seal. They are the first runic system to have both odd and even seals, with this one being odd. Odd-numbered Greek seals have the most versatility, being the first to be capable of traps such as explosive seals and the like. Their runic system is also much larger, giving room for more detail to the runic array that makes up the seal. Harry sneered. The Greek seal is a sort of recognition seal that prevents anyone from removing the bottom seal without the creator's permission. Basically, unless authorized, then the Greek seal will react violently to any attempt to remove the bottom seal. How violently? Asked Rias in trepidation. It'll blow up, killing both whoever is inside as well as destroying this entire building, said Harry dryly, horrifying his audience. At least, that's the original intent behind it. But whoever did this was a complete idiot who basically slapped two different seals together and hoped it would work. He not only put an odd-numbered seal over an even-numbered one, which would cause the explosion to be magnified exponentially, but mixed two different runic systems as well. There's a reason why that isn't done. Best case scenario, the entire seal fails and implodes upon itself, blowing up the building. And worst case scenario? Asked the until now quiet Akino. It causes a space-time distortion similar to a black hole, which would up all of Kuo town before collapsing on itself, which would therefore destroy about half of Japan, said Harry dryly. Everyone goggled at him and took a very large step back from the seal and the door. Are you sure you can take it off safely? Asked Kiba nervously. Harry scoffed. Please, the runic array on my pet fallen angels is more complex than this. This will be easy. Seeing the look on their face, Harry smirked. You didn't really think I'd trust a pair of fallen angel who were willing to sacrifice an innocent girl like Asia simply for power, did you? No, I placed a sort of leash, runic array on them that keeps them in line. I was originally going to simply turn them into vampires, but... He grimaced. That didn't turn out so well. Therefore, I placed a runic array on them that would punish them if they ever disobeyed an order or attempted to do something that would impact on me negatively. Once they prove their loyalty and shown that they've changed though, I'll remove it. Akino giggled cruelly as she imagined the fallen angels being punished. I think I've misjudged you, Harry. You don't seem that bad. Harry just smirked charmingly at the large-breasted teenage devil. If you want, we can get to know each other better later. Said girl actually blushed at the almost purr in his voice, not used to being the one flustered. Rias glared angrily at both her and her queen before quickly changing the subject. What's the difference between a seal and a runic array? Asked Rias curiously. She had always wondered about runes and seals ever since Gasper was sealed away but could find very little on it. She knew wizards had a lot of knowledge of runes but were very tight-lipped on the subject, being very protective of the sole magical subject they themselves created without devil help. Nothing really, said Harry with a shrug as he began to undo the seal around the door. It's just that when a runic array is completed and can no longer be modified anymore, it's called a seal. However, if it can still be modified, then it's called a runic array. Seals are more stable obviously but can't be modified, while runic arrays are less stable but can be added to and even removed more easily. The runic arrays on his pets were called runic arrays because he could still modify and even remove it easily when the time came. A seal was more stable but removing or modifying it was almost impossible, something he didn't want in the arrays on his pets. He wanted to be able to turn off certain functions as he wanted, such as the anti-pregnancy rune and such. If it had become a seal, then he might have inadvertently had made his pets completely infertile. Something he was sure they would have never forgiven him for, regardless of their feelings on having babies. Harry hummed as he expertly undid both seals without a problem. He could easily use his death powers to sort of rot the seals until they simply failed, but he liked using his knowledge to do things the slower way. Unlike his powers, he had sweated for his knowledge and skills in magic, and he much preferred them to cheating with his death powers. Sometimes, came Death's amused voice in his head. "You are too noble for your own good. And that's why you me," retorted Harry with a grin. Ignoring Death's laughter, Harry undid the seals with a flourish, watching them dissipate as if they were never there. At some point, the brown-haired boy who he learned was called Issei and Asia had arrived, watching the seals dissipate into the air with awe. Harry's eyes widened and narrowed as he caught sight of a single rune hidden beneath the bottom seal, which burned black and dissipated as the other two seals were undone. An alert rune, no doubt to alert the maker of the two seals, who was probably a member of Ria's family. The same family that wanted to kill his child. As much as he wanted nothing but to wait and beat on whomever appeared, Rias and their child's safety was paramount. They'd have to be quick. Harry quickly stepped forward and ignored the cries of the extremely girly-looking male Dampier inside the room, not even noticing when he somehow caused time to freeze around everyone but him. Ignoring Gasper's shocked look, Harry casually knocked him out by the simple expedient of chopping his neck and threw him over his shoulder, fireman style. He turned back to the group, who were unfrozen when Gasper went unconscious, and frowned. "We need to go," said Harry quickly. "There was an alert rune hidden beneath the seals, and whoever made that seal will have been alerted to the seals being undone. So unless you want me to fight whoever it is, we need to go now." Ria's eyes widened in fear at his revelation and quickly nodded her head in agreement. "We need to go." Harry instantly released a cloud of shadow that covered all of them before suing it to transport them to his home, just missing the sound of someone arriving in the main room through transportation circle. Harry relaxed slightly once the group crossed the wards into his territory. While he was sure in his own strength to take out almost anything that could attack them, he didn't wish to put the mother of his unborn child in harm's way. With his extremely powerful wards protecting them, he felt much better about the situation and could relax. Harry watched Rias and her peerage out of the corner of his eye, seeing their impressed looks with the exception of Rias and Akino, probably because both had seen more grandiose places from the Grimoire. Harry, however, didn't believe in wasting money on over-the-top castles and summer homes like other rich people. As long as the house was big enough to house his family and D1s and they wanted for nothing, he was content. Harry led the group toward his home, the door being opened by Rainer, who had changed from her usual uniform to a more comfortable and form-fitting, yet still elegant violet kimono. Harry recognized it as one he had bought for her 2 weeks ago, soon after he'd beaten Kokobile for trying to take back Harry's pets and kill them. "Master," said Rainer happily, looking visibly relieved that he'd arrived. "The rooms are ready for your guests as promised. Mistress Valerie is curious, however, as to the reason behind your slip earlier. She's waiting in the living room." Harry simply grunted. "I'll see her after I drop this boy off in his room. Bring me one of those bracelet things that block sacred gears, would you? It looks like this brat can't control his, and I won't have him activating it all the time. It would become annoying real fast." Rias looked surprised at his words and gave him a hopeful look. "You have a way to help Gasper control his sacred gear?" Harry nodded. "In a way. The bracelets were originally designed by an associate of mine during his research into sacred gears. I managed to get him to give me the designs for them in return for any information on anything I discovered on sacred gears. I made a few in case I ever needed to take down a sacred gear user without harming them. Some sacred gears are so powerful that they activate when the wielder is human and unready and can hurt the user and those around them. An example was a wielder of a flame sacred gear Harry ran into 3 years back. The poor boy had mistakenly killed both his parents and was burning down his neighborhood when Harry arrived. Not even knocking the boy out had stopped the sacred gear for some reason, and worse yet, the sacred gear had been burning the boy as well. Unable to do anything to help him and needing to save the hundreds of innocents in the area, Harry had been forced to kill him. It was something that haunted Harry still, and it pushed Harry to master his own power, at least to the point where he wouldn't mistakenly do something similar. Harry followed behind his bodyguard butler maid into the home proper. An amused smile crossed his face when he noticed Rainer's hips swinging a bit too much, no doubt to attract his eye to her well-shaped behind. Issei had certainly noticed if the way his eyes were glued to her butt and his drooling slightly was any indication. Harry couldn't help but roll his eyes at the sight of Issei's obvious lust for his pet. Rainer had supposedly killed him not a little over a month ago, and he said he hated her, yet here he was drooling over her figure. Looks like even hatred takes a back seat to his lust for her figure. Harry wouldn't be surprised if they cared more about seeing an attractive enemy female than he did about defeating her. Though, thought Harry with an inner smile as he eyed his pet's well-curved form. It is an incredible figure to drool over. Unlike the more unbelievable curves of Rias, her Queen Akino, and even Calawarner, Rainer had a body that was just within believable human limits while still not looking out of place on a supermodel. It was little wonder Issei had been so easily tricked and manipulated. Teenage hormones, when faced with a body like hers, were bound to lose. That wasn't even counting on her centuries of experience in manipulating and seducing humans. Harry didn't know all her history, but he did know that Issei definitely hadn't been the first to be manipulated by her. It was only the runic array on both his pets' backs that assured Harry that he wasn't being manipulated as well. That was truly the most dangerous thing about the great powers in the world. It wasn't their power, though that was considerable, but their knowledge and experience that made truly a force to be reckoned with. Even the current Satans, being young compared to the other great powers at only around 300 years old, were much more knowledgeable and experienced than Harry in every way. He would have to move forward cautiously from now on. His power would only get him so far, and he knew nothing about a lot of the subtle details of the supernatural world. He'd been avoiding getting truly involved until recently, and so he only knew the bare basics. Death herself knew very little, since she only met most people when they had died, and they weren't exactly talkative. Thankfully, he had an ability that would allow him to learn about devil politics directly from the source. Harry led the group to the second floor where the rooms were located before turning to the obviously stressed group. It had obviously too much happening within too little time, with stuff they believed impossible happening before their very eyes. Harry knew the feeling and knew the best thing he could offer them right now was some time alone to sort it all out individually before they sat down to talk about what they were going to do. "Okay," said Harry calmly, still holding the unconscious Gasper over his shoulder. "My room is the master bedroom at the end. To the left are Calawarner and Rainer's rooms respectively, and the second to the right is Valerie's. You'll meet Valerie eventually, but I imagine you want to rest after a long day, so other than those rooms you can take any room you want." Harry turned to Rias, who looked like she was one more revelation away from breaking down completely, so he spoke in a softer, more comforting tone. "The one directly to the right is the second largest bedroom in the house. I had it reserved for, well, it doesn't matter. You can take it as your own. If you need anything, I'm going to be either in my office at the other end of the hall or in my room next door, okay?" Rias smiled in thanks before steeling herself and turning to her peerage. "Okay, we'll sleep here tonight everyone. We'll talk about what we'll do tomorrow with Harry, after we've had a good night's sleep. Also," said Harry before they could leave to their chosen rooms, "if you want anything to eat, the kitchen is fully stocked and the house elves are more than willing to serve you anything you want." From their confused looks, it was obvious none of them knew what a house elf was, but were too tired to ask. Harry watched as they each went to their own rooms, taking note of which one they had chosen. He noticed Akino had chosen the one on the other side of Valerie's, the closest available one to Rias. Harry turned and carried Gasper into the room next to the short white-haired girl's, Kaneko he thinks her name was, and placed him on the bed. Just then Rainer showed up with the bracelet to control sacred gears made by none other than her former leader, Azazel. "Here it is, Master," chirped Rainer happily, handing over the bracelet. "Thank you, pet," said Harry with a smile before turning to the unconscious Dampier and putting it on him. Instantly, Harry could feel the small buildup of energy that showed that his sacred gear was constantly active be shut off, showing that it was bound. To make extra sure, Harry placed a small runic seal on the bracelet in his blood so only he would be able to take it off. The boy would have to learn control at some point, since this couldn't be a permanent answer. However, that would be a problem for another day. Turning around to his pet so they could leave the room, he was surprised when Rainer jumped onto him and fastened her lips to his while grinding herself onto his quickly hardening length. However, the surprise didn't last long and he quickly returned the before pressing her against the wall, getting a from the wanton fallen angel. Harry left her lips and started to law on her neck, getting a wanton from his pet. "Aren't you bold today, pet?" growled Harry into her left ear while grinding himself against her core. "Master," gasped Rainer with pure lust in her voice. "I'm a bad girl. Punish me, master. Punish me with your hard cock." Harry smirked and was just about to carry his pet to his office where he would ravage her when sense returned slightly when he heard Gasper mumble in his sleep. Remembering Gasper reminded Harry of more important matters that needed to be addressed before any fun could be had. With a reluctant sigh, Harry slowly placed a confused Rainer on her feet. "I'm sorry, pet, but I'll have to punish you another day. Right now, I need you to call your fallen sister and Valerie to my office for a meeting. We need to discuss our options for the upcoming confrontation with the Satans." Rainer frowned and looked put out. "You can just kill any of those idiot Satans if they get too uppity, so what's the problem?" "Personal power isn't everything, pet," said Harry cryptically. "There are other kinds of power, some of which I'm severely lacking in at the moment. Now go get them." Rainer huffed and glared in the direction of the wall closest to Rias' room. "Stupid devils. Not even here for an hour and they're already ruining everything." "That stupid devil," said Harry dryly with a hint of warning. "As the mother of my child, and I expect you to treat her with respect and protect her in case of danger. Is that understood?" Rainer looked reluctant but eventually conceded under his withering look. "Yes, master, I promise." Her face took on an ugly look. "I still don't like them though." "You don't have to, pet," said Harry as he fixed himself up so he looked presentable. "You don't even have to follow any orders she may give you. You just have to protect her for as long as she's pregnant with my child. Afterwards, well, it depends on what both Rias and I agree upon." Rainer looked away in silence though Harry could practically feel her jealousy. "As you say, master. I'll just go get Mistress Tepps and Calawarner then and we'll meet you in your office." Harry nodded absently, too lost in his thoughts to give much though on his pet's jealousy. "Yes, we have a lot to do and very little time to do it." As Rainer left the room to find the other two girls, Harry just hoped that between the four of them, 5 including Death, they would be able to find a way to get through the coming storm. Seatree Hospital, Underworld. 3 hours later, doctors and nurses scurried out of the way as the current Lucifer stalked through the halls, his signature power of destruction flowing off him in waves and destroying anything stupid enough to get in his way as he made his way toward a specific hospital room. His anger was practically visible as he made his way towards his wife's room. Sears X eventually reached the room in question before forcibly calming himself down and entering. The hospital looked like most hospital rooms did, with white walls and white everything. The only difference was the subtle hints of magic being used herein. They're in the form of runes placed on certain strategic locations. It was a new innovation created so as to heal more people at a time. The idea was that the runes gave off a healing aura that promoted the body's ability to heal itself. The runes ran off a central magic battery that was continuously recharged every day and night so as to never run out. Of course, its quality was much lower than if someone did it personally, and so in more extreme cases, a doctor still needed to heal the patient personally. According to what the file said, the woman lying asleep on the hospital bed did not need such treatment though she had been considerably banged up when she came in. Sears X ignored the 2 teenage girls as well as his parents who were looking at him apprehensively in the corner and walked over to his wife's unconscious form and gently caressing her hair. "Explain," barked Sears X angrily, not bothering to turn and face the people he addressed. They knew what he wanted. Sona gulped as she stood beside her queen before steeling herself to do as she was told. "My lord, I was not there to see how it began. However, I was there around halfway to the end of the battle between Lady Grafia and her attacker. From what I saw and was told by Asia Argento, a member of Rias' peerage who partially healed Grafia, the attacker was the father of Rias' unborn child." Sears X turned incredulous and angry eyes at the heiress and her queen. "Are you saying that a mere human did this to Grafia? One with the strength to do this to her and yet somehow be completely unknown to all 3 factions?" Sona shivered at the feeling of power coming from her lord. "And no, my lord. That is, he said he was the avatar of death. Instantly the power rolling off Sirzek's dissipated as a look of shock came to his face. The avatar of death. You mean, the Deathly Hallows have chosen a master. Without Sirzek's power suffocating her, Sona regained her composure and nodded hesitantly. That is what he said, Lord Sirzek's. His exact words were, I am Death's avatar and her hand in this world. I am Ophis, opposite and equal. I am and forever will be. Sona shivered as she remembered the terror that filled her as she heard those words. Those were his words exactly, my lord. Sona pointedly left out his threat towards the devil race since it was superfluous. It was obvious he would take the threat against his child personally, and they knew that if the father ever found out about their actions, he would be angry. They had simply not considered it important because they thought he was just a normal human and therefore, unimportant in the greater scheme of things. What could a mere human do against them, after all? But now it turned out that he was no mere human but something else. And not just anyone else but someone with the power to equal Ophis and therefore, more than enough power to back up his threats. To put it bluntly, they'd screwed the pooch. Sirzek seemed to realize this as his face had taken a look of fear before a focused look came to his face. How sure are you that he is who he claims to be, Sona? Sona pointedly looked at the unconscious Grafia before turning to Sirzek. Very, my lord. He tossed around Lady Grafia like an ultimate-class devil would a normal human. She never had a chance to even defend herself and the entire town was destroyed just from the backlash of his beating on her. At that, Lord Grimory spoke. Are you telling me that Kuo town is gone? Beside him, Venelana Grimory was equally surprised, though her surprise and worry came from wondering where her daughter could be if the town was destroyed. Sona looked visibly uncomfortable while beside her, Tsubaki shifted uneasily. Well, no, Lord Grimory. The town is still there. At that, the three conscious adults were confused. Then why did you say the town was destroyed? Sona shifted slightly before speaking. The town was destroyed, but the man repaired it all with a snap of his fingers. At that, the three adult devils were stumped. He repaired the entire town, with a snap of his fingers? Asked Venelana in a strained voice. As well as resurrected every person who died in the backlash while erasing their memories of the events, said Sona reluctantly. His spell didn't just affect us, though. I asked my queen to do some research to see what kind of covering we would have to do for this event, and it turns out that the earthquakes and almost apocalyptic level natural disasters either never registered or were erased from the memory of everyone in the world. Sona took a deep breath before delivering the bombshell. He literally rewrote reality with a snap of his fingers, my lords. At that, Venelana collapsed into a nearby chair, too shocked to stay standing. Sirzek and his father were doing little better and looked to be trying to swallow what she reported with much difficulty. After all, it was one thing to know Ophis and Great Red were much more powerful than anything in the universe, but to have a first-hand account of just how far-reaching the power of someone on their level is. It was extremely humbling for the two proud devils, and not in a good way. Thank you, Sona, said Lord Grimory kindly, even if he looked slightly faint. You can go now. Thank you for bringing Grafia to the hospital. We'll call on you if need to know anything else. Bowing in acceptance, both Sona and Tsubaki left the room, understanding that the adult devils wished to speak alone. She wondered what they would do, but it was out of her hands. She just hoped they wouldn't antagonize the man further. Sona shivered as she remembered the power of Ryasar. The ease with which he completely destroyed someone that Sona had previously considered having few stronger than her. The casual confidence with which he walked and the way he declared his power and domination over not only her but any who sought to harm what he considered his. Oh yes, she really hoped they wouldn't antagonize that man further. Luckily for Sona, antagonizing Harry further was the last thing on the adults' minds. We have to inform the Phoenix clan about this development, Lord Grimory said in a resigned tone of voice. Father, they are not going to react well to this news, Riser Phoenix especially. The existence of Death's avatar, if it is true, completely rewrites the balance of power among the three factions, Sirzek explained. Every side will be trying to recruit him for their own purposes, but above all that Rias is carrying his child. That child just became the most important being in existence, and from the way he attacked Graphia just for being the messenger, he won't react well to anyone trying to get close to his child with ill intent. None of that matters until we deal with the contract between Rias and Riser, Lord Grimory said, cutting him off. Call him here. If we get lucky we might be able to turn this to our advantage. Be wary, father, Sirzex cautioned his father. I never agreed with you selling Rias like cattle to the Phoenix clan, pureblood or not. Rias is already ready to attack you for your actions and would be unlikely to listen to you. She would probably set her child's father on you instead. I understand that, son, but while I stand by my original decision to marry Rias to Riser, it was the extra clause concerning pregnancy that we added to protect her that tied our hands. Rias getting pregnant meant that the Phoenix clan either got control over Rias or, because of the devil power infused into the contract, he would gain significant influence over our entire family, including you and your position as Lucifer, Lord Grimory explained slowly. He'd his daughter, but he believed in the traditional methods of the devils. It wasn't just about pure blood. The most powerful devil families were the ones that were older. This was because of two things. The first was the culmination of knowledge the family had gathered over the centuries, from magic to gold to sacred gears. The second was that power bred true in devils. The older a devil got, the more powerful they became, and the more powerful the parents, the more likely any children would inherit and then build upon that inherited power. However, if man truly is the master of death and he challenges Riser for Rias, we might be able to get her out of the contract to the Phoenix family and gain a powerful ally in the process. Rias didn't know about the clause in the contract, so once we explain it to her she may very well calm down and listen to us. At least to an extent, Lord Grimory said before motioning to his wife. Venelana, please summon Riser Phoenix as quickly as you can. I'm sure he is anxious to discover what the situation is with Rias. Venelana nodded and dashed off while Sirzex sighed but quickly began clearing the area around Graphia's room of other people. He didn't want anyone else involved when Riser Phoenix arrived. Venelana returned quickly, saying that the message had been sent, and that meant that Riser was only minutes from arriving. Suddenly the room lit up with the glow of the Phoenix family crest and an explosion of flames filled the room. The three high-class devils didn't even blink an eye with Riser Phoenix, and his entire peerage filled the medical room. Rise Phoenix has arrived, the blonde-haired blue-eyed fried chicken said, as though speaking in the third person actually made him sound cool. But Riser Phoenix does not see his new toy. Could the Grimory clan be thinking of breaking their word to me? I assure you that is not the case, Phoenix-sama, Lord Grimory said, stepping forward. There was a complication when Graphia went to retrieve Rias, apparently a man claiming to be the master of death who also happens to be the father of the child attacked and injured Graphia enough to hospitalize her. Riser raised one eyebrow and his gaze landed on the battered and beaten Graphia, which gave testimony to Lord Grimory's claim. Riser Phoenix believes you. You are a smart man, Lord Grimory. However, Riser Phoenix believes this man, whoever he is, must be lying. If the Hallows had chosen a master surly, we would have heard of it before now. What is this man's name who thinks he can take what belongs to Riser Phoenix? According to Sona Citri, who witnessed the attack on Graphia, the man's name is Harry Potter, Lord Grimory said. Riser Phoenix has heard the name before, Riser said, stroking his chin. 'Tis the name of the human wand waver from Britain, hardly a threat to Riser Phoenix. Graphia must be getting rusty to be beaten by a mere human wizard, Sirzex. Sirzex clenched his teeth but did not respond to Riser's barbed comment or his condescending look. Lord Grimory quickly intervened before it could evolve into something more deadly between the Lucifer and the Phoenix. Phoenix-sama, I think it would be best if we were to go together to retrieve Rias from this Harry Potter. You could deal with the man and we could talk down Rias into coming home. Does this sound reasonable to you? It does, Riser said imperiously. Come, I have wasted enough time. I have plans for my Rias once she belongs to me. With that, Lord Grimory, his wife, their son, along with Riser Phoenix and his entire peerage who had remained silent behind their master, vanished in a flash of teleportation circles. Their destination, Kuo Town. Harry's residence. Kuo Town, Japan. They're here, Harry said as he felt the teleportation magic just outside his home's wards. Around him in his office sat Raynor, Calawarner and Valerie, while Death stood invisible beside him. The sun had risen just over an hour ago, which made it about 7 or so in the morning. He had spent most of the night discussing plans with his girls for when Ria's family showed up. Now it looked like they were out of time. Walking into the living room with his girls following him, he was greeted by Rias and her peerage minus Gasper, who was still asleep according to the wards. "Harry, it's Riser," Riza shouted, sounding scared. "My parents and brother are out there as well, and it feels like they are about to try and bring down the wards. Even if they could, which I doubt, I'm going to let them. Make them think they have taken the wards down and then go out to meet them. This gives me the perfect opportunity to deal with all the people who want to hurt our child at once," Harry said with steely conviction. The tone of his voice must have reassured her, because a relieved smile broke across her beautiful face. He was hit once again just how the knowledge of her pregnancy made her the most beautiful woman in the world to him. He could easily hear both her heartbeat and the child's in her womb. Rias then walked up to him and hugged him tight, which he returned instantly, holding her close. "Thank you, Harry, I never dreamed I would have such good fortune," Rias said, looking up at him with tears in her eyes. She leaned up and placed a soft on his lips before backing up, her hands going to her lower belly in a loving gesture to the life there. "My mind was decided the moment I heard our child's heartbeat, Rias, but don't thank me just yet. I have a plan to work this all out, and when the time comes I need you to go along with it, okay?" he asked. Riza just nodded in calm acceptance. "So long as it protects our child, I will do anything," Rias said. "Good answer," he said, and walked to the front door as the wards came down with his girls and Rias's peerage following him. Right outside his home he spotted 4 people. The red-haired man with a beard and the brown-haired woman had to be Rias's parents, and he had to restrain the urge to put them both on their asses for the way they had bartered away Rias's future. The red-haired man next to them had to be Searsex, Rias's older brother and the devil Lucifer. One of the 4 devil leaders, which apparently made him a big deal. He was also the husband of that maid woman he had nearly killed, so the tightly coiled apprehension and anger he could see in the man's eyes were to be expected. And finally there was the man who was apparently trying to force Rias in a less pureblood marriage and abort his child. White-hot fury flared up inside him, and he just barely kept his power from being sensed by these people. He needed them to think he wasn't that big of a threat, despite whatever they may have been told. Behind the haughty blood arsehole stood a gaggle of beautiful women who had to be his peerage. However, his eyes locked onto a specific young woman who Rias had told him about when describing Riser and his peerage, and he smirked. He would make Razor pay for thinking he could harm what was his and his alone. Such rudeness to come knowing uninvited at this early hour. Why, one would think the houses of Grimoire and Phoenix had no manners, he said aloud in a completely blasé tone of voice and a smile on his lips. "Have a care, cretin, you are in the presence of the immortal Riser Phoenix," Riser said in a pompous tone of voice, putting one hand over his heart and taking a step forward. "And you have taken what belongs Riser. Step aside and you may yet live. Rias Grimoire belongs to Riser through contract with the Grimoire house." "Ah, you see, that's where you're wrong," Harry said, still smiling, which caused Riser to twitch in shock and confusion that this lower being didn't simply bow out of the way as he should. Due to the disagreement with her parents and the Grimoire clan, Rias has decided to abandon the Grimoire name and house. Officially that would cost her the status and privilege, not mention the power inherent to the Grimoire clan. However, that also negates any contact Lord Grimoire might have intended to commit her to, meaning that you have no legal basis for your claim of Rias. Rias's parents and brother gasped in horror as Riser blanched in shock. Giving up one's house name cut you out of the house completely, and only the head of the house could allow that person back into the family, but by doing so any loyalty or oaths to the family were negated at the same time. "Rias, is this true?" Lord Grimoire said in panic, stepping forward with a worried look in his eyes as Venelana held her hands over her mouth with tears in her eyes. Rias looked shocked as well, with eyes wide, but Harry looked over his shoulder at her with a serious expression and he nodded slowly. She remembered his words from before and closed her eyes, taking a deep breath, and nodded. "Yes, father, I won't allow my child to be sacrificed for you prestige and pureblood traditions. If I must abandon the Grimoire family to do so, then I will." "There you go," Harry said with a delighted tone of voice, turning back to look at a shocked Riser and his confused peerage. "You have no business here, bird boy, so scat, this is private property." "You can't do this," Riser shouted, now angry. He was Riser Phoenix and he would not be thwarted by this nobody claiming to be Death's avatar. He had power, he could sense that, but it was nowhere near this level, which only confirmed to him that Sirzek's little maid toy had either gotten sloppy or this child had caught her unawares. If you do, then the Grimoire family will be forced to pay for the broken contract in full. Not my problem, Harry said bluntly, again shocking Riser and the Grimoires. As far as I am concerned, you can them all over and it wouldn't bother me a bit. I don't give a what kind of traditions you devils follow, but that family lost any right to Rias when they decided to sell her like a shiny trinket to an overstuffed flaming turkey like yourself. So go ahead and make them pay for breaking their contract to you, but it has nothing to do with me or mine. Shocked silence descended over the empty road as the mixed devils and Fallen stood processing what had just happened. Riser in particular was fuming, but there was really nothing he could really do. If Rias denounced her family name, then he couldn't marry her because she would no longer belong to a noble house. Even if she didn't want to marry him, so long as Lord Grimoire forced her to walk down the aisle, she would belong to him utterly the moment she said I do. Honestly, the idea of forcing the Grimoire to make concessions to him for breaking the contract was appealing. It paled in comparison to the gem that was Rias Grimoire, but without a contract or her family name she would be useless, and if he just kidnapped her it would reflect badly on the Phoenix house. No, the only way to get Rias was to tempt this Harry Potter with a deal. Riser Phoenix has a suggestion, he said slowly with a slow smirk forming on his face. Oh, Harry said, looked slightly interested, but inside he was smiling. Riser Phoenix proposes a challenge, Riser Phoenix against Harry Potter one-on-one. If Riser wins, Rias comes with me and fulfills the contract, Riser said. And why should I risk my child's life? Just to fight you, Harry said, implying with his words that he thought he could lose in a fight with Riser, which made Riser smirk even more. Riser will offer this. If Riser wins, Riser will allow Rias to give birth to the child with the intent that once the child is born, the child will go to Harry Potter, with the rule that neither Harry Potter nor the child will ever be allowed to see Rias Grimoire again. However, should Riser lose, Riser will not only void the contract and remove any debt the House of Grimoire would own the House of Phoenix, but Riser will also offer up any 3 of his evil pieces for Harry Potter to take as his own, Riser said with a confident smirk. To their credit, none of Riser's peerage looked shocked or angry at the offer. They just smirked with total confidence that if Harry to the challenge, Riser would have no chance of losing. Harry looked thoughtful, tapping a finger on his lip and looking up. Turning on one foot, he looked back at Rias and everyone around her. Raynor and Calawarner had carefully neutral expression on their faces, but her could see the glee in their eyes, and Rias Peerage seemed to be keeping straight faces, though the boy Issei seemed to be suffering a painful pinch from the ex-nun who was keeping him from giving away the ruse. Rias had a carefully worried expression on her face, but she had figured out his plan minutes ago, and the minute nod she gave him was all the permission he needed, though he probably would have done it anyway even if she had told him no. The Grimoires also seemed to have caught on and were keeping silent, hoping that things would work out in their favor. Then Harry turned back around to face a smirking Riser with a confident look in his eyes. All right, Riser, deal. Excellent, Riser eyed excited. Would Lord Lucifer be willing to set up a field space for Riser's bout? Riser asked Sirzek with a razor eyebrow. Yes, my father, and I should be able to set up a dimensional pocket for you two to fight in, Sirzek said. With a burst of power, suddenly they were all in a close-off dimension which was little more than an empty rocky plateau. The Grimoires and Riser's peerage retreated behind Riser, while Rias, her peerage, and his 2 fallen girls retreated behind him. Harry stared at Riser, whose hands were clenched at his sides, a look of excitement on his face. Prepare yourself, mortal. Riser Phoenix promises to make this quick and painless, Riser said. I would to see you try, Harry said, and he prepared to let his power loose. He was looking forward to wiping the smirk off Riser's face. Without warning, Riser moved, throwing a hand out with a yell, and unleashed a cascading wave of fire. Both sides gasped at the sudden surge of power, and Harry stood his ground as the fire washed over him. Riser smirked as the flame caught his target. He knew he had won then and there. Really, the poor fool never stood a chance, and he put his hands in his pockets and laughed. The poor fool, he never stood a chance against Riser Phoenix, but at least he died at the hands of Riser, something to be proud of, I think. Suddenly Riser and everyone else froze in place as a deeper, darker chuckle suddenly broke the silence from inside the fire. Riser whipped back around and the flames suddenly began to spin in place around an unseen center. Slowly like blood the red and gold flames began to turn a void black and purple as they spun faster and faster. Riser took a cautious step backward, unable to comprehend what he was seeing when the voice of his opponent suddenly rang out from within the flames. "Is that all, Riser? Well then, my turn." A black scaly arm of flame suddenly sprang from the cyclone of fire and then another, and before Riser's eyes the fire suddenly took the form of a giant dragon made of black flame. On the ground, walking unharmed from the firestorm, Harry walked, his eyes a slitted glowing red with fangs exposed and draconian black wings spread wide on his back. In his right hand he held a long curved black and silver scythe, and to top it all off he let loose with about 20% of his power, which made the malignant black aura surrounding his body about 4 times the power of Sirzek's true form, something the man felt and cringed at the thought of such power bring direct at his defenseless wife. Riser also realized quite suddenly that he was well and truly screwed. He thought the boy some mortal human wand waver, instead it looked like his claim to being Death's avatar was quite true. He was trembling quite badly and fear overrode any sense of superiority he had previously had. "And now," he intoned in his demonic voice which shook the very foundation of the dimensional bubble they were in. In fact, the bubble would have already popped if Harry himself hadn't seized control of it from Sirzek and bolstered its power. "You fall." With a roar of rushing wind the black fire dragon screeched its hatred and flew at Riser. Riser let out a not so manly screech of fear and let out another blast of fire at the dragon. The gold and black flames collided in an explosion of heat and power, blinding Riser, but only for a moment. Before he could react, Harry was through the flames and right in front of him, scythe held in both hands and cocked back. To those watching, the scythe seemed to blur in a whirling vortex of circles, and Riser luckily stayed in one piece. But that was the only lucky break he got, as his body erupted in jets of blood from dozens of bone-deep cuts. Instantly he felt his regeneration kick in as the wounds erupted in flames and healed in between blinks of an eye. For a moment he thought that maybe he could still win so long as he could regenerate, but the scythe in Harry's hand suddenly puffed into smoke, and from inside his black leather long coat a blue blade flashed. Both of Riser's arms flew from his shoulders and burned away in flames, but unlike before his arms didn't regenerate in a burst of fire as they normally would. On his ass he looked up at Harry in shock as blood dribbled from the clean-cut stumps where his arms used to be. The blue blade dipped in red flicked up to rest under Riser's chin in a clear sign of his defeat. "Do you yield, Riser Phoenix of House Phoenix?" Harry asked the devastated man. Riser looked up at him with terrified eyes as his aura beat into his senses and his red-slitted eyes bored into his. Shocked beyond the ability to speak, Riser cast his eyes down and gave a single jerky nod. All at once the dimensional bubble they were in popped and they all found themselves back outside the house as thought nothing happened. The moment Harry put the void sword away, Riser's arms flashed back into existence. Thought the man remained on the ground in shock, his mind frozen. Harry just scoffed as he put his powers away and returned to looking like a normal human. Reaching down, he reached into Riser's shirt pocket and pulled out 3 chess pieces. Riser's peerage was staring in shock at their master sound defeat and flinched as he held of the pieces he had taken. The biggest piece, the queen, was obvious, and Eubeluna paled as she realized what was going to happen to her. The other 2 pieces, a bishop and a rook, had a 50-50 chance of being either girl, but Harry quickly made it clear who the pieces belonged to. Putting a bit of power into the pieces, he seized control over them, bending the pieces to his will and summoned their counterparts. Eubeluna along with Schwalen and Riser's own sister Ravel flew across the feet only to end up on their hands and knees before their new master and God. "Rainer, Calawarner," he called, and both fallen angels appeared at his side in an instant. "Take your new sisters inside and keep an eye on them. As for you 3, he continued, addressing the 3 girls directly. "You will go with these 2 and you will follow their directions until I can deal with you. I am your master now, and if you disobey me, I promise you, you will be punished, understood?" With tears in their eyes they nodded, and the 2 fallen escorted the 3 devils into the house and out of sight. Rias and her peerage were still shocked from the entire event, as were the Grimoires. Sighing, he followed his pets into the house, snagging a gaping Rias, who was quickly becoming excited and happy as the reality of her freedom started to sink in. "Everyone inside, Grimoires, follow me. We have things to discuss and you have many things to answer for." Rias attached herself to his side, pressing her breasts into him as he put an arm around her and palmed her ample ass. Rias giggled and didn't attempt to pull away as he led her inside. Her peerage followed, and after sparing one last look for the defeated Phoenix, whose remaining peerage members were pulling back to a magic transport circle before they followed their sister in the house of the Avatar of Death. If anyone could have read their mind in that moment, they would not have been able to fault the Grimoire's nervousness at entering the house of a being that could kill them all on a whim. But refusing the order would be even worse, so they followed Rias's peerage through the front door, and the wards came back up, locking anyone and everyone else out. His home was getting a bit crowded, he thought, as he sat on the seat in his living room with Rias attached to his side. The red-haired beauty was practically glued to his side and giggling under her breath, probably due to the immense satisfaction of seeing Riser Phoenix getting his ass handed to him on a silver platter. The woman that was pregnant with his child was pressing her impressive tits against his arm and rubbing against him in a clear sign that she wanted to do much more and he would indulge her at the earliest opportunity. However, he had some work to do first. Besides Rias, there was her whole peerage that were either standing behind the seat or sitting around them. Off to the side near the hallway stood Raynor, Calawarner and Valerie, and at their feet on their knees sat Ubeluna, Schwalen and Revel, his captured devils from Riser's peerage. To round out his list of guests, sitting across from him and looking distinctly uncomfortable, were the elder Grimoire's Rias's parents and her older brother Searzek's Lucifer, the Lord Lucifer, and one of the 4 ruling devils of the underworld. Under almost any other circumstances, Lord Grimoire and Searzek's would be the ones controlling the conversation and flow of the meeting. Both men were Satan-class devils after all, though Searzek's was the superior in terms of power. However, both men had just seen one Harry Potter put off more than 4 times the power Searzek's could at his maximum without any real effort, and wipe the floor with the third in line of the Phoenix clan, one of the most powerful devil families in the underworld. Now they were here in his home, not by his invitation but by his demand. "Before I begin," he said slowly, staring down the 3 devils, "would any of you like to say anything in regards to your actions?" "My lord," Lord Grimoire began, not sure what to refer to Harry as. "Given my occupation," Harry said sarcastically but slowly, "you may call me Lord Peverell." "Lord Peverell," Lord Grimoire said, nodding. "First let me apologize in regards to this entire situation which threatened the life of your unborn child. Under any other circumstances we would never threaten the life of one of our grandchildren, no matter what family they were from, but we were legally bound by contract to go along with Riser's plan." Harry said nothing, only narrowed his eyes while Rias pushed herself further into his side at the mention of the now negated threat to her child. So Lord Grimoire continued, "You see, when my son Searzek became the Lord Lucifer, he became ineligible to become Lord Grimoire when I either retire or die. While it is not unheard of, most families are run by oldest eligible male. Since I have no other children, only Rias could inherit the title. There are many in the underworld who would take advantage of the fact that for all intents and purposes my family only has a single direct heir to either assassinate her or force her into a marriage against her will to control my family. To prevent that, I made a deal with Lord Phoenix for his 3rd son to marry Rias. Rias would still retain control of the family while the Phoenix and Grimoire families would become closer politically. All Riser would be was a means for Rias to produce heirs, since he was of the Phoenix house, that would combine with the power of the Grimoire house to make a powerful new Lord Grimoire for the next generation. That still does not explain why you allowed Riser to walk all over you, or why you agreed to go along with his plan to have my child aborted," Harry said in a low, threatening voice that sent shivers down the backs of everyone in the room. "Please, Lord Peverell, let me finish," Lord Grimoire said quickly and with a slightly submissive tone of voice. "We knew of Riser's treatment of women and the way he thought of them, so we slipped in a clause that said if Riser impregnated a woman other than Rias before they had their first child, Rias would gain total control over the contract and over Riser. However, that clause applied in both directions." Rias gave a little gasp next to him, and Harry's eyes hardened into jade. "I got Rias pregnant, so Riser got to decide how to control the contract." "Yes," Lord Grimoire said, sighing in both relief and pain. "We never expected Rias to get pregnant or even go so far to defy us that she would sleep around with other men to try and break the contract." "I didn't sleep around," Rias suddenly shouted, angry. "I only ever slept with Harry, and only because he treated me like woman, not a bartering tool to increase his political standing." You can make all the excuses you want, father, but you sold me to Riser to increase the Grimoire family name. Rhea stood breathing heavily and her face flushed while Lord Grimoire looked pained. Her mother and Searsex also looked distraught but for the moment kept silent, so Harry decided to take back over. I will admit that your explanation does relieve some of my anger regarding your treatment of Rias, Harry said slowly. However, that does not negate the events that transpired or the fact that my child's life was put into harm's way in the first place. I can only see two options to this dilemma. The first involves Rias going through with her earlier threat and abandoning the Grimoire name. Naturally, I would take her into my house as the first of my official consorts and I name the Grimoire family enemies of my house. The other option is simple: Rias remains a Grimoire, becomes my first official consort and the Grimoire family swears fealty to me, Harry said with finality. The three Grimoires paled, especially Lord Grimoire, and he bowed his head before taking a deep breath. I cannot lose Rias as my heir. My son's child, my grandson, is not eligible due to my son's title as Lucifer. Nor could the Grimoire afford to be open enemies of the Avatar of Death. Soon all three sides will know of your existence and many will flock to your banner. Any declared enemies of yours would be automatically targeted by those who would want to curry your favor. With slow but decisive movements Lord Grimoire rose. Harry did as well and looked the man directly in his eyes. Then Lord Grimoire went down on one knee before him and placed a hand over his heart. In the name of the Grimoire family I pledge my life and that of my family name to your eternal service as your vassal Lord Peverell. The silence hung for a moment before Harry pulled out the void sword and placed it on Lord Grimoire's shoulder. In the name of the House of Peverell I accept the House of Grimoire as my vassal, he intoned, and Lord Grimoire rose as the power of the contract settled around them both. I hope with this we can continue from a clean slate, my lord, Lord Grimoire said. I believe we can, Harry said as Venelana and Searsex rose. Venelana bowed once to him, calling him my lord as well, but Searsex approached him half wary, half angry. I am Lord Lucifer and not bound to the Grimoire house. Furthermore, as Lucifer I cannot swear myself to anyone else lest I destabilize the balance of power in the underworld. But beyond all those things you attacked my wife, Searsex said. I have no personal grudge against your wife, Harry said after a moment. She was just in the wrong place at the wrong time and carrying the wrong message. I apologize for the powerful reaction I had, but according to Rias at the time she was there to take Rias away against her will, to have my child aborted and to force her to marry a man she hated. You may not owe fealty to me like the rest of the Grimoire house, but you do owe me a debt that I will collect on one day. Searsex, do remember that. Searsex looked like he wanted to disagree, but there was nothing he could really do, so he just nodded once and turned away. Lord Grimoire asked for permission to leave, which he granted while letting him know he would be in contact later. With a final goodbye to Rias, who seemed to be on better terms with her family now but not quite repaired yet, they walked out the door and vanished via a Grimoire transportation circle. Harry, Rias said approaching him. Now that the danger is past, I would like to get my peerage settled back into our clubhouse. Also I need to contact Sona Citri and inform her of everything that has happened. That sounds good, Harry said, stepping forward and surprising Rias by embracing her. He went one step further and placed a heated on her lips. Rias gasped at the possessive gesture and made a reflexive whining sound when he pulled back. I need to take care of my 3 new pets anyways, but I have to insist that you move in here with me. Really? Rias asked, surprised after looking a little jealous at the mention of Harry's new pets. You want me to move in with you? You are to be my first consort and the mother of my first child, Rias. You are mine and I don't want you where I can't protect you, he said. So sure that I want to be owned by you, she said in a playful voice with something hidden in the undertone of her words. As I told you before, he said, leaning in to speak directly into her ear, making her shiver with desire. The woman always wants to be taken, and as soon as you get back I'm going to make you scream loud enough that everyone in a 5-block radius knows it. Rias blushed harder but couldn't disagree that she liked Harry's dominating side. Maybe she was less powerful than he was, but she was sure she could work her way into manipulating him toward her desires. After all, she was a devil and she would have her work cut out for her if she wanted to be at the top of whatever harem of women formed around him. She would have to start with his 2 fallen angel pets. Furthermore, Harry said, breaking Rias's train of thought as he turned toward her peerage. If I own you by proxy, I own your peerage. I will have to train them up if they want to represent the avatar of death. Walking around them, he took them in one at a time, starting with you two, he said, indicating the only two men in Rias's peerage besides Gasper. Yuto Kiba and Hyodo Issei. I find that the best way to motivate a subordinate is find what motivates them the most. Kiba, what is it that you want most out of life? Kiba looked wary for a moment before looking at Rias. She in turn nodded to him, so he took a deep breath before answering. I wish to find and destroy the man who conducted the holy sword experiments on myself and killed friends. That is what I want most. Harry nodded. Well, you will need all the power you can get for something like that. Once I have more information on the subject, I will look into it. What about you, Issei? Me? Issei asked, looking surprised before an excited and more than a little ed look came over him. I want to get super powerful so I can form my own harem. I see, Harry said, looking Issei up and down while stroking his chin. Suddenly he smiled and put an arm around the young boy's shoulder. I think you might actually have chance at your dream, Issei. Really? Issei and the other members of the peerage asked, all surprised. Yes, really. But if you want a harem, you have to concentrate less on the ed aspect and more your personal power. You have your sacred gear and the ability to become a very powerful devil. On top of that, you seem to have a good heart. Once you are strong enough, you can form your own peerage with Rias's permission, and you could do what Riser did and make them all female, Harry explained. Oh, Issei said, looking a little upset. I don't want to be like Riser. The fact that you don't want to be means that you won't be. That's why I think you have a good heart. But understand this, Issei, there are all kinds of relationships, men with men, and women with women. One man with multiple women or one woman with multiple men. Some people prefer monogamous relationships while others like polygamous ones. I'm a predator, Issei. Look at my women, he said, indicating both Rias and the fallen angels standing over the captured devils. Rias here will be my consort, both because she is pregnant by me and because she is already so powerful and has the potential to become even greater with time. But the other girls, Rainer and Calawarner, along with the 3 devils I took from Riser, are servants, pets in the basic sense. My 2 fallen girls I captured on the night I saved your nun friend Asia, and you saw me take these 3 devil girls. They are pets to me, but that doesn't mean I think of them as objects. There is a hierarchy in my harem. I see, Issei said, looking contemplative, but then his eyes met Rainer's and he flinched, looking away. Harry saw that and his mind flashed back to the fact that Rainer had actually killed Issei and forced him into a situation where Rias could turn him into a devil. For all his big talk, he was an insecure boy who had been manipulated and taken advantage by a woman who had hundreds of years of experience. An inexperienced geek like Issei had stood no chance against the skills of Rainer. Because he had been hurt so badly, now he had no confidence where women were concerned, regardless of his self-professed dream of being a harem king. But Harry had an idea. Rainer, come here, he suddenly ordered, startling Issei and the rest of them, though Rainer instantly reacted to his order. Yes, master, she said, standing in front of him and Issei with an impassive expression. It's come to my attention that you did this young man wrong before I found you. Given his current state of mind, he can never become a harem king if he can't be confident with women. So you are going to make it up to him. Stripedy, bend over and brace yourself against the wall. Master? Rainer asked, shocked along with everyone else at the sudden turn of events. Did I stutter, pet? Now? He growled, lacing a bit of his power into his voice. Rainer jerked and hastened to follow his order. Everyone else was stunned silent, but he and Issei got a front row ticket as Rainer stripped down to her birthday suit, turned around, bent over and placed her hands against the wall. Given that her wings were put up, it gave everyone watching a perfect view of her well-shaped peach along with her pink slit and rosebud. Issei was blushing like mad with surprise as he got to see the body he had fantasized about for that one whole day of bliss before Rain had murdered him in cold blood. Suddenly Harry tapped his shoulder with something, and when he looked to see what it was, he blanched in surprise. Harry was holding a 1.5 foot long, 2.5 inch thick solid wood paddle with 8 holes drilled in the wide paddle head in 2 vertical rows of 4. Looking over her shoulder, Rainer saw the paddle and squeaked in fear, but a sharp look from her master held it in place. She felt tears in her eyes as she looked away back at the blank wall. How could she have known what her actions that day would have wrought? She could only hope that her master would console her later. Since she hurt you, Issei, she deserves to be punished. You get 50 paddles to do with what you will. You can use all 50 or only one, you can make them human soft, or you can pump some of your devil power into your swings. Don't feel bad about hurting her, I will prevent her from having permanent harm no matter how hard you spank her, Harry said as he placed the paddle in Issei's hands. Issei looked shocked and confused by the opportunity afforded to him. He looked from the paddle to the quivering but unresisting Reynard against the wall. Suddenly a white-hot rage welled up inside his chest as he recalled every single detail of their date that day. He understood now why Raynor as a fallen angel had decided to kill him, but she had gone one step further with her torture by offering him a taste of his dream with that date only to shatter it before murdering him. His hands tightened on the paddle as he silently stepped up behind Raynor's exposed privates. Under any other circumstances he would marvel at a woman's but at this particular moment not one aspect of Raynor's form appealed to him sexually. Raynor threw one quick look over her shoulder, so their eyes met for a second, only for her head to whip back around as she gave of fright. That look of fear sent a savage bolt satisfaction through him. Harry watched as a look of determination came over Issei's face. The boy needed this as it would help him recover what he had lost when he had been killed by Raynor. He would make it up to his pet later, he thought as Issei reared back and delivered the first vicious swing to Raynor's unprotected ass. He counted out loud in a calm voice, but loud enough that Issei could hear him over the smack of wood on flesh and Raynor's cries of pain. To her credit, she managed to stay upright against the wall and never tried to run away. On the last swing, Raynor's was blood red from the beating it had taken, and the skin had broken in several places, causing actual blood to run down her legs. With a savage roar, Issei delivered the final swing and stepped back, sweating and panting in exhaustion while dropping the paddle. Raynor fell to the floor and he signaled to Valerie, "Take Raynor to her room and patch her up, clean and close her wounds, but otherwise don't heal her," he instructed. Valeria nodded and levitated, eyeing Raynor off the ground with a bit of the power she possessed as a vampire, and took her to her bedroom. Issei watched them go, but as soon as Raynor was out of sight, the satisfied and slightly angry look on his face vanished to be replaced with one of regret and shame. "I shouldn't have done that," he said softly. "Don't feel sorry for her," Harry said in a reproachful tone. "What she did to you is wrong, and she has done it for centuries to countless others. You had every right to be angry at her, and it will do your attitude good to get your justice. Besides, you didn't cause any permanent damage and took revenge both for yourself and for everyone else she ever hurt as a fallen angel. But do take this in mind, I expect you to be at least civil with her in the future, and I assure you she will be civil as well, understood?" "Ah, sir, yes sir," Issei said, snapping a sharp salute. It was obvious to him his master Rias had just gained a master herself in the form of this man. The avatar of death, and if there was anyone who could get him power, it was this man. "Good man," Harry said, smiling and patting Issei on his shoulder. "But back to my previous point, Issei, you want to be a harm king, you need to be a predator. You need to be powerful, and I can help you with the power part, but all the power in the world won't help you if you are a classless like you normally or are a leech like Riser was. I will help you, but it will be tough. You will need to prove yourself to me, Issei, is that understood?" "Yes sir," Issei shouted again, looking determined. "Now as for you three," Harry said, turning and looking at Rias's female peerage members. "Asia Argento, Akano Himahima and Kaneko Tuju." He walked up to Asia first, and she squeaked as he cupped her chin and looked into her eyes. "Glad to see you're adjusting to your new life after I saved you from my pets, Asia." Hi. "Thank you very much for that, by the way," Asia said, stuttering at the intense look in his eyes. Harry chuckled and lifted up her right hand and used a little bit of power to make her sacred gear appear. The glowing green rings appeared on her middle fingers, and he stroked the one he was holding with his fingers. "This is truly a magnificent power you have here, Asia. You're going to help a lot of people with it once I train you up. Though your training will be separate from all the rest since your powers don't let you attack, but I'm really starting to regret not simply claiming you for myself that night along with my fallen angel pets. I imagine you would make the most beautiful sounds when you orgasm." Asia blushed to the roots of her hair and stuttered incomprehensibly, which only made her cuter to Harry. Unlike the other girls, Asia had an innocence about her that he longed to corrupt any way he could. "Ha ha, careful now, Asia, or you might faint from blood loss. You could fry an egg on your face right now." Asia ducked her head and fidgeted, and Harry chuckled again before turning to look at Kaneko. The small silver-haired girl might lack the curves or bust of a more developed woman, but she had time to grow into it. However, there was something peculiar about her scent, and he leaned forward, getting a better look at her. "What is it?" she asked in a deadpan voice. Inside, however, she was wondering if he was going to hit on her like he seemed to do to every available female around him. The thing was, she didn't know if she wanted him to or not. If he didn't, did that mean he found her to be less of a woman because of her figure? But if he did, would it remind her of Issei's Ed nature, despite the fact that Harry was all confidence and power and Issei was just Ed but with a good heart? "I thought I recognized you scent, and that power you are suppressing is hard. As you can, you're a Nekomata, aren't you?" Harry asked. Kaneko stiffened and then crouched back into a defensive position. "I wary, how do you know that?" "It's simple really," Harry said, smiling at her reaction. "I met another Nekomata a while back. Black-haired busty woman tried to recruit me for something. Never really got around to explaining what for. Tried to attack me so she could drag me back to her boss or some such. Anyway, the fight didn't last too long. The point is that you have a smell very similar to hers, so I guess the power you're suppressing is nearly identical as well, so either all Nekomata are similar or you two are related." "She's my elder sister, Kuroka," Kaneko said slowly. "She was consumed by her powers and went crazy. Now she wants to do the same to me, so I will join her." "Well, we can't have that, how can we? I'm the only one allowed to do the corrupting around here," Harry said in a joking tone, which made Kaneko crack a small but cute smile. "Don't worry about her, Kaneko. I got a good feel for her abilities when I fought her, so I should be able to train you to use them without getting consumed by them, all right?" Thank you," she murmured and blushed when he ruffled her hair. She instantly realized that she liked the way he patted her head, and she barely kept from bringing out her ears and tail in response. "And last but certainly not least, there's you, Akeno. Of all the abilities Rias's peerage possess, your unique situation interests me the most," Harry said, taking her left hand in his right and ing the back of it. Era, you are a charmer, aren't you, Lord Peverell?" Akeno said, holding her free hand to her face and offering up a slight blush. "Given how you can tell other people's abilities, I figure you must know about mine. However, I'm afraid I'm going to have to insist that you keep silent about them." The other peerage members tensed at Akeno's words and the tone they carried, but Harry only smiled at it as he replied, "You're quite bold to think you can give me orders, Ms. Akeno." Era, still I must insist," she said, still smiling, but there was steel in her eyes. The other members of Rias's peerage were frozen, waiting his response, while Rias stood watching impassively for the outcome. Harry stared at her for a moment longer before he burst out laughing, breaking the tension in the room. "Your queen is impressive, Rias. I approve." "Thank you, Harry. I agree she is, but be careful, she is a sadist at heart," Rias said with a fond smile and an exasperated look on her face. "Is she now?" Harry asked in a curious voice as he stepped closer to the busty dark-haired girl. "All right, Akeno, I won't say a word to anyone who you don't give me permission to, but it will cost you 2 things. "Oh, and what are the 2 things Lord Peverell demands of me?" Akeno said with a sultry tone of voice and a seductive look in her eyes. "First, when I train you personally, we will discuss your unique condition personally and thoroughly," Harry said, hold up one finger. "As for the second thing, Akeno," he suddenly pulled her flush against him and ed her hard. Akeno's eyes went wide as he pulled her flush against his body, and his power suddenly flared. It was no more than 1% of his power, but it was still far beyond the power of anyone else short of a Satan-class devil, and she found that she was frozen in his arms as his mouth dominated hers. He pulled back suddenly, and Akeno gasped for air, her eyes wide and her face flushed from the sudden unexpected. "I'm going to break you, Akeno. By the time I'm done with you, you will be as compliant as my pets." "But they are just pets. Even when they reach their full potential, they will not reach the highest heights. But I can tell you are one of those rare few who will, and not just because of your unique situation, and I want that. Urias, even that girl Ravel, all have enormous power just waiting to be coaxed out, and I want it for myself. But I'm not immune to the desires of others, so I will use all my power to give you everything you want, but in return I'm going to claim everything that you are, Akeno. Urias and anyone else I desire. I will claim my place in this world as Death's avatar, and everyone who stands with me will be given my protection, while those who wish me and mine harm with die by my hand." So prepare your heart Akino, it won't be yours for much longer. He smirked and backed off, allowing Akino to stumble back, face beat red, doing a good impression of Asia from a few minutes ago. Harry smirked and turned back to Rias, whose eyes were also wide and maybe a little jealous that he had Ed Akino. But that was fine, she already knew that she belonged to him, but only a part of him could belong to her, but that part would be hers alone. He would make sure she understood that when she moved in. Sorry for delaying you, Rias, but you really do have a magnificent peerage. Hey, you're right. But I suppose they are as much your peerage now as mine, seeing as you have decided to impress my boys with your power and seduce my girls with your charm and dominating side, Rias half joked, half accused, with a cute little pout. Well, I would say that is your fault for choosing such high-class people to join your peerage in the first place. If they were average and boring, I wouldn't want them, Harry said flippantly with a smirk. Jerk, Rias said with an affectionate tone and lightly punched him in the shoulder. Ha ha, a little, but I think I've kept you long enough for the moment. So before you leave, take these. Harry summoned 2 small boxes. He handed Rias the first one and she opened it. Inside was what looked like a ruby earring, but there was only one and she looked at him questioningly. It's a belly button ring, not an earring. Oh really? Rias asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes really, Harry said, chuckling. It's for the baby. It enchanted with magic runes that will protect the baby from anything short of an attack from a Satan or Archangel class being. It goes without saying that you will be able to play normal sports and go through your normal activities without having to worry about the baby's safety. Furthermore, it will allow me to monitor the baby's condition 24/7 and track its location, so no matter where it is I can teleport there in a moment. That's incredible, Rias said appreciatively. Guess I will have to get the piercing then. Harry noticed the slightly apprehensive look in her eyes and was quick to crush her fears. Don't worry Rias, I can do the piercing in a second and it won't hurt a bit. Rias looked at him and nodded, and a quick spell later the belly button ring was attached. Rias looked at the jewel attached to her navel and shot him a sultry look. Be honest, you just wanted me to have a belly button ring. I admit the idea of you wearing that ring and nothing else while I give you orgasm after orgasm appeals to me, Harry said with a smirk, and Rias blushed again. But we can explore that possibility later. I have one more thing for you, Rias. Harry opened the other small box and Rias pulled in a sharp breath at what was inside. In the velvet cloth a beautiful diamond ring was nestled. The ring had a gold and silver band, and on either side of the diamond was a black stone, each with the symbol of the Deathly Hallows etched into them. To further complete the picture, Harry got down on one knee before Rias, and her eyes went so wide he thought they might just fall out of her head. You know the deal with me, Rias. I can't make you my one and only, but you are the mother of my first and only child, and I can see it in your eyes that we have a connection that goes beyond that of a vassal and a master, so I'm asking you now. Will you be the first consort of my house? Rias's wide eyes softened and he could see a few tears forming in the corners of her eyes. I mean. Thank you, Harry, this is more than I could have hoped for. Earlier I would have told you no because I thought you were only doing it because you thought it was your duty, but I do agree that I felt a connection that night as well. Besides the obvious connection that put us in this situation, but after everything you have done for me I can tell that you care. So my answer is yes, Harry, I accept. Harry gave her a roguish smirk and took her ring hand and slipped the ring on her finger. I'm sure the amount of power I have in my position as the avatar of death have nothing to do with a power-seeking devil like yourself, he said in a teasing tone. Jerk, Rias said again with a small giggle, only to squeak in surprise as he picked her up and twirled her around, making he laugh out loud before her brought her down to her. Rias in pleasure as he held her up by her ass and she wrapped her legs around his waist to support herself while running her hands through his hair. They came up for air a minute later and Harry set her down. Just to let you know, the ring will protect you just like the one on your belly will protect the baby. Now go on and get you peerage settled back in at your school. I will get your room ready for you to move in with as much of your stuff as you want to bring, Harry said. That's wonderful, thank you, Harry. Now we better get going, otherwise we are never going to be able to leave, Rias said. With that she and her peerage gathered together, each of them bowing and saying goodbye to him as they passed, and then they all teleported away in one of Rias's teleportation circles. Now all that's left, Harry said, turning to Calawarner, who was still standing over the kneeling forms of Ravel, Schwalen and Ubeluna. As you three, Calawarner, go see about Rainer and tell her I will come see her in a little while, all right? Yes, master, Calawarner said, bowing and leaving the room, leaving him alone with the 3 captured devils. You know, girls, Harry said as he sat down across from them. All 3 girls remained kneeling, too afraid to move without permission from their new owner. My only intention in baiting your former master was to take you Revel from him, a compensation for trying to lay his hands on what was mine and for threatening my blood. The fact that he was idiotic and stupid enough to bet 3 of you just proves how much of a bastard he was. So my question for you, Schwalen, Ubeluna, is what was the extent of your relationship with Riser? You 2 were both human turned into devils. Did you know what you were getting into when Razor turned you into devils, or did he simply snatch you up and make you devils because he could? Harry asked. The 2 girls blinked and looked to one another while Revel looked suspicious about where he was going with his question. Finally Ubeluna answered him slowly, it was a bit of both actually. He seduced us at first while we thought he was human and then turned us into devils without us realizing what he was doing. He didn't explain what had happened to us until it was too late to refuse. I figured that it was something like that, Harry said, sighing. Here's the deal, you belong to me, there's no changing that. You can hate me and fight me over it if you like, but I would rather form a more intimate relationship with you both. Despite how you see me treat Rainer and Calawarner, they are natural subs and get off on the way I treat them. If don't want that kind of relationship with me, I'm not going to force myself on you. Now that doesn't mean I won't try and seduce you. What kind of vampire would I be if I didn't try and sleep with a pair of beautiful women living under the same roof as me? Harry asked with a roguish grin that made the 2 give slight smiles and small blushes. That's all well and good, Revel said, interrupting and snapping Ubeluna and Schwalen out of their daze with her haughty tone of voice. But that still doesn't explain what you want with me. You're a smart girl, Harry said, smiling. Why do you think I wanted to take you from Riser? Revel looked thoughtful for a second before something seemed to snap in place in her mind. I'm the youngest and only female member of the Phoenix family, and eventually I would have been sold into marriage as a political arrangement. I've known this nearly all my life, but your appearance has thrown the entire devil, angel, fallen political situation on its head. You're a faction that none of the major political powers has any direct control over, and not only have you forced the Grimoire family to bend their knee to you, but you have taken their daughter and heir as your consort and even impregnated her. They may be subjects to you, but to everyone else the Grimoire family has just gained the political power of the Avatar of Death, and others will want to do the same. By taking me from Riser, not only do you make a significant political statement, but you also open the door for the Phoenix family. If Rias only has a single child, then that child will most likely be the heir of the Grimoire family. However, if you also make me your consort and have a child by me, since I am neither the heir of my family or even close to the succession, since I'm the 4th born, my child would most likely become the heir to your direct house, which would compel the Phoenix family to not only side with you where Riser is concerned, but to bend the knee to you as well, putting their power and political influence at your command. Revel finished, sounding half awed at her own conclusion and half determined at her own supposed outcome. I knew you were intelligent, Harry said, lightly clapping, which made Revel blush slightly when he reached down and offered her a hand up so she could stand. And while I admit the thought did cross my mind when I saw you in Riser's peerage, it all really depends on you. If you don't want to explore a relationship with me, I won't force you, and you will probably end up a servant in my household, but if you do, then as you must realize you would be one of my RS and certainly a consort if you manage to prove your worth. You have power enough to match Rias if you train hard enough, I can sense that, but if you want to earn a position as one of my consorts, you will have to work for it. I'm not just going to give it to you. So basically, if I don't want a relationship, I just become a servant, fighter in your house, and you just treat me as one of your subjects. But if I do want a relationship, you won't hesitate to get me in bed and make me your R, and if I want all those political benefits for both myself and my family, I have to prove my power enough to you to be a consort. If I don't, and best, I become a toy like your pets, but if I do, I become equal to Rias in your house. Revel counted off. That means I only have a 1 in 3 chance of winning. Ah, but what kind of devil would you be if you didn't make outrageous contracts for power? Harry teased, and Revel giggled in response. Point, Revel said, still giggling. She had to admit it certainly wasn't a bad offer given what she had been raised to expect out of life. Under normal circumstances, she would have been very lucky to get a husband who she could at least like. Plenty of girls got married to husbands they could Barely tolerate. And those men always had mistresses anyways. Alright then, Mr. Avatar of Death. I was never one to back down from a challenge, and I'll be damned before I let a Grimoire like Rias get one up on me. By the time I'm done with you, all your other women will be competing for second place in your bed and in your heart. Ha ha, challenge accepted, Harry said, and then yanked Ravel forward and ed her hard. Ravel sighed and pressed into the automatically. She was more than half expecting it after seeing the way he seemed to grab onto beautiful women and make their legs weak. He was smoking hot and had enough power to make a girl wet just by flexing. Maybe that was a bit shallow of her, but man could he. The moment he did, her whole body lit up like it was on fire. No wonder all he had to do was a girl to get hurt and in bed. If ever he felt like this, she was going jump him. At least she wouldn't have a problem practicing getting pregnant, and she deepened the by pushing her tongue against his mouth and pressing herself closer to him. Harry smirked internally as Ravel pushed her tongue against his lips, and he responded by pushing his into her mouth and massaging her tongue with his, which made her louder. As proud and power-hungry as she was, like any other devil, she had a weakness for powerful individuals. Which explained why unlike Reiser could get multiple women even though he treated them like trophies and not people. He broke a minute later, and Ravel was breathing hard and leaning against his chest to catch her breath. "You're a pretty good Ravel," he said, laughing and stroking her head as she smirked in pleasure. "But this is only the beginning. If you want any more, you're going to have to earn it, but for now I have a fallen angel I need to take care of." He called back Calawarner and Valerie, and they escorted the three devils to their new rooms so they could be settled in. At the rate new people were moving into his home, he was going to have to renovate it soon to make it bigger. While they were busy doing that, he made his way to Rainer's room to see how she was doing. He found her lying flat on the top of her bed with a cool damp towel covering her abused rear. "Master," Rainer read in pain and in submission. She was really downtrodden after Issei extracted his revenge on her, and he felt a harsh stab of regret. She had deserved the punishment, and having Issei deliver it had a lot of advantages, but he still felt bad. "Are you feeling any better, pet?" he cooed softly as he ran a hand softly down her back. It was bare with her wings put up, and he felt her shiver slightly at the smooth feeling on her skin. "Not really, I'm really sore," she said softly. He could see a few tears in the corners of her eyes. "You understand why I allowed that boy to strike you, don't you, pet?" he asked softly. She paused before answering him. "It's because I killed that boy when he was still human, right?" "Yes and no," Harry replied automatically, having expected her answer. "Yes, you killed him, and you did the same thing to hundreds of others over the years. However, the thing that hurt most is that date you took him on before killing him. That was unnecessarily cruel and designed to cause him the most emotional pain possible before he died. You could have just lured him into a dark ally and cut his throat, but instead you played with him first. His surviving as a devil was dumb luck, but it left scars on him. If I'm going to have Rias's peerage become part of my house, I can't have the baggage between you and Issei getting in the way. That's why I allowed him to take revenge on you even though I didn't want to. Do you understand, pet?" "Yes, master," Rainer said dutifully. Harry smiled kindly and sat on the edge of the bed next to her head and stroked her hair. Rainer responded by rubbing her head against his thigh like a cat and purring, causing him to chuckle. "Now let's see that injury," Harry said, reaching down and removing the towel. He clicked his tongue at the mass of black bruising and broken skin that still oozed clear liquid tinged with blood. Issei really didn't hold back. "I think you've suffered enough, pet. Let me heal you." Harry placed his hand on the small of her back and let some of his power flow. He had never been very good at healing magic even when he was a regular human. Becoming the Avatar of Death certainly didn't help in that aspect. Death and destruction were more his forte, as his powers as the Avatar of Death made his already limited healing ability decidedly less than average. Luckily he had ways around that, like when he fixed Kuo Town via temporal means, but in this case he simply tapped into his power and overpowered a simple healing spell. It wasn't fancy or elegant, but in the majority of cases it got the job done. Rainer's broken and bruised skin flowed back together into smooth and unblemished skin in a matter of moments, and Rainer sighed in relief. "That a girl?" Harry murmured and stroked her head in a calming manner. Rainer responded by rubbing her head against his leg more urgently before moving to rub directly against his crotch. "Find something you want, pet," Harry said, chuckling as her hands came up and began to paw at his zipper, but she was so tired she couldn't even get his zipper down. Master, please, I want it, she said in a tiny pleading voice, looking up at him with baby doe eyes. All right, Harry said, chuckling, and hopped up on the bed, and sitting back against the headboard. Rainer settled between his legs, still on her belly, and with a quick switching spell he washed his member already ready and waiting. Start. Rainer eyed in satisfaction at seeing the object of her desire. She had been a good girl following her master's orders, and she felt like she deserved her reward. And thinking about it now, her master was right to let Issei punish her. She really shouldn't have treated the poor boy so badly, especially since her master seemed to like the goofy harem king wannabe. But she had more important things to focus on at the moment, her master cock being the center of her current universe. Gripping it with her right hand and running her left over her master's thigh, she gave it a good long lick from base to crown, drawing a long pleasured groan from her master. That's a good little cock slut, Harry muttered as Rainer bathed his cock in her spit, seeming to savor the taste. You live for ing my cock, don't you? You want me to blow my load down your slutly little throat? Use you as my own personal cum dump, don't you? Rainer mating sounds of agreement and bent his cock down so she could wrap her fully lush lips around his engorged head. Not wasting any time, she forced her head down, taking 3/4 of his member in one go, only stopping when her lips hit her own head, which was wrapped around the base of his pole. Her other hand came up and began to fondle his balls as her head began to pump up and down in rapid-fire motions. Slurping and ing sounds emanated from her mouth as she skillfully wrapped her tongue around him and ed hard enough to pull his seed right from his balls with each pull back. Fuck, pet, you've improved, Harry all but shouted as Rainer adjusted herself so she was up on her knees, up in the air to get a better angle to face herself on him. But I think I'm going to take over here. Sitting up so he was on his knees, Rainer scooted back, refusing to come off his cock until her was on his knees in front of her. Brushing her hands off his cock, he adjusted her head so her throat and neck were directly aligned, wrapped his hands around her throat and began to it in earnest. You like that, don't you, pet? Harry grunted as his hips pistoned back and forth. Rainer gagged and spittle sloshed from her mouth as she looked up at him with unfocused eyes. It probably had something to do with the lack of air from her clogged throat, but he was sure at least half of it was pleasure from the way her cunt was gushing and dripping on the bed. She had his hands braced on the bed to stay up, putting her in the doggy position as he'd her from the front, and the whole erotic sight made his balls clench up. He didn't bother to restrain himself. Fuck, Harry shouted and let loose. Rainer felt her throat fill instantly with hot seed, which shot down to her belly and up into her mouth, exploding around his cock and dribbling down her chin. She came the moment he did her, exploding and literally gushing out her fluids as his pleasure became hers, and Harry pulled out just as black spots were filling her vision, letting her draw in rasping breaths as she choked down his cum so she could breath. Like that, didn't you, pet? Harry said as he got up and stood over his blissed out girl. Well, I hope you don't think I'm done yet, pet, I'm just getting started. With a wave of his hand he cleaned off what remained of his cum from her face, and suddenly Rainer found herself tied to the bed and blindfolded. Strong bands of rope bound her hands together and held them over her head, while carefully tied and anchored ropes spread her legs as wide as they could go while preventing her from moving. More ropes on her body wrapped around her waist, between her legs and around her breasts, forcing them to stick up, and Rainer groaned louder than before as she felt how bound she was. Master, please, she begged. While she couldn't see, the other senses had sharpened, which was kind of the reason for the blindfold. That and the idea of being tied down like this while her master used her like an object caused her to throb. Master, use your cum dump. Pour your seed in my womb, use me like an heat to give you babies. You haven't earned a baby yet, pet, he whispered in her ear harshly and twisted a nipple to make his point, causing her to cry out in pain and pleasure. You have a long way to go before you earn that right, but if you work hard, get stronger and treat the rest of my girls and Rias right, then maybe you will earn that right. But for now you have earned my cock, so I'm going to give it to you in a moment. But first, Harry waved his hands and cast a few spells that he had actually learned from Hermione, surprisingly enough. A pair of vibrating clamps appeared and pinched down on her nipples, making Rainer jerk in shock. On top of that, a conjured dildo that was a perfect copy of his own cock appeared in front of her and plunged in and began to rapidly piston in and out. Oh 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 oh, Rainer gasped with each thrust of the dildo into her body. She could tell it was a dildo as she could sense her master standing next to her. Her body quickly wound up and she expected her orgasm to come quick and hard. But her body wound up and stayed wound up, even after more than 5 whole minutes, at which point she hadn't come. She knew something was wrong. Master, I can't come. No you can't, can you? Harry said with a particularly cruel chuckle as he watched the sweat build up all over Rainer's body. It's a function of your seal, you won't come ever unless I let you, no matter how worked up you get. Rainer groaned louder, but this time in despair at the thought, but there was nothing she could do. She was at her God's mercy. She was so caught up in the knot of pleasure that had formed in her lower belly that she didn't feel Harry climb onto the bed between her legs. She didn't notice at all until the oddest sensation or cold and damp filled her arsehole, making her jerk at the sudden sensation. Master, she asked in panting trepidation. Just a cleaning and lubricating spell, pet. It also numbs your ability to feel pain while inversely increasing your ability to feel pleasure. Observe, and with no other warning he forced the entirety of his cock into Rainer's anal passage. Her head flew back and her spine arched at the intrusion, and the belief that she could feel no more pleasure than she already was gone. Harry was savage and unyielding and began pounding with all his might into her ass. Your ass is mine, Rainer. Every hole on your body exists only to be filled with my cock. Her scream was formless and continuous. Between the vibrating clamps on her nipples, the dildo ravaging her and her master's cock reshaping her asshole to perfectly fit his cock's size and shape, her mind was on the very edge of breaking. And she still couldn't come. Suddenly she felt him press fully against her body, mashing her heaving breasts against his muscular chest, and his mouth came down on her, necking and biting the tender flesh he found there before moving to her ear. Here it comes, pet, are you ready? I'm about to blow my load in your ass and you are going to come when I do. You're going to come and come and come until your mind breaks from the pleasure. The sounds of heavy panting, the creaking of the bed and the slap of flesh on flesh filled the room, accompanied by the smell of sex, and it consumed Rainer's world. Finally she felt his thrusting speed up to a frenzied pace and knew he was about to finish. With a roar of his own he came, and the bindings that prevented her from coming broke and her entire universe went white. Harry groaned with satisfaction as he pulled out of Rainer's ass and snapped his fingers. The bindings, blindfold and sex toys all vanished, leaving Ad and panting fallen angel with unfocused eyes. She was completely blissed out and twitching from her orgasm, which still seemed to be going on. Chuckling, he cast a few cleaning charms on them both and laid down next to her, pulling her form into a spooning position against his chest. All Rainer did was shudder and in pleasure, but she did not resist. Such a good pet, he whispered in her ear. Then all was silent. End. Kuo Academy. Rias leaned back in her desk chair in the occult research building and let out a sigh of relief. It felt good to be back in the clubhouse after the roller coaster ride her life had taken over the last few days. She looked up from her desk and smiled, seeing her peerage milling about with smiles on their faces. She couldn't blame them. The riser situation was dust in the wind and her political situation was secure. She was pregnant and the father of her child was hers and their new lord, the master of death himself. Her mind still had a little trouble wrapping itself around that fact. On top of that, her child was the child of that man. Harry was a god, there was no other classification for him. On par with Yahweh or Ophis in terms of power, that ensured that any attack on them was unlikely to be effective. However, that still left things like sneak attacks or political ones. The sneak attacks could be mostly negated once she moved in with Harry, but the political one was still very much up in the air. The balance between the devils, angels and fallen had been equal since the end of the Great War. It had only gotten more peaceful since. Sure, there were scuffles and such, but nothing like the Great War. But the existence of Death's avatar on this earth changed all that. She couldn't fathom how the various factions would react once word officially spread, but they would react and they had to be ready. Knock knock knock. Ah, Akino, could you get that? It's probably Sona, she asked, and Akino nodded and moved to open the clubhouse door. You wished to see me, Rias, Sona said as she was let into the clubhouse followed by her peerage. Your message made it sound urgent. No, nothing like that, Sona, Rias said with a smile and waved her in. I just wanted you here to let you know I don't hold any ill will towards you for lowering the barrier and letting my family in. Sona visibly relaxed and took a seat in the couch in front of Rias's desk. I'm happy to hear that, Rias, I really am. From the way you look I can only imagine things ended in your favor where the Phoenix family is concerned. Ha ha ha, oh you have no idea, Rias said while giggling. I won't go into details right now, but suffice to say Riser will no longer be an issue. Oh, and my family is now sworn to Lord Peverell, Harry I mean, as a vassal family. Officially I'm his consort, she said, showing her new ring, to which Sona's eyes widened. Damn Rias, what do I need to do to get a rock like that? Sona said, eyeing the ring with obvious desire. Might not be that hard actually, Rias said, which made Sona look interested. I may be his first and only consort so far, but he also has 2 fallen angels he keeps as pets, a young vampire girl who might also be a pet, and he took 3 of Riser's peerage as additional property. One of them was Ravel, who, unless I missed my guess, might end up a consort like me. Wow, Sona said with wide eyes. Are you sure you are okay with that? I mean with him having all these women. As if I could do anything about it, Rias said with a flip of her hair. Part of me doesn't like it at all, but he is a literal god in terms of power, Sona. No one can force him to do anything he doesn't want to do. I always knew I would have to share my husband, especially when I thought it was going to be Riser. But now I get a husband I actually like. All I have to do is make sure I am at the top of however many women he ends up taking for himself. Spoken like a true devil, Sona said, and they both giggled. But enough of that, why don't we go celebrate your newfound freedom and bundle of joy with some friendly sports? Oh, that sounds like fun. It's been a while since I've kicked your peerage's butt, Rias said, standing up and giving Sona a competitive smirk. Funny, that's not how I remember it, Rias, Sona said with a smirk of her own. Aw sweet, this is going to be awesome, Issei said, pumping his fist. Maybe for us, the only member of Sona's peerage who was male, said as he walked up to Issei with a cocky look on his face. The name is Saji, pawn of Sona. Issei, I'm a pawn of Rias, Issei said, holding out his hand, which Saji shook. I guess that makes us the same then. I don't think so, Saji said with a smirk. I'm actually worth 4 whole pieces. Oh really? Well, just so you know, I'm worth all 8 of Rias's pawns, Issei said with a proud look which made Saji balk. 8? That's crazy, he said, recoiling. Well, that just means your master can't get any more paws if she wasted them all on you, he said, trying to sound accusing. Then he spotted Asia, who was looking between them a little worried. All right, who is this cutie? He asked, checking her out. Not yours, that's for sure, Issei said, squeezing Saji's hand, which he was still grasping, causing the boy to flinch. All the girls in this peerage belong to my master's Lord Peverell, and I don't think you want to upset a literal god by trying to make a move on his territory. Saji yanked his hand away, shaking it and looking put out. Good point. I saw what that guy did to Kuo Town. He is actually pretty nice, Asia interjected, blushing a little. He was the one that saved me from the fallen angels after all. All right, enough chit-chat, Rias said, standing up and drawing all their attention. Let's get going if we want to get done before I have to head back to Harry's house. They all headed to the tennis court, where Rias and Akino squared off against Sona and Tsubaki in a match. It started off a normal tennis match but quickly devolved into a power-spamming match of devil powers where Rias and Sona attempted to outdo each other. The match ended in a draw where both of them destroyed their rackets and the ball, so they had to find another sport to play. They ended up in the school gym and decided to play some dodgeball. Naturally, powers got involved again and the balls were flying back and forth covered in devil aura and exploded as they impacted the various members of the teams. Issei in particular took an unfortunate blow to his family jewels that required Asia to heal him, and both sides only had 2 members left in the end. Ironically enough, Rias and Akino against Sona and Tsubaki, just like before. Rias ran across the court and flung the ball at Tsubaki while Akino covered her, but Tsubaki dodged only to get pegged on the offhand by Akino, who nailed her with a roundabout throw. All right, Rias cheered, only to be startled by a shout from Issei. Rias, watch out, he shouted, and she turned to see the ball thrown by Sona at lightning speeds. Before she could react, the ball impacted her with an explosive clap and the blue devil energy that covered it blasted into her. The thing was, the ball impacted her stomach, making everyone in the room gasp in shock. Oh no, Sona shouted, looking horrified at what she had done in the heat of the moment. Rias the baby. Everyone's eyes were on Rias, who was holding the ball to her gut only to be shocked when the ball suddenly dissolved in her hands. A warm glow emanated from her stomach and they all saw the glowing bellybutton ring there. Looks like Harry's protection works just fine. I didn't feel that at all, Rias said, making everyone sigh in relief. Especially Sona, who didn't want to think about what would happen to her if she hurt Lord Peveril's child, accident or not. But because of her relief, she didn't see the ball lightly tossed with no devil power by Akino before it bopped her on the head, knocking her out of the game. Era, I think that means we win, right? Akino said at Sona's dumbfounded expression. I think you right, Rias said with a happy smirk. What do you say, Sona? Want to go again? Shield Helicourier. The mobile headquarters for the international agency known as Shield the Helicourier was currently settled off the coast of Japan in the ocean. The director of Shield, Nicholas Fury, stood on the bridge watching the data streams pass over the holographic displays around his command post. What's the update on our investigation, Agent Romanov? He asked the red-headed Russian woman standing behind him in a tight black bodysuit. Reports indicate that over 200 men and women across Japan have disappeared without a trace. The thing that makes them special is that they are all individuals of status or influence, not homeless or the poor. What info we have been able to gather suggests that there is a splinter faction of the Red Room hiding out in Japan from the war. It's believed that they are kidnapping individuals to experiment on. However, these new disappearances have only begun happening in the last 6 months, indicating a change in their operating status, though the cause is unknown, she said. What about the abnormality detected by our satellites 48 hours ago? He asked. Have we made any progress on what caused that? Afraid not. All attempts at data recovery have been unsuccessful. But we have ruled out a hack. Whatever happened, it was external, not internal, which might actually be more frightening than someone hacking our systems in the first place, she continued. Given all that, what's our plan, Fury? You know I don't like handing off the Stark job to someone else. I'm supposed to become his secretary in a few weeks after all. Hopefully we will be able to wrap things up here in Japan before you have to go back, Fury said optimistically. Banner is off the grid for the moment and hasn't had an episode in months, and we have received a tip for something located in the Arctic, so we are sending a team to investigate that. For you, Agent Romanov, though we haven't been able to recover any information from the satellites, we have detected several abnormalities centered around the high school known as Kuo Academy. We believe that the Red Room base might be located under it, and the energy readings we are detecting might be a power source. He turned to face her then. Your mission is to infiltrate the school under the guise of a substitute teacher. Plans have been made to get one of the teachers away for an extended period of time. You will go in and investigate and see if there is any trace of the Red Room being involved. If not, it will be a good place to set up base. We have a few weeks before you are needed back for Stark, so we have some leg room. Suit up, Agent Romanov, we have work to do. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.